The story of those who have gone before us is written in this next chapter of that story. For this land that holds so much of our history.
It's very nice out here. Look at that.
The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
It has become one of the more popular recreational uses of the Mojave, riding all-terrain vehicles, motorcycles, dune buggies, four-wheel drive cars and trucks off of the highway and out into the desert. But if these OHVs don't follow certain rules, it could cause problems for their drivers as well as this fragile environment. When Southern Nevada's Partners in Conservation Group, along with the members and friends of the Mesquite Kokopelli ATV Club, head off highway, they're especially aware of both the fun and responsibility that go along with any kind of OHV travel in the desert. Before these ATV riders ever took their first trips, they knew they had a lot of lessons to learn. And to do that, they all took advantage of many different resources.
It really helps to go out with somebody that's been out before, so they know the area and you can kind of learn and follow their example.
Almost everyone at work actually has an OHV, has an ATV, and I mean, just hearing them tell their stories, I learned a lot of things not to do, and a lot of the things that I never really considered, but I learned a lot from them.
We went to the library, we went to the BLM office, we talked to as many people. We'd see in our complex, we would see people that had a four-wheeler, knock on their door and say, hey, okay, we want to get one. What are the rules? Where do we start?
A bunch of the manufacturers have a deal where you can take a course in it, and my wife and I both took that course, and it was to teach you responsible riding.
The primary rule for responsible riding is to stay on established roads and trails that have been approved for OHV use by the agency or owners responsible for the land. Because when OHVs stray off into the desert, they can loosen its thin topsoil, which can then accelerate erosion and create artificially hardened new roadways that will scar the land for many years.
Over a period of time, that ends up destroying the crust of the desert, and so it becomes way more dusty, it's ugly, and you can destroy sensitive or even non-sensitive plants that just are growing and eking out a living by getting the little bit of water they can get.
These vehicles can also threaten wildlife by running over animals such as lizards and tortoises, or by destroying their underground burrows and other habitats.
You can run over the dirt where their burrow is and cave their burrow in. That can happen.
It can even happen when you're just taking a shortcut at a crossroads.
When you come up to an intersection, come to the intersection and go through the intersection instead of doing a shortcut and cutting across. That just widens out the disturbance. Anything that's disturbed gets more dust. So it slowly kind of morph into this big area of disturbed dirt.
Something as simple as retracking your route also takes a little thought and careful handling.
And most ATVs now have a reverse And so when you get to where you're going, or if you want to just stop and turn around and go back instead of just driving out in the desert and doing a big loop, if you just kind of use the reverse, pull forward, reverse, and do a three-corner little maneuver and stay inside the path of the road as opposed to just driving a big circle around.
Any adventure you think you're going to have by blazing a new trail across desert terrain can actually put you and your vehicle at risk.
If you don't stay on the roads and you go off-road, you're opening yourself up to a lot of equipment failure and problems that way.
Every time you head out, you'll want to make sure your off-highway vehicle is in good repair. But of course, you'll also want to prepare for the unexpected by packing essential emergency items along with some important extras.
We've got our first aid kit, we've got tire repair, the plugs, the reflating, snacks for all the kids, water, camera. Got to get those pictures of the family.
You'll want to make sure every member of your family or group comes back without any bruises, breaks, or scrapes. So you should always wear the appropriate clothing and safety gear.
You can wear boots, you can wear leathers if you want, you can wear Levi's, long shirts, for sure a helmet, some kind of eyewear, you know, goggles or whatever to keep the dust out of your eyes. Those are primary things is your clothing to wear.
Just as important is the company you keep. By buddying up with 2 or 3 riders, you won't be as affected by accidents, breakdowns, and other unforeseen circumstances.
Never ride alone. One of my coworkers went out on his own, decided just to go up for a ride, and ended up going on the wrong road, so he thought he'd just go through a wash and get back, turn around. Well, it was getting dark and he didn't see the barbed wire fence across the wash. Ended up laying his head back, and he's got quite a big scar about it. But he was on his own. He had to ride back on his own until he could get to his truck and get a cell phone to get help out there.
That's why you should always make it part of your pre-trip plan to tell someone where you're going and what time you expect to return. But also give yourself enough travel time so that you don't have to speed to get where you're going.
I enjoyed the scenery and just going as fast as you can to get to one point and turn around and come back is not that much fun.
A day of riding off-highway will be more fun for everyone if you're considerate of those who are sharing the road or trail.
If you're coming upon another group that's coming towards you, to let them know by 5 or 6, you know, what's behind you. And when you are coming up on another group, slow down and don't dust the other person the way you wouldn't want to be dusted.
By slowing down, you can also avoid spooking any livestock or wildlife you come across.
One of the things that we try and do is make sure when we're out there that when we see animals and stuff, we slow down and don't antagonize the animals or anything, you know, respect their territory and that they're out there for a purpose.
And they'll still be there after you go home, so don't leave behind any unpleasant reminders of your ride.
Whatever you take in with you, take out. Not so much as leaving, you know, a sandwich bag. Pick up everything.
That's why these riders carry trash bags on their vehicles and even pick up litter left by others.
We really need to respect the land, the plants, the different animals. We need to leave what nature put.
But they also take some extra responsibility by helping to assess and manage human impacts on the lands they use.
We had a project with the BLM and the Desert Conservation Program to GPS all the routes in the areas of environmental concern. We GPSed the roads, intersections, campfire rings, pullouts, picnic tables, any feature that was out there that was man-made or that is being used by the public, we GPSed. So that gives them a baseline inventory of everything that's out there.
It also reminded the ATV riders how many opportunities for discovery they could find by traveling only on already existing roads.
Really and truly, there are so many places to go and explore and see in the desert. I've lived here all my life and I've not been to all of them. And there are roads everywhere. Ranchers, miners, people who lived in this area for over 100 years, and they've developed roads, existing traditional roads, to all these areas that have been in existence for a long time. I can't think of a place that you would want to go to that there's not a road to get you there.
Once they've reached their destination, they like to look back over the landscape they've traveled and appreciate its unchanged nature.
I come out on my ATV and I just enjoy getting out in the outdoors and looking at the scenery and taking some roads just to see where they go, or go up on a mountaintop and just sit up there and enjoy the view and the scenery and the peace and the quiet.
Even when they've left society and any kind of supervision behind, they still follow the rules for off-highway riders so they can avoid causing the kind of damage that might result in areas eventually being closed to them.
If we don't use it responsibly, we'll lose it, and I think we're entitled to be able to go out and see the country.
And by using some common sense steps to protect our Mojave Desert environment, they hope to preserve what is available today for everyone to appreciate tomorrow.
Come and enjoy the beauty and then leave. Leave it as beautiful as you found it.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Nevada State Route 169 is located in the northeastern part of Clark County. State Route 169 begins at exit 93 off Interstate 15, continues south through the Moapa Valley, and includes the farming communities of Overton and Logandale. It ends at North Shore Road in the Lake Mead National Recreation Area. Let's take a look at some of the people and places and sights along this rural slice of District B. And just a few miles west of 169 is the Logandale Trail System, 45,000 acres of stunning southern Nevada scenery. And of course, the place has trails, more than 200 miles of them, for nearly every type of recreational usage.
They love it. I mean, it is a little slice of heaven that you don't even know about until you literally come over that road, you know, and it's like, wow, it's here.
Elise McAllister and Bonnie Levitt are massive supporters of the Logandale Trail System. The pair are employees at Partners in Conservation, a nonprofit organization that bridges the gap between rural communities and government entities to develop recreation and promote conservation on public lands.
You have all manner of OHV use that uses it, and then you have hiking, photography, picnicking, camping. We've had a couple of marathons here.
The Logandale Trail System offers stunning views and scenic vistas, with majestic red rocks and sweeping sand dunes rising from the desert floor. Home to hundreds of species of native plants and animals, exploration opportunities are plentiful for human guests.
On busy weekends, there's 40, 50, 60 different campsites here, and people literally, you know, find a flat spot and pull over.
Situated adjacent to the more well-known state park at Valley of Fire, this place was once a secret area of seclusion and leisure for Moapa Valley residents until a couple decades ago when off-roaders discovered the trails and convinced the Bureau of Land Management to designate the Logandale Trail System as public lands.
That's the wonderful thing with public land, is that it really is public for everybody. And so since they started working with the BLM back then, and all these structures and stuff here are kind of from that time period, and then the reputation's grown, and internet and everything's just really highlighted it.
Hardcore Jeep and rock crawling enthusiasts are frequent visitors, but any four-wheel drive vehicle will reward a Sunday driver with spectacular panoramas and a bouncy crawl over well-trod trails. Clark County Public Works is responsible for the road leading up to the trailhead, but improving and maintaining the Logandale Trail System is truly a cooperative effort. Volunteers work with Elise and Bonnie on cleanups and routine maintenance. In the past 15 years, more than $2 million worth of infrastructure, including global positioning, indoor restrooms, fencing, and blazed trails, are just some of the man-made amenities found at this Clark County gem.
And we like to use volunteers to, to do as much of the work as possible, and that way we like to have what we call horizontal education, where people get involved in something and they learn while they're doing it.
The Logandale Trail System is located just an hour away from downtown Las Vegas. Visit logandaletrails.com or their Facebook page for a main loop trail map, photos, and much more information on this pristine piece of Silver State paradise.
State Route 169 is in essence the main street in the communities of Logandale and Overton, and there's a lot of Nevada history in this area. Interesting people with interesting stories. Let's learn a little bit more about this place, the old Logandale School.
And Lou Adams and Lillian Frainer Adams, they donated all this property. They donated the property to put the building on.
The Logandale School opened in 1935, a learning facility for elementary school students in the Moapa Valley. Today, the stone building is still used to teach lessons, as a preschool for Valley children. Local members of the Art Guild meet weekly in an old classroom, but most notably, the old Logandale School is a museum chock full of cultural and ancestral photos and artifacts, remnants of the rich history in the area.
And once you know me, when I set my teeth in something, I'm like a bulldog.
Virginia Lanny Tobiason, known to one and all as Beezy, is a one-woman walking, talking Wikipedia of Muddy Valley history.
Can you believe that?
Beezy and Robin Mon are the driving forces behind the Old Logandale School Historical and Cultural Society, an appropriate acronym of OLSHACS.
History is so important, and this valley still has so many old families that live here that we're finding there's such a disconnect from our young people to their ancestors. We're finding it even among the school and the pirate pride that we've always had. And so what we're trying to do is just bring it back, that these were real people. They gave you your heritage.
His name was Hugh Lord, and he was bound determined that that water would never ever come up to his house.
OLSHAC's mission is to restore and preserve the historic buildings and artifacts in the community. Less than 20 years ago, the old Logandale School was slated to be torn down, just another forgotten and neglected lost slice of Nevada's pioneering past. So that's when Beezy got busy to save the building.
It was in probably 1998, they were going to demolish the building. Clark County School District said that, you know, there was asbestos in it, and they were just going to doze it and get rid of it. The school was literally falling apart. And then I've always collected all this stuff, and I decided, you know what, I'm going to fight for this building because we need a museum for this community. And so it took me 12 years.
Beezy's love of the valley and heeding her mother's urging, Beezy spent years researching, writing, and compiling stories. She co-authored 3 extensive books about the people and places in the Muddy with her friend, Georgia May Bagshaw Hall.
Do you know that you have a ghost in this building? And I said, well, yeah, I do. I know it, yeah.
Like many old buildings, the old Logandale School is said to be haunted. A young girl who drowned nearby is said to lurk in the school. You might expect her to be located in the hair-raising basement. Instead, she's a friendly apparition and spends her time spooking visitors in the main hallway.
Well, and we've had a paranormal group contact us. They love the old buildings, and they've been going around the valley, and they called me and asked if they could come. They've come twice, and the report I get afterwards is don't be afraid, that everything's very friendly, and we did have action, but it's all friendly. And now I don't mind being here, and I can be here alone. My husband will not come here at night with me.
The old gymnasium still looks much like it did when the boys' basketball teams were winning championships in the 1930s. It's now a meeting place, wedding hall, and gathering spot for the entire community.
This room here is something that I've always wanted to do because it's a Native American.
This room is dedicated to the contributions of the Native population. The Paiutes and Moapa tribes played formative roles in early development in the valley.
Indians were such a part of this valley. They worked and first hassled right along with the settlers here, and then became very much a part of their lives.
The old Logandale School and Museum is open to the public Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Just an hour's drive from Las Vegas, this place is located at 3011 North Moapa Boulevard in Logandale, Nevada. It's a great way to learn more about this remarkable part of the Silver State.
From everybody that's come in, I've never had one person say, oh, this place is no good. You know, it's junk. It's beautiful. We're real proud of it.
Many of the buildings here along 169 have gone through many names. Back in 1938, when this gymnasium was built, it served the students of Moapa Valley High School, and it was known as the New Gym. Now it sits on the campus of MacLyon Middle School, and of course, people around here call it the old Overton Gym.
The gym has always been the Overton Gym. It's even on the out front of the building. It says Overton Gym. I played football, basketball, baseball, and track.
During your years on the court there, I hear Virgin Valley used to kick your butts quite often.
Oh, not that often. We held our own pretty good with Virgin Valley.
Ben Robison, class of 1961, remains a proud Moapa Valley Pirate and still reflects fondly on his athletic and scholastic accomplishments that took place in this historic gymnasium decades ago. Constructed in 1938, the old gym's Italian Renaissance Revival architecture was a classic design. For more than 40 years, the gym was home to all high school and community athletic events, until the new Overton Gym opened in 1964. Today, the stately structure hosts Clark County School District and county parks and rec programs nearly every day, and remains a vital part of the fabric of the Moapa Valley community.
And unless you have been in a small town and understand small town community and relationship to schools, you won't get a feel for what the school means to a community.
Dr. Larry Moses' Moapa Valley roots aren't quite as deep as Mr. Robison, but the longtime educator was the principal at the new Moapa Valley High School for 7 years before retiring from the Clark County School District. Dr. Moses was one of the original members involved in a nonprofit organization dedicated to saving the place called the Society for the Preservation of the Old Overton Gym, or SPOOG.
I think Ben and some of the guys came to me and said, you know, we have the old Overton Gym, which is they're threatening to tear down, and we need to restore that.
That was 2001. Over the next few years, the members of SPOOG raised nearly $900,000 through fundraisers and government grants. Thousands of hours of work, mostly by local volunteers, helped bring the old gym back to life. Much of the successful restoration was due to the community's sweat equity, and in Dr. Moses' case, a few drops of blood.
Because I've never been in construction in my life. Now, the writing of the grants was easy for me, and the presentation of the grant was easy for me because that's something I did. I wrote and I did those kind of things. But I actually picked up hammers and began to knock walls down, and I learned that you don't leave your hammer on top of the ladder when you move the ladder because it falls off and hits you in the head, and I did that 3 times before I learned that lesson.
All the time I was growing up, a lot of my classes were up here in this room right here.
The second floor weight room is stocked with donated health and fitness equipment and is available for public use for a small fee.
This was part of the squad room for the football team. And when you came up here, you always wanted to.
And Ben remembers the stench like it was yesterday. The Pirate football team's old squad room is now a mere dance room, with locals offering lessons to younger dancers. Today's Gary Batchelor Gymnasium at Moapa Valley High School is a palace compared to the old gym. The blue and gold colors and swashbuckling logos are sources of pirate pride for current students and for the community. But for old-timers like Mr. Robison, the modern additions to the old gym don't erase the old memories, even the painful ones.
It ended right over there.
It ended right over there?
Yeah, I got hit playing basketball, broke 2 ribs and ruptured my spleen. That ended it. I had a small scholarship to go play at Dixie College, And I still went to Dixie College, but I didn't play basketball. That ended my basketball career.
The old Overton Gym is located at 353 West Thomas Street in Overton. For more information on this place, visit www.oldogym.com.
The town of St. Thomas lived a glorious life and died a glorious death. It started out as nothing and eventually became submerged, part of one of the largest man-made lakes in the world.
St. Thomas is named after Thomas Smith, who was sent by Brigham Young.
Despite her lofty name, Sky McLean is more comfortable digging her boots into the ground. The National Park Service ranger leads hikes to the fascinating St. Thomas site, which was once a thriving Old West town. It's now a ghost town in the Silver State, rising from the depths of Lake Mead, which once covered the entire valley. In January of 1865, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints leader, Brigham Young, called Thomas Smith to lead an expedition. Mr. Smith's hardy pioneer pack consisted of about 9 or 10 men and 3 women, and settled in this area to grow cotton and provide a friendly respite for Mormons traveling between Salt Lake City and Los Angeles. St. Thomas was established in a strategic location less than 20 miles from the Colorado River. The nearby Muddy River provided water that was used to irrigate crops, and an established canal system delivered water to the town.
What we're walking around right here.
Hiking the well-trod Tamarisk Line Trail for a mile or so leads to the 47 features that still remain from the lost city of St. Thomas.
So this is one of the most prominent features here at St. Thomas. This is the Hanig grocery store and ice cream parlor.
In 1870 or so, the original St. Thomas settlers were stunned to learn that their village wasn't located in Utah, but in Nevada. Lincoln County officials demanded back taxes from the pioneers, who were faced with a difficult decision to leave or pay the levies.
They had to go back to their leader, Brigham Young, and ask what to do. And so he told them they could vote, and if they voted to leave, he would release them from their mission. And in fact, that is what happened, and only one family, Daniel Benelli's family, stayed behind.
10 years later, in 1880, other Mormons returned to the area, and the town was reborn. Cisterns were dug and installed, which provided drinking water.
Over time, people were still faced with communication issues. There were no cell phones or telephones. There was no electricity. They had to communicate with each other by word of mouth or the mail that might come in. They also had no plumbing, no running water. They would go to their cisterns that held about 6 months worth of water and draw water out of the depths of those 15-foot deep wells.
Around the turn of the century, St. Thomas continued to grow, and these artifacts are reminders of the early hardships and triumphs.
This is a 150-year-old community, so a lot of things came along and went, and then settlers would return. And as the railroad arrived in 1912, that brought their abilities to actually build the schoolhouse and build the hotel out of brick. Some of the homes were built from wood. Initially, many of the homes were just out of adobe and mud, and they made bricks out of that.
About 500 people lived in St. Thomas. Streets were constructed, businesses were born, including the Gentry Hotel. And of course, town founders needed a place for education.
Well, I actually hear some school bells ringing, so I'm thinking maybe that's where our next stop should be. Let's head off here to the left, and we'll go down to what is left of this 3-story school.
The rounded Art Deco steps from the old St. Thomas School are still remarkably preserved. One can imagine students going to class in the 2-story brick building. Built in 1915, the school continued to educate students from grade 1 through grade 8 until the early 1930s. Ranger Sky McLean quotes a former student, Marva Ray Perkins Sprague.
I remember all my teachers, dear Anna Arnold, Miss Birch, and Vera Whitover, were special in my life. The many parties at school, church programs, classes. Christmas was looked forward to. Mr. Peck, a railroad official, always brought cases of huge oranges. How we eagerly awaited that treat.
Far above the crest of any other dam yet built by man, or likely to be built for years to come.
The beginning of the end of St. Thomas was Hoover Dam. The massive federal project miles away created the floodplain that would eventually submerge this valley and force residents to abandon their town, their homes, and their way of life.
People seemed very happy to live here. Of course, they were faced with the change that happened when the Hoover Dam was being built in the early 1930s, and they had to give up their lands through the appraisal process that the government established. And so they reluctantly accepted their fate, that yes, the little town of St. Thomas was going to be no more. It did take about 5 years for the waters to eventually reach St. Thomas. And so during that period, I'm sure there were a lot of discussions amongst the neighbors, but eventually many of them tore down their homes and removed them and rebuilt them elsewhere, whether that was into Overton or they just sold it off as salvage.
St. Thomas has risen above Lake Mead 3 times, in 1952, 1965, and emerged permanently from its watery grave in 2002. In fact, Lake Mead still covers the region a few miles south of the town site. St. Thomas is located inside the park boundaries of the Lake Mead National Recreation Area and is a popular spot for hikers and lovers of Silver State lore. Visit nps.gov for more information. Probably the most stunning location along 169 is this place, the Valley of Fire. A Nevada State Park, this place is on its way to a record-setting season. Park officials estimate 600,000 visitors will visit the Valley of Fire this year. Dedicated in 1935, the world-famous Valley of Fire is the oldest Nevada State Park. Its name is evident by the magnificent red rocks and sandstone formations that were shifting sand dunes since dinosaurs dominated the landscape 150 million years ago.
So over the years, erosion from wind, but primarily water, has continued to shape the landscape into what we see today. As I touched on, this is Aztec sandstone. That's considered the softest sandstone, so that's why we get so many strange, whimsical, and carved out pockets and formations here in the park.
Coming to work at the Valley of Fire, Chris Johnson's office is one of the most unique places on the planet. The undulating landscape is a stunning sensation. The vivid colors are electric and can seem to be ablaze. This recreational paradise is a destination for everyone, from hardcore hikers and campers to short-term shutterbugs.
So the most popular activity is definitely going to be hiking, camping, picnicking, and just enjoying the scenic vista points, enjoying the visitor center / museum. And this park really attracts a wide variety of people. Some of that probably due to the proximity to Las Vegas. You get a lot of people out here that might not normally go to a national park or a state park, so it kind of introduces them to that whole world. And this has really become a internationally known park at this point. A large chunk of our visitors are actually from European countries, Asian countries, so we get a lot of people from abroad as well.
Popular with Hollywood producers, this Silver State gem has graced the silver screen many times.
And numerous filming projects here. And the professionals probably had the biggest impact on the park, if you will. Star Trek Generation, I believe that was '94. The one where, spoiler alert, Captain Kirk infamously dies, falls off the bridge. That was filmed in the Fire Canyon area. Transformers was filmed in the park. I believe there's some shots from Casino. And these days, numerous car shoots, fashion shoots.
Many of the daily visitors make the short 58-mile drive from the glitz and glamour of Las Vegas to enjoy a different style of stunning visuals.
Are you seeing it? Do you get the elephant?
Is that his trunk?
Yeah.
Elephant Rock is one of the many popular locations in the park. The namesake pachyderm seems to be soaking up the sunshine in his craggy home.
This is the Rainbow Vista overlook. We're looking down at what's commonly referred to as the White Domes area. Generally, that's considered the most scenic part of the park now to a lot of people, probably the most unique part of the park. As we can see, it's where you get all the multicolored formations, really stark contrast to what we see down on the valley floor.
And the White Domes area was once inaccessible to many, until a road was constructed in 1994. Providing an exceptional park experience for all ages to enjoy is a vital part of the Nevada State Park's mission. Valley of Fire's harsh setting means only hardy desert plant species survive, and the expected rattlesnakes, lizards, coyotes, and foxes dominate the animal population. But the most asked about Valley of Fire critter is, of course, the bighorn sheep.
Yeah, a lot of people are shocked to hear there's any kind of wildlife at all out here, and what looks like this bare and incredibly harsh climate. I guess the most exciting for most people is going to be the desert bighorn sheep. Pretty commonly asked question is, well, where do we see the sheep? Where are they at today? Where are they hiding? Short answer is you can see them all throughout the park. I mean, I've seen them down here where we stand. I've seen them on the west side of the park. They're generally more active at dawn, but still, it's just kind of right place at the right time. Some people camp here for 2 weeks, don't see any. Some people drive straight through and see a big herd.
For more information on the natural beauty that is the Valley of Fire, visit parks.nv.gov. We hope you've enjoyed this look at a few of the features along Nevada State Route 169. We encourage you to take the short drive from the Vegas Valley, have a hike, enjoy some gorgeous scenery, and learn a little bit more about the history of Nevada and our Mojave Desert and Clark County. I'm Randy Swallow.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
And there was a time you couldn't give away the land. Couldn't give it away.
It was during the Depression. They came in 1931 in November. They left everything behind. They didn't tell anyone they were coming.
People were terribly, terribly poor.
So hot and no business to be had.
Very few people, no families that I knew really had cars.
There was many a Sunday we'd be sitting there eating a big meal and he'd wonder if there's going to be a meal next Sunday.
There really wasn't much of a boom until the construction of the dam, and that's when lots of laborers really came here from all over the West, all over the country, to work on the dam.
When they came here, they were broke, and of course there was no money anywhere else. There was soup kitchens and everything else all over the country. The dam was being built, and this is where the money was. So people migrated in here.
And they were sleeping down past the graveyard. They had what they called a Hooverville.
There was probably a couple of thousand people living out under the mesquite bushes.
It was a tragic thing. A number of people here come here hoping to get work and couldn't find it.
The most important thing in life for most of us was to have a job. We did put that extra amount of effort always to keep our jobs.
One of my biggest memories was for every job on Boulder Dam, there was 10 men came here to try to get it.
Yet there were about 5,000 of us working on the dam at all times.
I worked one stretch without a day off for something like 10 months.
So you had to wait till somebody got bumped off before you got a job.
I made this promise to myself. You're not going to walk off of this job. The only way that you're going to leave this job is they're going to fire you. That's how much it meant to me.
We went down there, and when it was all dirt, they blocked it off.
They had men that would suspend themselves from ropes and bosun's chairs on the side of the cliffs. These high scalers would jump back and forth on this big long rope, and drill in there and put dynamite in and blow these rocks off. And
I remember seeing the first blasts where they were going into the canyon wall to make room for the dam.
we would go out and watch the big crane that would let the cement down and the concrete down into the dam when they're pouring the concrete.
The thing that fascinated me were the cement buckets that they would fill up on top. And then they had a string of cables that ran across the canyon. And these buckets hung on those cables and ran over to where they wanted to dump the cement.
But that was probably the worst job I've ever had in my life. I was 17. And us puddlers would get in. They would come in with their high lines, dump the concrete into the form, and then we would get in there and stomp around with our feet until we forced all of the concrete into every crevice to where there was no bubbles, no bit of a weakness in that thing.
And we went every couple of months and watched the full construction of it.
Yeah, I actually helped build that dam. I was a part of something that was pretty darn important.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
For a few of our annual celebrations. First, on June 12th, the Searchlight Library is hosting its summer celebration. Join us for a day of fun activities from the Discovery Children's Museum, cool off in the splash pad, and enjoy refreshing treats like ice cream and root beer floats. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Our Silverado Ranch Community Center is also kicking off fun new classes this summer, including gardening workshops, hydroponics classes, and vocal lessons. Visit the Silverado Ranch Community Center website or call 455-6811 for additional information about these great new additions to the program. For more details about events, programs, and initiatives, be sure to follow us on X, Instagram, and Facebook at Commission Aft. Until then, I look forward to seeing you all around A.
Good morning. This is the Clark County Commission meeting for Tuesday, June 3rd. We'd like to start with an invocation from Rabbi Sanford Axelrod.
So, dear friends, we take a few moments to center ourselves, to think about the highest ideals that guides each of our lives. As we begin this meeting, our hearts turn to the community of Boulder, where a peaceful gathering was shattered by an act of hate. Among those injured was a Holocaust survivor, a person who had already witnessed the depths of human cruelty. That such violence still occurs reminds us how vital our shared commitment to justice, compassion, and dignity truly is. To our county commissioners, those entrusted with the care and guidance of our community, I offer this reflection. Your work matters, for in your hand rests the power to shape policy to protect the vulnerable and to uphold the values that bind us together. May you be guided by wisdom, compassion, and unwavering belief that every voice deserves to be heard and every life deserves to be safe. Therefore, let us all lead with integrity. Let us choose empathy over indifference, courage over convenience, and unity over division. May there be no room for hatred here, no tolerance for racism, anti-Semitism, or any form of bigotry. Today and every day, may love be louder than hate, and may our actions speak clearly of our shared commitment to a more just and caring world. Let us say amen.
Rabbi, if you would come on up here for a second.
I just want to thank Chairman for a moment of personal privilege, and Rabbi Axelrod will ask you to come join us here in just a moment. Recently, I had the opportunity to speak in front of hundreds and hundreds of people who came to celebrate your tremendous career in Southern Nevada, and at that occasion, I got, thanks to my colleagues, the opportunity to present you with a key to the Las Vegas Strip, but we know that your work extends far beyond any one commission district. It is felt by everybody here, and for those who few of you who may not know, Rabbi Axelrod has served Congregation Ner Tamid for 37 years, going from 60 to 600 families. But beyond that, it is a community hub. It's a hub for people who come to do good. Their work is in what we call tikkun olam, or philanthropy, or making the world a better place, is known nationally, and his reputation is outstanding. And while we know that your work in Nevada and this country is far from over, we appreciate and recognize the service that you've given to Congregation Ner Tamid, the legacy, the tremendous legacy that you leave behind with those who come after you, and we thank you for your service to Clark County. So if you could, I want to ask my colleagues if we could just take a photo with Rabbi Axelrod, and we're going to present you with the ceremonial key to the Las Vegas Strip. Thank you.
I knew they'd make such a fuss, I would have retired sooner. Okay.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Your first item is to present a proclamation and recognize artists from the Save a Life Win a MacBook Pedestrian Safety Art Contest. Commissioner Naft.
Thank you, Manager Schiller. I'm going to ask our students to follow Caitlin and start making their way up here. My colleagues know that we recognize these extraordinary students who participate in the Save a Life Win a MacBook contest each year, this being no exception. I want to thank Aaron Breen from the university, who does an extraordinary job advocating for pedestrian safety throughout Southern Nevada for all vulnerable road users. And these students are absolutely doing extraordinary work, extending their voice to their peers to make sure that they know the rules of the road, that each of us have a role in keeping our community safe. And earlier today, we had the opportunity to share breakfast together and acknowledge their extraordinary work, but I want each of you to see them, to recognize them, to see their works of art on their screen, several of which are being displayed on RTC bus shelters throughout the community, and join me in recognizing these extraordinary advocates and wonderful artists.
Cool. That's good. Wow. Ooh.
And before they leave, if I could ask the students to join me in thanking your families, your parents who support you every day, who brought you here physically today, but who do so much to help shape you into the wonderful people you are. Could you clap for them?
All right, good morning, County Manager Schiller.
Commissioners, we can now move to the first section set aside for public comment.
This is the first period for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item on the agenda, come forward now, state your name, spell your last name, and identify the item on the agenda that you want to speak about. And school must be out because Mr. Spottleson's here.
I'll be here all summer. All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, hello, my name is Vinny Spottelson, V-I-N-N-Y, S-P-O-T-L-E-S-O-N. I'm here talking about the bullet we recently dodged on not...
I'm sorry, Vinny, you have to state the item on the agenda you want to speak on. If not, you have to wait till the end of the meeting.
Really? You want me to come back?
It's going to be a very short meeting, so if you don't have an item, just say whatever you're going to say and you can speak at the end.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
I just basically want us to know what happened, who talked to Congressman Amodei, did Marcus Faust represent that we endorsed this?
You have to wait till the end of the meeting.
All right, thank you, Commissioner.
Rules are rules. All right, anyone else wishing to speak on an item on the agenda? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and turn it over to County Manager Schiller.
Commissioners, we can now move to the agenda section. Item 3 is approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on May 6, 2025.
Mr. Chair, I move approve the meeting minutes for May 6, 2025.
There's a motion, cast your vote. That motion passes. Let the record also reflect that Commissioner Jones is excused and absent but excused.
We can now move to item 4, which is approval of the agenda with the inclusion of any emergency items and deletion of any items. Staff is requesting that item number 24 under your consent agenda be held until your June 17th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners meeting. Staff is requesting that item number 48 under the business section be deleted from your agenda.
With those corrections read into the record, I move approve the agenda.
There's a motion, cast your vote. That motion passes.
Can now move to the approval of your consent agenda consisting of items number 5 through number 38. Item number 20 will be taken separately, and item number 24 has been held.
Move approval of consent agenda item.
There's a motion, cast your vote. That motion passes.
Can now move to item 20, which is to approve the county arts plan and the proposed FY 2026 budget to manage the program, fund new public art projects, provide educational opportunities, and repair and restore existing public art.
Good morning. I ask that this item be taken off the consent agenda for a brief presentation by the Arts Department and Parks Department, because people don't realize how much we do in the arts, and so I thought it'd be fun for everybody to see some visuals of what you're doing. So thank you so much, Mickey.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Patrick Almeida, Acting Director, Parks and Recreation. In your packets today is the detailed public arts plan, or county arts plan for fiscal year 26. We have a short presentation to go over just a portion of that arts plan. So this is, we included our budget from fiscal year 25, which includes the cash in, any transfers into the account, the expenses for staff and benefits, and the general operating costs, which gave us the ending estimated funding balance that rolled over to into this fiscal year. Some of the summaries of the activities that we have accomplished this year is we've had 477 artworks, primarily by local artists. We are focusing on the local art community and the local artists. Through community engagement, we've had 10 projects, 5 which have resulted in permanent artworks, 3 historians, and 16 local artists that have been hired for projects, and I'll go over that a little bit later in the presentation. Funded projects completed this fiscal year, there were 4, resulting in 14 artworks, 14 artists hired. We hired a videographer for our Pearson Pillar project, which I'll touch on a little bit later. We have the gallery program, which we house here at the Rotunda, which is a rotating gallery that our public art staff schedule artists. We have jurors that oversee all of our, that do evaluations of all of our art projects and our proposals. We hosted 8 musical acts, 9 poetry readings, and 283 artists that were showcased through the public arts program. We have the Maryland Park Overlay District, 3 applications reviewed, and those letters of recommendations have been provided. In October this past year, we appointed Miss Ivy Vargas, who is our new poet laureate for the county. She's been very active in the community, has reached over 10,000 participants to date. Our youth participation, we are engaging our youth in our public arts program. 575 children engaged. One of the high points of that is our Von Tobel Community Center hosted a public art program with youth, and those youth's art was displayed at the Black History Month here at the Rotunda. Their parents were down and came down, and it was exciting to see the young artists have their art displayed here at the Rotunda and the Government Center. We are investing in technology. We do have a new software that we've acquired, which is going to streamline our artist submittal process. It's going to make it easier for our local artists to submit their renderings and their proposals for ZAP projects, murals. So we're really excited rolling that out. We had 2 full-time positions approved in fiscal year 25, so now our arts plan has 5 full-time positions. So we're really looking forward to what the art plan can bring with those additional positions. Public engagement, we're really pushing our social media. Our monthly newsletter is up to over 1,800 subscribers, as well as Instagram and our Facebook following. The public art division oversees 2 types of acquisition projects and commission projects. The commission projects are ones that are funded through the public art program. The acquisition projects are funded through other sources of funding, through overlay districts, redevelopment districts, and it's just important to point that out because staff does work on those projects as well. We do have a mural in the Spring Valley redevelopment area that staff is currently working on and working with local artists. And we use any existing agreements that we have with those artists to streamline those processes as well. So part of the community engagement, this is a list of all the things that we've accomplished over this last year, most of which have been complete. Some are still in the progress of being completed, but you can see all the investment we're putting into community engagement through the public art program. Staff is working diligently to engage the public in all aspects of the art program and ensure that we're communicating with them. We did women's history, we did some public art history, we did the Walnut Empowerment art, as you can see, the Spring Valley Economic Development, that's a mural that's in progress down there. And those are some of the things that we're doing to continue the community engagement, spreading the word of the public art program. Some of the previously funded projects, as you can see, some are still in progress. We completed 4 this year. Those ones that you see are on hold. We're in the process of hiring a project coordinator. And once we get that position in, we're going to circle back on those projects and get those rolling forward. But we did complete several of the projects, and those that are in progress are in the works, either through the RFP process. If it's a sculpture process, we're in the process of reviewing those. Sculptures can get very intertwined with details and engineering, especially when lighting's involved in those projects. So those are some of the projects that we're continuing to work on this year that have already been funded. So we're looking at rolling those out and completing those this next fiscal year as well. So some of the projects that were completed this year, we had ZAP 16, which were in Districts B, D, and G. We contracted with all local artists. We have an evaluation process that every project goes through. They submit renderings, and those get approved. So those projects were completed this year. We have the Family Courthouse mural, which is now complete. We're looking to unveil that within the coming weeks. That's at the Family Courthouse, an exciting new mural project that's really enhanced that area. One of the most exciting projects we had this year was our Pearson Community Center Pillar Mural Project. Commissioner McCurdy hosted the unveiling on May 15th of this year. We had over 300 dignitaries and prominent members of the West Side attend. The local artist, Michael Norris, gave a detailed tour, and if you have not been out to the Pearson Center, I definitely recommend that you go out and see the fantastic renderings that he's done. The timeline and the historical timeline that he's provided has really transformed that lobby area of the Pearson Community Center into something spectacular. So we were really excited to unveil that last month. We have the ZAP 17 in District F. Once again, we contracted with local artists for those projects, and those were unveiled. We've actually met with some local artists, had some community engagement with them, talked about some of their concerns when they're out painting the utility boxes. We've partnered with our folks at Metro to ensure that the artists are safe when they're out in the streets painting those projects. But you'll see and recognize those utility boxes as you drive throughout District F. So this is what we're proposing in fiscal year 26. This is what's in front of you as far as the budget for this year, the cash in, the budget transfers, staff and benefit costs, the general operating costs, and the art programming costs. New project allocations for this fiscal year, we're asking for $300,000, and I'll go over those new projects in just a minute. But that's what we're proposing for the fiscal year 26 Arts Fund. These are the budget recommendations for your approval: salaries and benefits, operating expense, conservation, the public art education, our poetry through our poet laureate, the galleries, both here at the Rotunda and also our Winchester Cultural Center, community engagement, and then the proposed new projects of $300,000. So those proposed new projects, we're looking at ZAP 19 at Nellis and Boulder Highway. We're looking at painting utility boxes in the Nellis and Boulder Highway area. We're looking at the Red Rock Legacy Trail cyclist sculpture. This will be a proposal to create a public art piece that's going to be not only a celebration of cycling, but also honor those who have lost their lives while cycling. The ZAP 20 project, which will be at Sunset Park. We're looking at painting the utility boxes in that park, which I think will be a nice addition to an already extraordinary park in our inventory. And then one of the things we're really excited about is the new concept with Lamond, and that's temporary art that's interactive. We're looking at adding or contracting with them for a year, and those pieces will rotate through parks throughout all of your districts over the next year. So we've already met with a few of you to discuss some options, and we're looking at rolling that out in July, and then we'll have those rotate into your each district. So I'll be meeting with each of you to see where you would like those placed. They are interactive. A lot of them have a music component and have the ability to record local artists, so we can showcase some of our local musicians as well. And then we did want to ensure that based on previous requests, we have really bumped up our social media so that our local public artists know how to submit and for these projects. And we do keep them apprised with the priority being for these new projects coming up that we do contract with our local artists. So that concludes the presentation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. As you can see, we're very active. Is this an action item? Do we vote on it? So this is the art budget. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question of Patrick? So one of the things that this board really wanted to see was public art outside of the Oakland A's system. So will you be working with the community engagement team, which we have a Clark County person on to, have some kind of hear what the community wants and then take it to them?
Yes, absolutely. We would love to partner with the Oakland A's, and I think a public art piece at that stadium that could potentially be funded through our public arts program. So we will be looking at some engagement. I know they have a large board and are starting to meet, so we want to get involved with that and see if we can't get a piece at the stadium as part of the public art program.
Okay, perfect.
And hopefully they're going to pay for that one, right?
That would be ideal, yes.
Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Patrick, and to all those in the department who really take the ball and run with it. We've, in District G, we've done a little something, probably a bit inspired by the things that your department has been doing. Connell Outdoor Advertising has a number of billboards around the airport. There's one that faces kind of northeast at Russell and University Center that is not really visible, unless you're driving north and you'll see the other face. So Don Kruger from Connell came to us several years ago and suggested that we might do a competition. And so elementary school students at Ward Elementary School have been competing, doing art, and the winner, the principal there arranged for someone to juror the entries and help the winning student kind of refine what they're working on. And I think we did our third billboard. The billboards go up for many, many months. And it's something that has been really exciting to the students at Ward, and we're told that the activities over at Ward are centering themselves a bit more now on art. And they get to see the public art because Connell puts that thing up, and it is so fun to see their faces, the families who provide the support to them. It's been a lot of fun. So thank you for what you do. I think it inspires us all.
Thank you.
There are no more comments. I move for approval of item number 20.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. Thank you so much. That motion passes.
Commissioners, it's not yet 10 a.m., so we can now move to the business section of your agenda. Item 44 is to identify emerging issues to be addressed by staff or by the board at future meetings, receive updates on the activities of various regional boards and commissions, and direct staff accordingly.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple. So one, I don't have an avenue on the zoning meeting tomorrow to direct Public Works to look at a vacation on Torrey Pines between Rome and Deer Springs. So I wanted to bring it up today so that Public Works could start working on it. It's a street that doesn't go through. There's a variety of things, but there was no avenue on tomorrow's meeting to do that. Two, I wanted to share my guests today, but also let the body know that I invited 12 of my Great American kids to come throughout the summer to really talk about and come and see what we do here at the county. So if you don't, I'll remind people that the Great American is they gotta say and recite the Pledge of Allegiance and write it. They have to do the states and capitals, they have to do the Gettysburg Address, they have to do the preamble, they have to do the presidents and the Star Spangled Banner. So in District B, in the last 29 years, we've had over 3,000 kids compete that because we really like to see our kids thrive. Which brings me to my guest today because he is all of that and more. And so I'm gonna give him an opportunity to speak, but first I want to welcome Justin Booman. He's 9 years old. He lives in District B. Turns out he only lives a couple blocks from me, so he's in the neighborhood, so that's even better. He is homeschooled through the House of Knowledge. He wants to be a pilot or a Major League Baseball player, so I did ask if he was going to be an A's fan, and of course he is. He named all these people. I have no idea who they are, but he's on it. He plays baseball. We really want to thank his mom and his aunt that came, but also support Dad, who couldn't be here today, but just goes to show you that being engaged in our kids is a great thing for kids, and it pays good rewards. So Justin ran for youth mayor. He was named the youth council person. He's the founder of Heroes and Hearts. He's got his own little business going on. He's on TEDx speaker, so he does all of that stuff already. And I'm going to give him the opportunity to talk about his little business and what he loves about Clark County, because we're a pretty great place. So good morning, Justin, and the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Justin Buba. I'm the CEO and founder of the nonprofit Heroes in Hearts. Our mission is to educate, encourage, and empower marginalized communities globally through leadership, legacy, and literacy. I am very pleased to be on the Las Vegas, Nevada Youth Council and to be here today.
Got any other exciting stuff? Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
So after last night, Sine Die, I feel like our future's going in the right direction. So just for my personal notes, but you know, we in District B always tell the kids nothing's free in District B, but when they're getting out front and they're getting up early in the summer to come and spend time with us to really be civically engaged, we want to go that extra step to help them. So being my partner today, and we'll get some good stuff done.
Any other comments? I just had one comment, and maybe a little premature, but want to thank all of our staff who went to Carson City. I think, as far as we know, we still exist, so they did a good job. So thank you guys down here for monitoring what they're doing, and hopefully there won't be a special session that destroys everything. But anyway, a lot of work went on, so thank you so much to the county staff in Carson City.
Commissioners, we can now move to item 45, which is to appoint 2 qualified individuals to serve on the Henderson Library's Board of Trustees for a 4-year term ending June 3rd, 2029, from the list of the following applicants: Cindy Anderson, Jennifer Andrikopoulos, Christian Bishop, Carl Catarata, Aaron Harris, Kimberly Johnson, Nathaniel King, Kelly Ring, Jennifer Russo, and Dominique Severa.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gibson.
We want to thank all of those who submitted their applications. We appreciate the quality of the people who are coming forward to serve the public. At this time, I would move that we appoint Jennifer Andrikopoulos and Aaron Harris to the Henderson Library's Board of Trustees.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Commissioners, item 46 is to approve and authorize in accordance with NRS 4.032 the appointment of Miriam Rodriguez, Esquire, Lisa Luceish Rigo, Esquire, and Lucinda Como, Esquire, to the panel of Justice of the Peace pro tem as substitute for Justices of the Peace effective Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025 through December 31st, 2026, or take other action as appropriate.
Mr. Chair, I move the approval of those for appointment read into the record by County Manager Sugar.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Commissioners, item 47 is to receive an update on the Clark County Water Reclamation District's wastewater programs and operations.
Thank you. Good morning, Tom. And I know I told you to be quick, but truthfully, you got 25 minutes, so take your time.
I wish you would have told me that yesterday, Commissioner. Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. Tom Minwigan with the Clark County Water Reclamation District. From past comments expressed by the board members, we will provide a brief update on a few of the matters and projects that are taking place within the Water Reclamation District. Our service area includes all unincorporated Clark County. The geographical region encompasses 6 different collection and treatment facilities. Our 375 employees are stretched thin, managing all the roles and responsibilities associated with these distant wastewater systems. I would like to point out there is a disproportionate scale of economies in the smaller towns as compared to the larger plant within the Las Vegas Valley that make the smaller systems a financial challenge. From the map view to the numbers view, our treatment plants are sufficiently sized to accommodate the various communities, allowing for growth potential. Please recognize only the Flamingo Water Resource Center and the Laughlin Resource Center generate return flow credits because the treated wastewater originated from and is discharged to the Colorado River system. We currently have 2 remaining reclaimed water customers. The one is the Clark County soccer fields across from the Sam Boyd Stadium, and the other is the NV Energy Clark generating station near Russell and US 95. Compliments are extended to the wastewater discharger agencies throughout the Southern Nevada region. Jointly, we are contending with sewer flows over 200 million gallons per day, treating to a very high water quality standard, and returning over 220,000 acre-feet of water on an annual basis. For reference, the size of the Flamingo Water Resource Center is very large and compares on scale to other wastewater treatment plants at the various major cities across the geographic western United States. The Water Reclamation District is the largest discharger on the Colorado River. We are the largest wastewater collection system and treatment plant in the state of Nevada, and our purpose and mission are community-minded. We are at the core of ensuring public health, environmental protection, and sustaining the water cycle for future Southern Nevada generations. The wastewater collection system is a sophisticated infrastructure of pipes, manholes, odor control sites, lift stations, flow meters, and flow-related devices to ensure the wastewater is conveyed away from the communities. The collection system removes human waste, pathogens in the various wastewater from the residential, commercial, and industrial areas. It prevents the spread of waterborne diseases such as cholera, dysentery, as well as hepatitis. Our challenge in the collection system is finding gravity solutions to convey to the wastewater across the town and away from the communities. We have over 274,000 accounts serving over 1.4 million people, which includes the tourists from the Las Vegas Strip. The main types of wastewater users are domestic, which are the residential users, commercial users, which represent the restaurants, hotels, resorts, offices, schools, malls, as well as hospitals, as well as industrial users, such as the factories, food processing plants, manufacturing plants, and dairies. It's fair to say, let me go back to this, please. It's fair to say that the sanitary sewer has a very distinct, crappy smell to it. I point this out because we do an excellent job with odor control throughout the community. I further make this distinction to ask if any of you have ever gone to a restaurant and got overwhelmed as you're approaching the restaurant with an awful smell. This is a good example that the restaurant's fog interceptor needs to be cleaned out, and the reason why federal pre-treatment standards are maintained. We export a huge amount of solid waste in the form of sludge cake each and every day of the year. 500 tons, that's 1 million pounds, okay, of sludge a day is removed from the Flamingo Water Resource Center by a constant parade of Republic Service sludge trucks. The reason I point this out, Hollywood Boulevard is an absolutely critical route to transport this material to the Apex landfill. For those brave enough to tour our plant, you will recall a super sensation of putrid smell when you were at the sludge bay. And if you were lucky enough to catch the loading of a transport truck, it was an extra special experience of smell. Okay? The expression on people's faces tell the whole story here. This is the trend of the in-valley wastewater flows for all dischargers on an annual average. The influent flows in 2024 were over 203 million gallons per day. The most significant and critical outcome of wastewater treatment for the Southern Nevada community is return flow credits. The wastewater dischargers generate the most reliable and stable water resource for the community. From the nastiest of waters to a highly treated water resource, return flow credits are the key to sustaining the community. Recognition again goes to the wastewater agencies in the region who generate the majority of the return flow credits represented in green on this chart. This slide emphasizes just how much and how critically important wastewater collection, treatment, and discharge to the wash is as a water resource to support our community usage. Wastewater agencies for the longest of time has maintained an out-of-sight, out-of-mind image. For this reason, wastewater has been referred to as the unseen utility. But for Southern Nevada community, the reality is nothing further from the truth. Although out-of-sight, out-of-mind is a good thing, the wastewater agencies exemplify the importance of public health, environmental protection, and sustainable growth. Wastewater has rightfully gained a reputation of being one of the highest impact, lowest visibility public service that a community can champion. In other words, wastewater agencies must be successful. Recognizing return flow credits are the end in mind for us, we must have a reliable wastewater infrastructure. I'm going to ask Sean Mullis, our Deputy General Manager for Engineering and Construction, to come up and briefly review some of our CIP program with you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. Sean Mullis of Clark County Water Reclamation District. I got the privilege to come this morning and present our capital improvements program. We have a 15-year program broken up in 5-year increments. Kind of projects what facilities are needed throughout our service area to ensure that we get those facilities in time to provide the reliability needed for those systems. I would like to step back and just take a quick glance at this chart showing the previous 10 years. We've had a rather aggressive capital improvements program. We built the Southwest Paradise Whitney Interceptor, which was a major sewer line bringing the southwest flows over to our treatment plant. So that was a big undertaking. But as you can see, we spent $1.2 billion over the previous 10 years investing in that infrastructure. The next 5 years are focusing on the plant expansion. As Tom mentioned, we have a large plant, but we're reaching the capacity of the plant. It's currently near 120 million gallons per day. Part of this 5-year CIP is going to expand that 30 million gallons a day for a total of 150 million gallons per day. Those numbers are projected to take us out to around 2050, 2052. We continually analyze that on an annual basis just to make sure that that we have the facilities necessary. This is a major undertaking. By the time you have the thought that you need the new expansion, by the time you plan, design, and construct, it could be a period of about 5 to 6 years. Looking at that 5-year total, we're looking at allocating $1.1 billion, investing in the infrastructure. As you can see the breakdown, we look at that as rehabilitation replacement, as well as capacity and expansion. A big focus of the next 5 years is going to be the capacity expansion, which is under construction now. The remainder of that will move into the rehabilitation replacement throughout the valley of facilities that have reached their age. We do work in a pretty aggressive environment, highly corrosive, so we have to maintain systems pretty often. Looking at the next 10 years, that'll bring the CIP value up to $1.5 billion. And the 15-year total look ahead is $1.8 billion of investment. This pie chart kind of shows the breakdown, again, as I mentioned, the rehab replacement versus the capacity expansion. Just showing that because of the aggressiveness of the system, we do a lot of work out in the streets, the neighborhoods, major sewer interceptors, bringing that pretty aggressive wastewater over to the plant for treatment. So we looking to dedicate $862 million for rehab replacement and an additional $818 million for capacity expansion. This is just an overview map of the service areas showing all the red dots and red lines show areas where we have projects within the 15-year CIP. We have a total of 72 projects working on 5 engineering studies as well as part of that 15-year program. But you can see they're scattered pretty much all over the valley. I know if you're out there driving around, you've probably ran into a few of these projects, going in rehabbing the manholes, the sewer in the local neighborhoods. It's challenging for the community, but again, necessary in order to get that wastewater out of those areas and over to the treatment plant. I'd like to focus on a subset of that 5-year CIP I talked about, and this is the 30 MGD capacity expansion at the Flamingo wastewater treatment plant. This one is over at Flamingo and Stephanie. We're spending on these 3 projects, we're going to spend approximately $626 million. Again, they're actively under construction. The first one we call is our primary and preliminary treatment improvements. We have an existing 14 primary clarifiers. This project will add 3 new clarifiers for primary treatment. Those are 120-foot diameter structures. Also, it'll include a connection to the existing pipeline bringing the wastewater into the plant. That was probably one of the most critical aspects of the project, is tying into the 3 84-inch diameter sewer lines that bring all the wastewater from the valley over to the plant. Again, you cannot shut the sewer down, so it was an effort by our contractors, and with the engineers and contractors, it did go smoothly. Also add new bar screen capacity, grit removal capacity, and then over to the primary clarifiers. These are the 3 84-inch diameter pipelines I mentioned that the project had to tie into. Again, they would actually move water from one pipe to the other as they're doing their work. They couldn't shut all 3 of them down. So it was a major undertaking by the contractor, but as I mentioned previously, it did go extremely smooth. We had no disruptions of service. This just gives you a perspective of inside one of those pipes. They were doing the inspection and joint testing of the 84-inch diameter pipe. large infrastructure going in place. Again, photos, aerial photos showing the polymer room, scum and grease loading areas of the new headworks. This is where the waste comes into the plant and screens out the heavier components. This gives you an idea of just the amount of sheer electrical conduit involved for the telemetry control and power of a facility of this nature, highly sophisticated operational schemes. This also shows a concrete being placed with a pumper truck, most efficient way to get the concrete placed. And these are the 3 primary clarifiers adding the capacity so we can get up to additional 30 million gallons per day. These are 120 foot in diameter, just over 20 foot in depth. The second project is the secondary treatment. This actually would take the water from the primary and process it through the secondary treatment. This project was $237 million alone. Again, looking at the sheer size of this is about the length of 3 football fields, showing the new aeration basins and the 3 new secondary clarifiers. Just a picture of the aeration basins. Again, large-scale equipment pumping the concrete, large amounts of concrete, and this is buttoning up the aeration basin walls. Again, some happy iron workers smiling. These are critical facilities, they have to be extremely precise so we have no leakage in the facilities. So these iron workers have done a great job. Extreme amounts of reinforcing steel required for these type of hydraulic structures. Again, here's the secondary clarifier. These are 140 foot in diameter, pretty large structures. Interior photos of those, just to give you a scale. You can see a couple of the construction workers in the background. Again, a lot of reinforcing steel, a lot of concrete. And then the third of the projects for the expansion on site would be the primary sludge thickening improvements. As you can see the layout, we have 4 clarifiers for the gravity thickeners for the primary sludge, also odor control facilities, as well as electrical building and screening building. This is located just off of our access from Hollywood Boulevard. These are the 4 new thickeners. Again, one of them is filled with water undergoing the hydraulic test before it can be placed into operation, making sure there's no leaks. Some of the economic perspective of just these 3 major projects alone, we had over 1 million hours of contracted work from contractors. We track that on a monthly basis, but that's pretty substantial for 3 projects on site, bringing that to the community. Also, we used 67,000 cubic yards of concrete. In fact, there was so much concrete, they actually had a batch plant constructed on site and actually did the concrete on site. That saved a lot of the traffic for the community of concrete trucks in and out, and also assured the quality of the concrete. Also included about 7,200 tons of reinforcing steel. And with that, those 3 projects put into the economy about $626 million. With that, I'd like to go ahead and turn it back over to Mr. Menwigan.
Sean, thank you. We're going to change gears a little bit and give you a little update on our septic system conversion program. We'd first like to thank the board, as well as Clark County, for their delegation of ARPA funds to be used toward this pilot program. Our program has made significant progress within the last year and a half. These 3 pictures are just kind of give you some ideas of some of the site conditions and or some of the efforts it takes to get across a personal private property from their backyards and normally where the septics are located to the front where the sewer pipe is in the street frontage. I would like you to please understand that there is nothing easy associated with this program. It is very time-consuming and staff time-intensive. Okay? Each of the public outreach interactions with the property owners is difficult due to the lack of the residents' availability, interest, and understanding the importance to the community. A repeated public education is associated with our communications with the property owners to help them understand it is the right thing to do for the community's long-term sustainability. As of this report, we have completed 133 conversions and have gained approximately 23.4 acre-feet of water. That is approximately 7.6 million gallons of water. The estimated water consumption of these septic properties varies by the property size, age, location, and now the water conservation response. We are actually using actual water records to determine the amount of water being delivered to the properties, to determine better estimates for the water recovery amounts. Again, we are making assumptions we're making assumptions based on the indoor versus outdoor water usage, and only the indoor water usage that currently goes to the septic tank is recoverable via the conversion to the municipal sewer. The program magnitude across all jurisdictions is approximately 2,000 acre-feet of water to be recovered. Our priority for the most effective use of the grants funds that we are using is pursuing the septic properties where a sewer line exists in the street frontage. The middle column there, highlighted in a different shade of blue, identifies by jurisdictions the estimated number of septics that exist that have a sewer within their frontage. I would like to recognize the members of the District Septic System Conversion Team for receiving the National Association of Clean Water Agencies National Environmental Achievement Award for our septic conversion program. NACWA's award was presented for the positive impact on the community's public health, environmental sustainability, and benefit to its residents. One of the struggles associated with the septic conversion program is the access to septic system records. The Southern Nevada Health District is the owner and sole maintainer of the septic system database. The Health District often warns us as to the accuracy and reliability of their data. We have partnered with the Health District to help and have them use our GIS program to help manage and maintain the septic system information going forward, or until they are able to develop a GIS ability in-house. So far, the partnership has been going very well and has been helpful to both agencies. We're showing a couple maps here where we're currently working in multiple locations of the valley within unincorporated Clark County. These maps show the general areas where the septics have sewer lines in their property frontage, and we also, as a priority, address the qualified census tract areas. The map on the left shows the boundaries with East Charleston being on the north, East Sahara on the south, Ashley Lamb Boulevard on the west, and Nellis on the east. The map on the right shows the area around the Bermuda and East Windmill area. The next program advancement we are very proud and want to share with you has been our wastewater monitoring and surveillance program. I asked Dan Fisher, our Deputy General Manager of Plant Operations and Laboratory Services, to provide us a brief overview of this remarkable program.
Thanks, Tom. Good morning, Chair and Trustees. Dan Fisher, Deputy General Manager, CCWRD. Tom spoke about part of our mission, or a big part of our mission, is to protect public health and the environment by treating sewage, reclaiming sewage. I'm actually here today to talk about a couple other ways that we're protecting public health, and the first one is wastewater surveillance. The first wastewater surveillance is wastewater as a science. The district has been a leader in wastewater surveillance since the start of the COVID pandemic in 2020. Wastewater surveillance, also called wastewater-based epidemiology, is the process of monitoring sewage, wastewater, for the presence of biological or chemical substances to track the spread of diseases, drug use, and environmental pollutants. Proven leading indicator. So the district proved very early on in the COVID pandemic that wastewater surveillance could be a leading indicator of disease outbreaks. This graph clearly shows the Omicron spike in our wastewater data, the orange dots, preceded the clinical spike data, the gray line, by at least a week. Therefore, wastewater surveillance data can be used by public health officials to mitigate outbreaks. There's three key elements. These are collaborations that are necessary to make this all work. I call it a three-legged stool, no pun intended. But first, wastewater agencies like the district skillfully collect representative samples from key locations in the collection system and our plants. We now have collected over 1,200 samples since the COVID pandemic started. Second, highly specialized labs quickly analyze the samples for specific pathogens and variants. And then finally, health agencies like the Southern Nevada Health District, the Nevada State Office of Epidemiology, and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control interpret the data and then act to mitigate problems. I mentioned collaborations are very necessary for this process. These are our current collaborations: National Wastewater Surveillance System, Wastewater Scan, Verili Lab. Then locally, SNWA, DRI, UNLV. And then in terms of the interpretation of the data and the actions, Southern Nevada Health District, Nevada State Office of Epidemiology, the CDCs, and then national wastewater organizations like NACWA and the Water Environment Federation. You've probably seen tables like this before. I doubt you can read all of it, but I'll just make a couple points here. First of all, you'll notice that the people that interpret the data, they specify whether an area is low, medium, high, ultra high in terms of the presence of diseases at a particular time. This data is updated constantly. Right now in the Las Vegas area, we're currently in pretty good shape. We're in the low category for most everything other than SARS-CoV-2, which is kind of low, and then norovirus, which always seems to be hanging out. One thing you'll notice is there's lots of columns on here. These are all the pathogens that are currently being monitored by this program. When this started for us back in 2000, there was one column. It was just SARS-CoV-2 for COVID. Now there's many more columns, and the next time you see this table, it'll probably have measles on it. They've added measles to what we're seeing now, and we actually haven't seen any measles detections in our valley. We've been doing it for a couple weeks now, and no measles yet in the wastewater. Moving forward, we definitely are committed to continue to participate in local, state, and environmental programs, advance wastewater as a science, continue our valuable collaborations, and being a leader in wastewater surveillance to serve our community. The second way we're helping to protect public health at the district is a concept we call SeaWorld. So welcome to our SeaWorld. This is actually a partnership with Clark County Vector Control. For over 12 years, the district has partners with heroes at the Clark County Vector Control, led by their supervisor, Chris Bramley, to support their program to combat mosquitoes throughout Clark County, specifically the interest in controlling West Nile virus and other pathogens that are spread by mosquitoes. This is a picture of the room that we're using, or Vector Control is using at our plant to breed the mosquito fish. Mosquito fish are actually scientifically called Gambusia. They're fairly small, as you can see, but they do a whale of a job. They consume zooplankton, small insects, and insect larvae, and that's how they control mosquitoes, by eating the insect larvae. This is a picture of one of the tanks that there's 4 tanks that they breed the mosquito fish in and feed them. The bubbles, the aeration bubbles, are kind of preventing you from seeing them clearly, but they actually produce tens of thousands of these a year. Chris Bramley tells me that this year they're going to produce over 60,000 of these mosquito fish for distribution throughout the Clark County. They partner with the health district and the cities on making sure that we keep our mosquitoes under control. So here's to Clark County Vector Control. That's it.
Thank, yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Commissioners, we're going to wrap it up, but I would like to share some of the other matters of interest that we've been collaborating with or involved with. One is the discussions we are having with NV Energy. And this is a discussion to recover and reclaim approximately 250 acre-feet of water per year from their below-down efforts at their Clark generating station. Other discussions and joint studies that we have with NV Energy and the Colorado River Commission involve the need to improve our power stability to the Flamingo Water Resource Center itself. We do experience what we refer to as microsecond blips of power, which knocks off the entire Flamingo Water Resource plant and has to be restarted manually from the get-go anytime these power blips happen. So we're in the process of needing to address and correct this. That's been going on now for a couple years. Another item that we have needed to pursue, we're looking for some type of a green energy solution valued at about 10 megawatts of power on the plant. So we are evaluating some of the best efficient power that can be achieved at this scale for the best economic price. We are also looking and evaluating ideas with Republic Services to identify treatment. So we've been looking for grant monies now for the last couple of years, looking for grant monies to do a study of treatment of what we can do to take their leachate. They claim that they have anywhere from 250 to 300 acre-feet of water they just let evaporate in their ponds. Now understand, leachate is the nastiest of nasties, okay? So it would take a study and some intense treatment prior to making that anywhere eligible to become into a wastewater sewer, a sanitary sewer system. And then also we always have ongoing infiltration and flow studies that are going on as part of the condition assessment of our CIP programming to see if any of the water and or wastewater in any way is either inappropriately getting in or leaving the collection system. On a regulatory matter of interest, we are very concerned about the federal policies as they may be handed down to either state or local authorities for, in this case, the state revolving fund is a good example for clean water projects. We are particularly watching the state revolving fund for our rural outlying systems because that's been a source of good funds in the past that seems to be in jeopardy based on the federal impacts. We are also always looking for grant monies to continue to advance our septic system conversion program, as well as the actually wastewater surveillance program is also kind of under attack at the federal level from some of the financing to the various partners that have taken place in that program so nicely over the last 4 to 5 years. On the local level, we will be requesting revisions to the Clark County ordinances addressing illegal dumping into the sanitary sewer systems. And we are also working with various state partners, developing new regulations for direct and indirect potable reuse. On the legislative side, our interest is really focused on AB 104, and that bill contains provisions that allows the state's capital improvement grants to include septic conversion programming. We will be applying for that grant if the bill does get approved by the governor. And Commissioners, I'd like to start wrapping up by thanking you, the board. I would like to extend thanks from my staff and myself to you for the support provided over years that allows our wastewater operations to be what I would tell you as good as they are. Also to our community of customers for their understanding and support of wastewater importance, as well as to our clean water team members who do an incredible job day in and day out, every day of the year. Wastewater never stops, nor do our employees. And last, members of the board, we have several of our managers from our engineering, construction management, plant operations, our laboratory and finance with us. These individuals are amazing people. They're skilled in their professional careers and represent the heart of the organization. They are dedicated and loyal to the wastewater profession. We are thankful and fortunate they are on our clean water team. Members of the board, we will be glad to answer any questions the board may have or hear any suggestions how the board would like the Water Reclamation District to further engage with you on a going forward basis. Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Tom. Seeing no questions or comments from the board, I just want to say that there's no more important wastewater agency than ours, because every gallon that you were able to collect and put back into the lake, we get a gallon back. So that is incredibly valuable, and so your role is fantastic. I also want to ask, is this tariff issue, is that changing any of your bidding processes for this, for your work you're working on, or is that is all the materials been already purchased?
No, we're constantly, the pricing in construction projects, if it's not procured in advance by the contractor, we're always subject to changes, both on the federal, state, and local levels. So that's the importance of getting our projects out there, getting them bid, getting them awarded, and get them going. But again, we're always monitoring our CIP programming and always adjusting costs as they do change.
All right, I don't think this is just a presentation, no action.
Can I ask a question? My friend Justin and I had a couple questions. So he's going into 6th grade, and I think he got his science out of the way for today, so he learned a lot. But is there a place where kids can go, because he's kind of interested in what is sludge? We all know, right? But for his age, when we start educating kids, I'm married to a plumber. You're not allowed to put anything down the toilet or the sink unless it's water, right? So dissolvable doesn't mean anything. Toilet paper, and that's it. But at the same time, for kids that are wanting to learn, like he's pretty interested in the mosquito fish. He actually lives in the zip code that I do, where mosquitoes are very prevalent. Yeah. So where can they go to get that information? Is that your questions?
Yeah. Commissioner, great question, and we are a believer and advocate of public information and education. So within our strategic services group, we do reach out to schools, and we do, in a case, show them even some of our vehicles that are used on an ongoing basis, our camera trucks, our Vector trucks. It's a great way to engage with the kids to understand the magnitude of size of some of these vehicles. Because of all the activity on the plant, we've really kind of scaled back on our plant tours, just for safety reasons. There is so much activity, but we will, and we used to host open houses on an annual basis, open to all our customers, and that was always well received as well. But Commissioner, I'll stay in contact with you and see if there's anything we could do to promote special type activities, especially for the youth, to get them understanding what wastewater and how important it is for the community.
No, and I just think that, and I can't remember if we still have it, but at one point we talked about creating a Clark County Kids page so that the kids could actually go and look for stuff. We did that in the legislature, and it got a lot more kids on their level, right? So I would just be interested in looking into like a kids page where we could highlight some of that stuff.
Very good idea. Thank you.
For you.
And I think she said she'd like some fish delivered to her office.
No, I'm taking them to Justin's house, not mine.
All right, thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you, members of the board. Thank you.
Commissioners, it's now 10 a.m., so we can move to the public hearing section of your agenda. Item 39 is to conduct a public hearing to approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance amending Title 20 of the Clark County Code, Chapter 20.10, Section 20.10.010, rentals, fees, and charges, Harry Reid International Airport, provide for other matters properly related thereto, or take other action as appropriate.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. We do have a short presentation for the airline rates and charges and what got us there, if that's appropriate, before you open up the public hearing.
Okay, please make the presentation.
Thank you. With me is Jim Crisley, Senior Director for the Department of Aviation, and just for the record, Joe Prokowski, the Airport Chief Financial Officer, is out sick today. So with that, we will go over very quickly. I do think that it's important to start with calendar year 2024. That's what gave us our base and our foundation to go forward. thank goodness, and you'll hear about that in a moment. But we had record-breaking everything: passengers, number of air operations. Our international travel actually recovered. We had month after month of breaking our own monthly record. Our TSA checkpoint was always ranked among the busiest in the nation. And of course, our mega events were all attributable to a great year that we had. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim to get into the new year.
Great, thank you, Rosemary. Once again, Jim Chrisley, Senior Director, Clark County Department of Aviation, for the record. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, but thank you again, Rosemary. But yeah, 2024 was such a strong year for the airport and the entire economy of our region. But as we moved into 25, January started out very strong. We also, as we moved past January, we started seeing a trending slowdown. And since February, we expect that trend to continue through the summer and into the fall. But as you can see, gaming's down, visitor volume, retail sales tax, and of course, air travelers were down in March, then again in April. But we do see this as a national trend, especially with the international carriers and the current ability for them to travel or desire to travel. And of course, nationwide, overseas was down over 3.8% nationally. But we do see this as temporary. And as we move forward, we see, as usual, Vegas to be at the forefront of that recovery. But we did have to consider this slowdown in our FY26 budget. So with that, as you can see, our projected or estimated anticipated numbers for FY26, we're looking at $57.5 million versus the record-breaking year in FY25 of $58.4 million. So that drives our budget with the reduced passengers, and we had to consider that flat to 1.5% decline. Looking at the breakout of our budget, the breakout from 25 to 26 is very similar. We do see flat to decreasing revenues with rising expenses, but the overall breakout of the O&M is consistent with what we've done previous years. So with all that rolling up together, with the estimated revenues to be flat to down, expenses up, and passengers down, that rolls into an increase in our what we call our cost per enplanement, or CPE. As you can see, we're rising to $8.69 from $7.27 or $7.27 last year. That certainly would be anticipated with the reduction in passengers and the expenses going up. However, as you can also see, we're still, even with the increased cost per enplanement, we are certainly still very competitive with the top 10 airports across the nation. On the very lower end, in fact, the bottom two, which as a destination city, that's very important to remain competitive with our rates. And this increase, though it does seem like a larger increase, it does take us back to where we were in 2017, 2018 levels. So it's nothing we haven't seen before, but very, very competitive. And finally, my last slide here, this is just showing all the rates that are calculated once we get the cost per enplanement and the passengers. These are the rates that are actually going to be published to the airlines for FY26, all resulting into that budgeted or anticipated cost per enplanement of $8.69. With that, let me turn it back over to Rosemary.
So the total operational budget is $776 million as presented to the airlines and approved by the airlines. That does include debt service. O&M comes in at 375 of that number. So with that, this is a list of the airlines that have voting rights, and we did receive unanimous approval. So with that, we will come back and answer any questions if you so desire. If not, then we ask for approval after the comments in the public hearing.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item? Good morning.
Yes, my name is Ed Euling. I'm curious to know how whoever does it is able to calculate the number of visitors and compare that with the number of tourists. How do we know, how are those figures determined? The main thing I get out of all this is the importance of coordinating what one agency is doing with what the airport is doing. What is happening in the LVCVA is that it's this group of corporations from Wall Street has been able to grab on control of everything happening on the Strip, and the whole country is getting very bad news about Las Vegas, and it's no surprise at all, given all the high prices, all the abuse by these corporations that's being permitted by the LVCVA. It's no wonder that the number of visitors is going way down. It's just amazing how the LVCVA reports a 90% favorability rating by the visitors, but if you go online, you see 100% very negative comments about what's going on here in Las Vegas. I don't know if the LVCVA is incapable of reading what is happening, or whether they're bought off, or what is going on. But this phenomena at the LVCVA is affecting very negatively the amount of money that the airport is going to have. Someone has to grab control of that situation. So I'm wondering what are the plans? One thing that the airport really does well is they have a fantastic group that deals with international flights, but for some reason we haven't been able to get flights from Asia. I think only the Korean Airlines is the only airlines that's flying here. And there's no flight from China, and China alone could double the amount of tourism here in Las Vegas. Chinese people love Las Vegas. They spend twice as much money as Americans when they travel abroad, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm curious to know how the airport is dealing with this. They have very professional people doing this, but we're not getting the results.
Thank you, Mr. Euland. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and ask if anyone has any questions or comments. Seeing none, see if there's a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move for approval and authorize the chair to sign the ordinance.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes here in business for another year.
Okay,
Right,
thank you. And if I may, I must thank my staff. That puts a lot of work. It does take a village, so we know Joe Perkowski, our Chief Financial Officer, but Scott Kickline, our Chief Revenue Officer, Philip Detner, and his team, our airline manager. It just puts countless and countless of hours, let alone our finance team, Tyler McHenry, Nolan Navira, and his team, and then John Wataki, our Deputy DA, that keeps us, that dots those I's and crosses those T's for us. So thank you very much, but it would not happen without your support, and we really do appreciate that. And we will ride this year together, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, item 40 is to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance levying assessments for Special Improvement District number 97B, Las Vegas Boulevard beautification maintenance between Sahara Avenue and Mandalay Bay Road.
All right, I'll open the public hearing. Is anyone here wishing to be heard on the ordinance levying assessment? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and move that the bill introduced at the May 20th, 2025 meeting be finally adopted as an ordinance. Cast your vote. That motion passes. The ordinance will be numbered and published twice by title.
Commissioners, item 41 is to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance levying assessments for Special Improvement District Number 114B, Las Vegas Boulevard South Strip maintenance between Mandalay Bay Road and Russell Road.
I open the public hearing. Is anyone present wishing to be heard on the ordinance levying assessment? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. I'll move that the bill introduced at the May 20th, 2025 meeting be finally adopted as an ordinance. Cast your vote. That motion passes. The ordinance will be numbered and published twice by title.
Commissioners, item 42 is to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance levying assessments for Special Improvement District Number 126B, Boulder Highway Strip maintenance along Boulder Highway from Interstate 515 to the intersection of Desert Inn Road and Lamb Boulevard, and along Boulder Highway from Flamingo Road to approximately 900 feet south of East Sun Valley Drive.
Is anyone other than Al wishing to speak on this item?
I'll be very brief. My name is Al Rojas. I live generally in that area. As you guys know, I'm part of a neighborhood watch group, and there's been a lot of talk about the trailers out there. We can't get the trailers off of there's people living in them. There is an ordinance against that, and I do apologize for the last time that I blew up that I didn't know. I did my research. And maybe some of these fees can be used to fund the constable's office to get these abandoned vehicles off. You know, we could call in. Nobody answers the towing division on the constable's office, and there's a lot of people that are complaining about these trailers up in that general area over on Mojave and on Desert Inn, and we're seeing a lot of that stuff on the east side. So I'm not sure how these levies are going to be used, but I do want to bring the attention that the constable office possibly needs funding to have somebody answer the questions so we can get more community engagement so we can understand how they operate. They never call us back. There's just nobody there at the towing department of the constable's office. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. I'll move that the bill introduced at the May 20th, 2025 meeting be finally adopted as an ordinance. Cast your vote. That motion passes. The ordinance will be numbered and published twice by title.
Commissioners, item 43 is to conduct a public hearing and approve, adopt, and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance levying assessments for Special Improvement District Number 162B, Laughlin Lagoon Waterfront Maintenance Project in the unincorporated township of Laughlin, Nevada.
There's a public hearing. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. I'll move that the bill introduced at the May 20th, 2025 meeting be finally adopted as an ordinance. Cast your vote. That vote passes. The ordinance will be numbered and published twice by title. That completes the public hearing.
Commissioners, that concludes your agenda. We can now move to the last section set aside for public comment.
All right, this is the last period for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on any item can come forward. Yes.
I'm probably going to use up my 3 minutes here. My name is Al Rojas. I live in Sunrise Manor. I'm very involved in the Neighborhood Watch program. I do want to bring attention to the fact that we do have a law that is very strict on shopping carts, and it's being abused, in my opinion, by Lowe's. Over on Nellis and Cary, we've already moved this one group that has, this couple that has about 10 carts 3 times. I don't know how much it's cost our city, but they've got about 10 shopping carts, and they just keep moving them. And I don't know, we just moved them out. I want to thank my commissioner in District B, who probably was the person who called in, because I did been putting it on social media. There was a comment of having a kid's Facebook page, I believe, if I heard it properly. And neighborhood, the community does really work well with Facebook. We have a Eastsiders page with 7,500 members on it, and we all comment on that. So I really do think that somebody should reach out to Lowe's. Their carts don't have a lock on them. I talked to them. They don't have anybody that goes and picks them up. I even went to the Henderson Lowe's, same thing, no locks, nobody over there picking up the carts. And I drove down here on the way, and I saw most of these homeless have 3 or 4 shopping carts right here on the historic west side. So these shopping carts are costing us a ton of money in terms of going out there and calling law enforcement, COP. I think our commissioner says that she's spending $25,000 a year, a month, dealing with these homeless. And I went to another location, the guy's got 10 shopping carts there, and I'm going, how did you get these 10 shopping carts here? He goes, I don't know, I sleep in my little camp over here, and at night people just come and drop off shopping carts and all kinds of junk. I go, are you willing for me to come and have somebody pick them up? Of course. So even some of these homeless don't even, they're also a victim, the homeless themselves. So anyways, please look into Lowe's, find out what's going on. I think we got to start enforcing our shopping carts law. I'm not sure about Home Depot. I'll give you guys a report, but these shopping carts costing us an arm and a leg. It's increasing the homeless lifestyle, which makes it harder for people like our church to go in there and all these services that we got to get these people back into service. They just let themselves go, and it's harder and harder to get these people to get the services they need to get back into society. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ed Euling. I think it's too bad that no one is interested in looking at this issue that is really endangering the city and the future of the city. And that is that these corporations, these Wall Street corporations, have in essence created what is known as a company town. The classic company town is Detroit. And when I visited back in 1948, it was the richest, by 1954, it had become the richest city in the entire country. And today, or 5 years ago when I went there, they were trying to give houses away. The city did not even have enough money to tear down the thousands of houses that had been vacated in that city. We're following exactly the same pattern where we're allowing corporations to make all the decisions, and by that we're letting them determine everything. And when the LVCVA was formed in, I think, 1957, the whole idea was that it helped the community in addition to the resort hotels, which were really gaining steam around that time, during the 50s. And now, today, everything goes to the LVCVA. They're subsidized with $500 million in tax revenues that could be used other places, but these are handed over to these 4 or 5 corporations, and they're destroying Las Vegas. They're really destroying what's our city and how it's developed, and the attitude or the impression that everyone has about the city of being a place where anyone can come and have a good time for a reasonable price. This board should reorganize the LVCVA so it's comprised of institutions that bring people to Las Vegas, not just politicians who are grabbing money and Wall Street hotels that are also grabbing money and taking advantage of this. The only member of that board who deserves to be on the board is the head of Allegiant, which actually brings people here to Las Vegas, and it needs more than that.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else, we'll adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
to helping people. And I feel that every day I come to work is an opportunity to help people. And I work with people, a great team of people here at the building department, and their sole focus is to help the public and serve the public. They're our neighbors, they're our friends, they're our relatives, and we're trying to make buildings that they live and work in safe.
What does the Clark County motto, Together for Better, mean to you?
Together for Better, which I love, by the way, to me means it's a partnership between the county and all the constituents that live here. So, and all the visitors who come here, all the businesses who run their businesses here. We're partners with the community. We're here to serve, and we're here to help them do what they want to do to make Clark County a great place to live. Here at the Clark County Building Department, we are always hiring, looking for good team members. We hire inspectors, plans examiners, engineers, administrative staff, building permit technicians. I'd love to have you work with us, be a team member here at the Clark County Building Department. Please go to ClarkCountyNV.gov and fill out an application, and we'd love to have you here.
You may be surprised to know that the right to vote was not the most important issue when the women's rights movement began in 1848. Education, child custody, and a right to control one's own property took precedence.
When the United States became a nation, adult women did not possess individual political rights. Our legal system authorized the propertied family patriarch to represent his wife and unmarried daughters in all matters. Nearly 70 years passed before women sought an independent political voice at the first women's rights conventions in Seneca Falls, New York in 1848. Rights conventions spread across the country, airing new ideas on women's property and legal rights. This reform arrived in Nevada with the pioneering transcontinental travelers. The Nevada Constitution, accepted in 1864, gave the right to vote only to white men. Curtis J. Hillier tried to change this in 1869 when he introduced a bill to allow women the vote. He argued that women possessed at least as much intelligence as men. They followed the same laws, they paid the same taxes, and most importantly, would introduce a new standard of public morality to the political process. Both houses passed the amendment that year, but failed to pass it 2 years later with the constitutionally mandated second vote. 40 years passed before the suffrage issue once again spurred a movement in the state of Nevada. Several women played instrumental roles in winning the vote for Nevada women. Nevada native Ann Martin played a decisive role in Nevada's second suffrage campaign. A veteran in the fight for suffrage in Britain, she returned to Reno in December 1911 and led the Nevada Equal Franchise Society to a winning county-by-county strategy to gain the vote. Bird Wilson, a lawyer practicing in Goldfield, oversaw the suffrage campaign in southern Nevada. She wrote Women Under Nevada Law, a pamphlet that was sent around the state as suffrage material. Las Vegas was a small town compared to Goldfield, and no suffrage organization existed until 1912, when Delphine Squires, active in women's social organizations and co-publisher of the Las Vegas Age, served as the local contact to coordinate suffrage organization speakers. While Squires agreed women should vote, she believed suffrage should be achieved diplomatically and not in the more radical ways of Martin and Wilson. Despite her discomfort, she played an integral part in bringing women's suffrage to Nevada. On November 3, 1914, the general vote was taken to decide whether Nevada women would be allowed to vote. It took several days for the results to be tallied, but the amendment passed, with a margin of victory coming from the rural regions. Women in Nevada voted for the first time that year, but it took another 6 years before Nevada Governor William Boyle signed Nevada's ratification of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, guaranteeing women the right to vote.
How we doing out here in Vegas? Y'all ready to have a good time tonight? Y'all give a big round of applause to Hunter Girl for coming out here and playing for y'all. Here we go. I'ma tell you what I've been thinking about. It took a minute, but I figured out life's better when you're around. That's the way I want to keep it. I'm feeling good about where we're at. If you wanna lay on the gas, we can get to forever fast. Girl, I can see it. Come on. I'ma build a house up on a hill. I'ma put your flag on a windowsill. I'ma drive you wild like a drive a tractor. I'ma rock you hard like a Telecaster. I'm crazy for you, baby. I'ma tell you, girl. California, Carolina, you ain't gonna find a country boy gonna love you more than I do. Y'all ready to party tonight, Vegas? I'ma let you smile and roll your eyes. And now you know what's on my mind. Looking at your girl, I can tell. I'ma have to buy a hammer and a bunch of nails. 'Cause I'ma build a house up on a hill. I'ma put your flag on the windowsill. I'ma drive you wild like a driver track. I'ma rock you hard like a Telecaster. I'm crazy for you, baby. I'ma tell you, girl. California, Carolina, you ain't gonna find a country boy gonna love you more. I'ma hold you close by the firelight. I'ma let you steal my shirt. I'ma thank the good Lord when I found that little piece of outskirt dirt. Well, I'ma build a house up on a hill. I'ma put your flag on the windowsill. I'ma drive you wild like a driver track. I'ma rock you hard like a Telecaster. I'm crazy for you, baby. I'ma tell you, girl. California, Carolina, you ain't gonna find a country boy gonna love you more than I do. Oh, you ain't gonna find it, baby. Oh, hell no. Hey. Country boy gonna love you more than I do. That's right. California, Carolina, you ain't gonna find a country boy gonna love you more than I do. How we feeling? Hey y'all, my name is Drew Baldridge. We're so excited to be here tonight. This next song's about growing up in the middle of nowhere. I don't know if we got any small town kids out here, but here we go. This is for the counting down the days, couldn't wait to graduate. Spray can painted Chevrolets, an FFA patch on your jacket. This is for the summer stacking hay and calling shotgun in your first taste of ice cold beer and girls to chase around that nothing but a map dot. This is for the middle of nowhere kids thinking that there's gotta be more than this. Cousin dust and wind and red on your skin and that one stop alive. All you raised on the John Deere fly boys, a song for all you cowboys. Yeah, I know right where you live, all you middle of nowhere kids. Hey. This is for the lead leaving and calling home. Your daddy handing your mom the phone, and you miss that first kiss time. That home team crowd fish running around your stomping ground since you've been gone. And this is for the middle of nowhere kids, thinking that there's gotta be more than this. Buzzing dust and wind and red on your skin, and that one stop of life. All you raised on the John Deere platform, a song for all you cowboys. Yeah, I know right where you live, all you middle of nowhere kids. This is for the middle of nowhere kids. Man, there ain't nothing better than this right here in Las Vegas, Nevada, y'all. Come on. I grew up just like you did. All you raised on the John Deere blackboard, a song for all you cowboys. Yeah, I know right where you live, all you middle of nowhere kids. Yeah, yeah. Nowhere kids. Hey. Well, howdy, y'all. How we feeling? My name is Drew Baldridge. We're so excited to be here playing some country music for y'all today. What a beautiful day we got right here, y'all. Come on. This next song, the guy in this song, he lost his car keys, he lost his job, he lost his girl. It's a country song. You know the guy loses everything? You play it backwards, he gets all his stuff back. Well, take that back. He still got his dog, all right? So it ain't full country. It ain't full country. He still got his dog. But he said, you know what? I got all these problems. I'm going to head down to the beach, because we can all use a beach in our life, right? And I know there's no alcohol here tonight, but we can pretend like we got a margarita in our hands, all right? Come on. We're going to take you to the beach. This guy got 99 problems, but a beach ain't one. Here you go. Girl dropped me like a yo-yo, so now I'm flying solo. New dude in her Facebook photo, looks like Chevy Chase. Lost my keys, I was late to work. Boss man acting like a jerk. He was dogging me, so I broke the leash. Put in my 2 weeks. Bought some Walmart shades and one-way tickets out of the USA. Girl, I bet you wishing you had this palm tree view. Oh, shirt, no shoes, but I got a hot date with the same in the sun. 99 problems, but a beach ain't fun. A beach ain't one. Margarita and a mini umbrella sure helps a sunburned fella. Around here, taxi cabs ain't yellow, but I took one anyway. Yeah, I did. I went on a little coastal cruise, just soaking up them ocean blues. Ate a local enchilada, and there's a town here called Chihuahua. Whoa. Got some Walmart shades and one-way tickets out of the USA. Girl, I bet you wishing you had this palm tree view. No shirt, no shoes, but I got a hot date with the sand in the sun. 99 problems, but a beach ain't one. Sitting here smoking this cigar, ain't no part of me knowing where you are. Oh, hell no. I got some Walmart shades and one-way tickets out of the USA. Girl, I bet you wishing you had this palm tree view. No shirt, no shoes, but I got a hot date with the sand in the sun. Everybody, 99 problems, but a beach ain't one. No, beach ain't one. Oh, it's feeling good out here tonight, baby. Come on. No, beach ain't Well, howdy, y'all. How we feeling out here today? Y'all feeling good? So my name is Drew Baldridge, those of you just walking up, and I'm a big 90s country music fan, big throwback country music fan. We got anybody else out here that likes some throwback country music like I do? So that means we probably got some George Strait fans out here tonight, right? All right, we're going to play an Alan Jackson song. How about that? No, I'm just kidding. It started way back in 3rd grade. I used to sit beside Emmy Lou Hayes. Pink dress, matching bow in her ponytail. She kissed me on the school bus, told me not to tell. Next day I chased her around the playground, across the monkey bars to the merry-go-round. And Emmy Lou got caught passing me a note. Before the teacher took it, I read what she wrote. Come on! Do you love me? Do you want to be my friend? And if you do, well then don't be afraid to take me by the hand. If you want to, I think this is how love goes. Everybody! I'm grown up and she's my wife. Still like 2 kids with the stars in our eyes. I still manage to chase Emmy Lou up and down the hall, around a bed in our room. Last night I took her out in a white limousine. 20 years together, she still gets to me. I can't believe it's been that long ago when we got started with just a little no. Do you love me? Do you want to be my friend? And if you do, well then don't be afraid to take me by the hand. If you want to, I think this is how love goes. Check yes or no. Check yes or no. Now, do you love me? Do you want to be my friend? And if you do, well then don't be afraid to take me by the hand. If you want to, I think this is how love goes. Check yes or no. Check yes or no. Check yes or no. We got some big throwback country music fans out here tonight. I love it. I just got married a little while back, which is awesome. My wife, she's way hotter than me. Have no idea why she's with me. Like way out kicked my coverage with that girl. And when we got married, my wife wanted me to write all the special dance songs. And that was a lot of stress, all right? It was a lot of stress, a lot of pressure. And I sit down and I got thinking about my mama. And I don't know if do we have any boy mamas out here tonight? Where's all the boy mamas out here? All right, we got a bunch of boy mamas. You got 5 boys, holy smokes. You busy. Well, I'll be honest, I wrote this song for my mama. I never thought I was gonna put it out. I thought it was just for me and my mama. Well, fast forward, me and my wife now have a little baby boy, which is pretty awesome. And yeah, it's the best thing in the world. It's absolutely the best thing in the world. And I wasn't gonna put this out until I had my son. And I was holding him one day in our bed. My wife was out running errands. I had studio time. the next morning, and I was thinking about what songs to record. And I came across this one that I wrote for my mama. I'm holding my son, and I'm crying big crocodile tears. They're hitting his arms because I'm thinking of my son dancing with my wife one day on his wedding night. And I know that sounds crazy, but it's going to go by fast. I've been told so by so many people. So I called my wife and I said, hey, remember that song I wrote for my mama? Listen to it now that we have our son. And she calls me back and she's crying. She's like, oh my goodness, you got to put that out. So we put this out a few months back, and it's been really, really special to watch so many mamas dance with their sons on their wedding nights. And mamas are special. I've learned that now, especially boy mamas. Y'all put up with some crap, all right? Y'all put up with some crap. And mamas in general, if you're a girl mama, a boy mama, y'all are rock stars. I'm watching my wife be a mama, and it's the best thing, but it's the hardest thing you women do, and it's amazing to watch y'all be special mamas. And so this goes out to all the mamas out there. It's all about having that last dance with her before you go on and marry the girl of your dreams. It's called Could She Have This Dance? Baby, here we are, white dress and a black tux. First night with the same last name, every eye here's on us. You look just like an angel, spinning round on this floor. Never been so in love, never been so sure. But baby, when our song ends and the next one begins, can she have this dance? Can she steal me for the next one? Just 3 more minutes before mama and her son. Yeah, she's gonna cry, and so will I, 'cause in her eyes I'm still her baby boy. Yeah, you know I'm your man, but can she have this dance? All the things you love about me, yeah, I learned that from her. How to love, how to pray, how to be everything that you deserve. And I knew from the moment I met you, she was gonna be over the moon and love you like I do. So can she have this dance? And can she steal me for the next one? Just 3 more minutes before mama and her son. Yeah, she's gonna cry, and so will I, 'cause in her eyes I'm still her baby boy. Yeah, you know I'm your man, but can she have this dance? And we counted down the days to say I do. And I know this night is all about me and you. But can she have this dance? Can she steal me for the next one? Just 3 more minutes for a mama and her son. Yeah, she's gonna cry, and so will I, 'cause in her eyes I'm still her baby boy. Yeah, you know I'm your man, but can she have this dance? All right, there goes out to all the boy mamas out here tonight. Can she have this dance? Baby, here we are.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much for that.
We're gonna make one. We're gonna point some more people out here. We got any veterans out here tonight? Where's all our veterans out here tonight? We got some veterans down front. Y'all, this should be the biggest round of applause of the night. Y'all give it up for all our veterans out here tonight. God bless y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm a big believer, y'all. Freedom doesn't come free. We couldn't be out here celebrating life and country music with family without freedom and the sacrifices that these veterans have made. And so God bless you all, and God bless the spouses of everybody that went overseas too. What a sacrifice y'all have made. And this next song, I've been very lucky to write some songs for some other artists over the last year. A guy named Bailey Zimmerman, which is pretty fun. We've written some songs together. Written a song for a newcomer named Chase Matthew, but this is my favorite song I wrote last year with a group called Low Cash. I don't know if y'all know Low Cash. And we got to talking how we felt like America's lost a little patriotism as of late. That's how I feel. But when I come to country concerts and I look out here and I see American flag shirts and I see shirts, it makes me realize patriotism ain't died at all, y'all. It ain't died, especially right here in Las Vegas tonight. Patriotism ain't dead. And when we sat down and we wrote this song, we were like, you know what? It's almost like our three favorite colors are red, white, and blue. This goes out to everybody that loves America. Y'all ready? Come on. Yeah. My favorite music's country. My favorite truck's a Ford. My favorite spot to fish is down off the floor, Bama shore. And my go-to bar is Tootsie's. My beer of choice is Bud. And when it comes to college football teams, I only cheer for one. But I got three favorite colors, not just one, not just two. I got three favorite letters, let me spell them out for you. They say USA, where I wish everything was made. Every truck, every boot, and every tool. That's right. I got three favorite colors. What are they, y'all? Red, white, and blue. Hell right. My favorite road is red dirt. I love my big sky blue. I paint my picket fences white, and I got a front porch view of a flag out in the front yard, just a blowing in the breeze. If you ask me just to pick out one, I can't, no, not me, 'cause I got three favorite colors, not just one, not just two. And I got three favorite letters, let me spell them out for you. And they say USA, where I wish everything was made. Every truck, every boot, every tool. I got three favorite colors. What are they? Red, white, and blue. That's right. This song goes out to the home of the brave, for the land of the free. We're gonna sing it one more time, y'all. The count of 1, 2, 3. I got three favorite colors, not just one, not just two. I got three favorite letters, let me spell them out for you. They say USA, where I wish everything was made. Every truck, every boot, every tool. I got three favorite colors. What are they? That's right. Red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. America, baby, come on. Yeah. So I told you earlier, I'm a big 90s country music fan. And y'all said y'all are big 90s country music fans. So what we're going to do, we're going to do a little test here, see how good you think y'all know some country music. You got me? All right, let's see if y'all know these songs right here. Kick it off, boys. Come on. Y'all pass that first test right here. All right, let's see if y'all know this one right here. You ready, brother? You gotta know this. You in a cowboy hat, all right? Here we go. Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee, it gets hotter than a hoochie coochie. We laid rubber on the Georgia asphalt, got a little crazy, but we never got caught. Down by the river on a Friday night, pyramid of canes in the pale moonlight, talking about cars and dreaming about women. Never had a plan, just living for the minute. Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee, never knew how much that muddy water meant to me. I learned how to swim and I learned who I was. A lot about living and a little about love. Where's all my Alan Jackson fans out here tonight? Yeah. Yeah. All right. We couldn't do 90s country music without remembering Toby Keith right here, y'all. One of the greatest singer-songwriters of all time. We're really gonna miss him in country music. But let's sing so loud tonight, he can hear us up in heaven. Y'all ready? That you never heard old Marshall Dillon say, Miss Kitty, have you ever thought of running away? Settling down, would you marry me? If I asked you twice and begged you pretty please, she just said yes in a New York minute. They never tied the knot. His heart wasn't in it. He stole a kiss as he rode away. He never hung his hat up. Where at Kitty's place. I should have been a cowboy. I should have learned to rope and ride. Wearing my six-shooter, riding my pony on a cattle drive. It's good in a young girl's heart, just like Jane and Roy, singing those campfire songs. Oh, I should have been a cowboy. Yes, sir. I saw the light. I've been baptized by the fire in your touch and the flame in your eyes. I'm born to love again. I'm a brand new man. The old town's talking about the line I'm walking that leads right to your door. Oh, how I used to roam. I was a rolling stone. I used to have a wild side. They say a country mile wide. I burned those beer joints down. That's all changed now. You turn my life around. All right, y'all sing it if you know it. Here we go. I saw the light. I've been baptized by the fire in your touch and the flame in your eyes. I'm born to love again. I'm a brand new man. I saw the light. I've been baptized by the fire in your touch and the flame in your eyes. I'm born to love again. I'm a brand new man. I'm born to love again. I'm a brand new man. Hey. Keep it on your toes back there. Y'all still with us out there, everybody? Y'all still having a good time? So for those of you just walking up, my name's Drew Baldridge. Really excited to be here hanging out in Las Vegas tonight. Big round of applause to my friends, 107.9 Coyote Country, y'all. I wouldn't be here tonight without them. When you come to one of my concerts, I just want you to know you're going to get real music. I love writing real songs, songs that are real to me. I'm sure some of y'all have been hearing my song called She's Somebody's Daughter that Coyote Country's been playing. And that's a real song. And this next one I'm going to play for you guys, this is a real song too. And this next song, I grew up on a farm, middle of nowhere. And my grandpa was my superhero. I thought my grandpa was never going to die. I thought he was going to be with us forever. And we lost him a couple years ago. And I think the hardest thing was now having a little boy. He's never going to know my grandpa, I thought. You know, I always said, man, it would be so cool if my kids get to know my grandpa, and that didn't happen. And then it hit me one day. My grandpa, my son is going to know my grandpa because I'm not going to let his legacy die. I'm going to keep on passing that down. And maybe there's somebody up in heaven right now tonight looking down on you that left a legacy on your life that you need to pass down, all right? You need to pass that legacy down. Don't ever let it die. And I sit down and I wrote this song all about it. It's one of my favorite songs I ever wrote. We're going to slow it down a little bit. And I know I wrote this about my grandpa, but tonight, let it be about whoever is up there on God's front porch tonight for you, all right? He taught me how to drive a Massey. That's a tractor, just in case anybody's wondering, all right? He taught me how to drive a Massey, how to work a clutch and keep it straight. Wore the gold off a wedding band, only loved one woman till her last day. Saturdays we're checking trout lines, catfish sermons in a John boat, talking girls and talking life, laughing at all his clean bad jokes. He was Superman in overalls, at least that's what I thought. Now he's up there with the angels and the good Lord by his side. And I'm down here trying like hell not to cry, still wishing for a little more time. He was gentle, he was strong, and when he passed it on. More than that money in his pocket, that truck that he bought us back in 1989. More than that field full of cotton, he's gone, I've forgotten we might have said goodbye. A small town man's legacy never dies. He had his own garden and he grew tomatoes so he could share them with the folks in town. Give his shirt off his back to a stranger, everything he owned by the sweat of his brow. Oh, I can see him now. I bet he's looking down up there with the angels and the good Lord by his side. And I'm down here trying like hell not to cry, still wishing for a little more time. He was gentle, he was strong, and when he passed it home. More than that money in his pocket, that truck that he bought us back in 1989. Said goodbye, but a small town man's legacy never dies. Never dies. I can't wait to teach my son everything he taught me. I can't wait to carry on. Up there with the angels and grandma by his side. And I'm down here trying like hell not to cry, still wishing for a little more time. He was gentle, he was strong, and when he passed it on. More than that money in his pocket, that truck that he bought us back in 1989. More than that beer full of cotton, he's gone, I've forgotten goodbye. But a small town man's legacy never dies. It never dies, never dies. It never dies. Thank y'all for letting me sing that song right there. All right, we're going to get all the tears out of our eyes now, all right? We're going to do, I know Las Vegas is known for their gambling and all that stuff, but tonight we're turning this place into honky-tonk town, all right? Y'all ready to go honky-tonk it? Come on. Get them hands together. If you roll in here, you're gonna see it. If you ain't from here, you won't believe it. Friday night, you know we do it right. And once you get a taste, it's hard to beat it. And no matter what you drink, you're gonna be overthinking. The hole in the wall, y'all a hole of a me. One song, down, all the thing about is 2 steps, long legs, spin that paycheck on your bed. Now, holler loud like a hound dog, slam up, get him out there, going crazy, scream and boot, till we shut the place down in this one-horse, three-chord country song, honky-tonk town. That's right. Rodney's in the corner just a blowing cards. Stacy's on the stool, man, breaking damn hearts. Karen's outside complaining about the noise, while the band's on stage picking good old boys. Homegrown brewer, ain't nothing to it. Don't know what they're beating. One song, down, all the thing about is 2 steps, long legs, spin that paycheck on your baby. Now, like a hound dog, slam up, everybody going crazy, screaming and boot, till we shut the place down in this one-horse, three-chord country song, honky-tonk town. Yeah, honky-tonk town. Oh, baby. Leave it behind. Looking on your girl's the only thing on your mind. Ain't no denying, got a good time weakness, so we spend Sunday mornings talking to Jesus. Can I get an amen? A song down, 2 steps, long legs, spin that paycheck on your baby. Now, holler loud like a hound dog, slam up, getting ready, going crazy, screaming and boot, till we shut the place down in this one-horse, three-chord country song, honky-tonk, swing though one more till it's gone, honky-tonk town. Yeah, honky-tonk town. Man, how we feeling out here, everybody? We got a couple more songs for you guys. This was my very first single to country radio. Y'all ready to dance with me one more time? Y'all want to dance a little bit? Come on. Come on. Here we go. Hey, hey. I know you got something up your sleeve. Yeah, girl, don't lie and don't be shy. I don't need to try and get your number, get you drunk, or take you home. Nah, 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 nah. I just wanna dance with you, Dance with me. Yeah. I wanna get you dancing like a dancing machine. Wanna feel your pretty body feeling the beat. Hey, 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 hey. Spin that thing like a hurricane, girl. Light that fuse, make your move. Everybody go boom, 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 boom. I just wanna dance with you all night. Till you dance with you, hold on tight. And come on, girl, get on your feet. Show me something that I ain't seen. Dance with you, dance with me. Y'all ready to dance with us? Hey, woo. Hey. I wanna get you dancing like a dancing machine. Wanna feel your pretty body feeling the beat. So Las Vegas, how we doing? I love y'all so much. Thanks so much for coming out here tonight. My name's Drew Baldridge. Hope y'all have had as much fun as I've had with you guys. Y'all, this next song I'm about to play for you guys, this is the song that changed my life over the last year and a half, and very, very lucky. I wrote this song after meeting my wife, but at that time she was just my girlfriend. I met her dad for the first time. And I remember driving back to Nashville and thinking to myself, like, if I break her heart, I'll be breaking her mama's heart and her daddy's heart too. And so I sit down, I wrote this song as a message to me to never forget that. And at this time, when I put it out, I had no record deal. I had nothing. And I posted it on TikTok. I know that sounds crazy. And y'all ran with it. And on the first video, we had over 10 million views on it. And I'll be honest, I thought I was going to get a record deal. No record companies called me. Nobody called me. And so, in June of last year, I decided to do something crazy. Created my own record label and sent this song to country radio myself. And the only way I could do it is by you guys streaming this song. Y'all have streamed it over 120 million times. And now, because of that, it's getting played on 107.9 Coyote Country, y'all, right here in Las Vegas. Y'all were one of the very first stations in America to play this song. I'm very, very grateful for y'all. And girls, listen up. If you could take anything away from tonight, find somebody that's going to treat you like you're somebody's daughter, all right? Find somebody that's going to treat you right. Know your worth. The song's called She's Somebody's Daughter. Here we go. She's more than just a pretty face in a late night bar, more than just a pair of tight jeans sitting in your car. She's more than a last call kiss or a one night stand. Remember, boy, you weren't the first to hold her hand. She's somebody's daughter. She's somebody's everything. She's somebody's little girl, even if she's grown up and moved away. She's somebody's whole world. She's somebody's baby. And if you don't treat her right, hers won't be the only heart you're breaking. She's somebody's daughter. Yes, she is. Her daddy bought her a first car, taught her how to drive, scared her senior prom date under that porch light. Her mama wiped away the tears from her first heartbreak and said, honey, he ain't good enough for you anyway. She's somebody's daughter. She's somebody's everything. She's somebody's little girl, even if she's grown up and moved away. She's somebody's whole world. She's somebody's baby. If you don't treat her right, hers won't be the only heart you'll break. She's somebody's daughter. She's somebody's daughter. She's a picture on a mantle up above a fireplace. She's pigtails blowing out candles on her birthday cake. She's a driving off to college, tear in her mama's eye. Yeah, she's a daddy's girl. You better treat her right, 'cause she's somebody's. She's somebody's daughter. Where's all the daughters out there tonight? She's somebody's whole world. She's somebody's baby. Maybe you don't treat her right, hers won't be the only heart you're breaking. She's somebody's daughter. She's somebody's daughter. She's somebody's daughter. She's somebody's daughter. Las Vegas, thank you all so much. I'm very humbled and very blessed to be here tonight. I love everybody for being here. God bless y'all, seriously. Big round of applause to 107.9 County Country for playing that song right there. And I tell you guys what, as soon as I get off this stage, we got a merch table over here, and I'd love to meet y'all. Say hey, take a picture, sign something. But before I do that, one more thing. I have never had a song that y'all have known every word to, all right? So we're gonna sing this chorus one more time, all right? And I wanna hear you sing it as loud as you can if you know it. Y'all ready? She's somebody's. She's somebody's everything. She's somebody's little girl, even if she's grown up and moved away. She's somebody's whole world. She's somebody's baby. And if you don't treat her right, hers won't be the only heart you're breaking. She's somebody's daughter. Thank you all so much. My name is Drew Baldridge. Give it up for this band. Like I said, I'm going to be right over here to my right. Y'all's left. Please come over and say hi. I'd love to meet y'all, sign whatever, take a picture. God bless y'all. Thanks for being an amazing crowd tonight. Love you guys. Thank you.
So, I'm kind of new here, but I've noticed a trend. My human does this funny thing where she goes around and gets all my toys, and then she hides them in that basket by the door. You know, but it's always the same basket. and it's always in the same place. And then she acts so surprised when I find them, but, she's putting them in the same basket again. It's like, hello, that's where you put it last time. You were the worst at hide and go seek.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Right now on UMC Digest, top honors for a top team. The UMC Center for Transplantation receives national recognition. Plus, Revitalizing UMC, a look at the historic renovation to our hospital's 26-acre campus. And how to save a life when seconds count, the complimentary class giving community members the tools they need in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. Hello, everyone. I'm Danita Cohen, Chief Experience Officer at UMC, and welcome to UMC Digest. A big win for Nevada healthcare right here at UMC. Our hospital Center for Transplantation getting national recognition for its life-saving work. Top marks for a top team. The UMC Center for Transplantation reached #1 status ahead of more than 250 other kidney transplant programs nationwide. UMC's kidney transplant program was recognized by the Scientific Registry for Transplant Recipients in 2 key metrics: shortest wait times for patients to receive a kidney and highest 1-year kidney survival rate.
We achieved it as a team just by the work that was done. A lot of this work that was put in was ultimately for the city, for the community, for the state. And now UMC boasts of a kidney transplant center that's at the top of the national rankings. But it's all partly due to the center, but also due to our patients who've taken good care of the organs they've been given.
Dr. Suni Patel, medical director of the program, says this achievement really speaks to the amazing team that UMC has put together to help these patients live their best lives.
So I think a lot of changes were made in the program. We had the support of the institution and the city, and that has definitely helped translate into these numbers.
Michael Smith is one of those patients. He says he would not be alive today without the help of his care team.
Now I'm back full strength and trying to get back to what I do best, which is also caring. So being a healthcare provider for about 20 years, I evaluated this whole process, and I'm like, I've never seen healthcare professionals like this team. They deserve every accolade that's being given to them.
UMC is home to the only transplant center in Nevada, providing life-changing care for a growing number of community members. Welcome to a whole new UMC. Southern Nevada's hometown hospital is getting a major makeover. UMC is embarking on a historic renovation. After more than 93 years of serving Las Vegas, this project will revitalize its exterior and campus grounds to match the extraordinary care given inside the walls every day. UMC CEO Mason Van Houweling says this large-scale project is necessary to make sure our community jewel is around for another 90 years and beyond.
It's an important project for me to make sure that this was done and really support our UMC team members and our patients in our community. This is the hometown hospital. It's going to take about 3 years, but very excited. Long overdue, but she's going to look beautiful when we're done with her.
This project will include a modernization of the campus, new lighting, new landscaping, improved traffic and pedestrian access, and the construction of 2 healing gardens for patients and visitors to enjoy. The project is expected to wrap up in the summer of 2025. Minutes matter when it comes to saving a life. Do you know what to do in an emergency? According to the American Heart Association, more than 350,000 people die of cardiac arrest in the United States every year, and immediate CPR can double or even triple somebody's chances of survival. You can learn this life-saving skill at no cost right here at UMC.
Minutes count when you're doing CPR.
It's a race against the clock when someone goes into cardiac arrest.
It's true numbers. 90% of cardiac events happen outside the hospital, so they happen around loved ones.
Wherever you are, there are simple steps you can take that can save a life.
Your hands are going to be like this, in this position, over the center of the chest, and essentially, you are the substitute heart. You are pumping that heart that is stopped.
The Healthy Living Institute at UMC is empowering community members to take action in an emergency with complimentary CPR classes.
It is imperative, and UMC's belief, that individuals should know this life-saving skill.
Amy Runge is the clinical manager of the Healthy Living Institute. She says the demand for this type of education is increasing, with recent incidents making national headlines, bringing new importance to this vital skill.
Minutes count. So for an individual to have the confidence to know, I call 911, and then what do I do next? It is crucial.
Yolanda Gibbons joined the class with family in mind.
I'm retired, and I thought it would be a very useful and helpful skill to have to be able to help out loved ones as well as strangers if I'm in like a restaurant or something. So.
And thanks to a recent change in curriculum from the American Heart Association, Gibbons feels like it will be easier for more people to learn CPR.
I thought the only way that you could do CPR was mouth to mouth. And one of the things I learned today was that apparently the scientists and the really smart people have determined that you can just do hand compressions.
They studied hands only. What if we only pump on the chest? We only do compressions. And they discovered lives were saved.
I think creates obstacles for people wanting to help out with CPR is thinking, I don't know if I want to put my mouth on someone else and that kind of thing. So it was great to learn that.
Buddy, you okay? You okay? You call 911, you get an AED. How many seconds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I keep going. Bottom line is anybody and everybody should take this class. It is crucial information and one day could save a loved one.
And I think it makes our community stronger too if you can take advantage of it and if you've got the time.
The Healthy Living Institute at UMC is proud to offer adult, child, infant, and even pet CPR classes at no cost for our community members. We also offer valuable education for seniors, new parents, and whoever else wants to learn how to save a life. To learn more about the Healthy Living Institute or to sign up for one of our complimentary classes, just log on to umcsn.com/HLI. UMC is home to Nevada's only verified burn center. Taking care of thousands of critically injured patients every year, this vital community resource started because of one little girl and her loving father.
Where there's a need, there's a lion.
And Burn Center has saved thousands of lives.
I'm here just because of them.
For more than 55 years, the UMC Lions Burn Care Center has been a beacon of hope in the community for some of Nevada's most critically injured patients. It's all thanks to one pioneering lion who saw a need firsthand. In 1951, Byron Underhill faced any parent's worst fear. His 7-year-old daughter, Anne, was performing a magic trick she had just seen on their brand new television set when everything went horribly wrong. She struck a match and the flame caught her dress, quickly burning a large portion of her body. Because there wasn't a designated burn center in Las Vegas, Anne wasn't able to get the treatment she needed for her severe injuries, and she passed away. Turning his grief into purpose, Underhill called on his fellow Lions to make sure this would never happen to another family in Southern Nevada, and they decided to build a first-of-its-kind facility at UMC.
Took them several years to raise money and work with the hospital, and they ended up opening the first burn center.
The Lions Burn Care Center opened in 1968. The 900-square-foot unit was state-of-the-art for its time, with special air conditioning units to control temperature and humidity, electronic beds, mobile whirlpool baths, and more.
There was only 3 beds, And now today we're up to 16 beds and we see a whole lot of patients.
Yasmin Conaway is the burn program manager. She says thanks to decades-long support from the Lions Club of Clark County, the burn center not only continues to grow, but thrive as a leader in burn care nationwide.
We know that we are providing the most up-to-date research and care and science that we're providing to our patients. So that was really important to us, continuing that as well. We also look at our patient outcomes and our patient care, that we are doing the best thing we can for our patients.
The UMC Lions Burn Care Center is Nevada's only verified burn center by the American Burn Association. It serves a 10,000 square mile radius, treating patients not only in the Silver State, but surrounding areas, including Southern California, Utah, and Arizona.
So we're very committed to providing a full breadth of care, so that way we can get these patients back to make them as whole as possible again.
Dr. Syed Saqib is the medical director of the Lions Burn Care Center. He says what makes this unit so special is the dedicated team working together to help every patient. Recovery from a burn can be a long and painful journey, but with support from burn surgeons like him, dietitians, physical therapists, psychiatrists, and social workers, patients at the Lions Burn Care Center have everything they need to find a path to healing, including patients like Hugo.
I'm starting to walk again. Soon enough I'll be running. So I don't see why I could not fulfill most of the things that I could do before.
In 2019, Hugo Betancourt survived the unthinkable. Burns covered nearly 95% of his body after a fiery plane crash. He credits the incredible team at the UMC Lions Burn Care Center for his miraculous recovery.
It's thanks to all of them. At first, I couldn't even move a muscle. It was just impossible for me. My recovery has gone so well, and it's all just thanks to them.
My favorite part of working here is just seeing the resiliency in our burn patients. They really are amazing.
Thanks to significant advances in burn care and innovative technology, patients who would not have survived their injuries a decade ago are making triumphant recoveries. However, a burn is a lifelong injury, and the Burn Care Center continues to serve as a resource for patients even after they heal, through support groups, survivor gatherings, and community education. Dr. Saqib says none of this would be possible without the Lions Clubs.
And we are very proud and very honored to have their support and to continue to find opportunities to collaborate with them for the benefit of our community.
Coming up on UMC Digest, a miraculous story of survival, how a young patient's recovery baffled even her doctors, and her family's message of hope. Right after this.
It happens. And when it does, there's UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. Camilla Astorga was just 2 years old when the unthinkable happened. A horrific accident at a family gathering left her with a crushed skull and several injuries to her brain. Her parents turned to the Valley's only designated pediatric trauma center for help. And today, Camilla's recovering is nothing short of a miracle.
She's really active.
Hi, princess. Yay!
She likes to know everything you're doing. As you can see, she's just all pink, all glitter, just she's just a girly girl. She really is. Anywhere we go, she lights up the room.
What do you remember from that day?
It's a typical Saturday, and I thought, going to grandma's house, you're just gonna play with kids her age, and it was just hard. I remember seeing her like in a tricycle, like moments before. So I thought she was like right in front of us. And I just hear everyone just start screaming. Everyone just started screaming.
She's trying to comfort you right now, which is super sweet.
Everyone just ran, and we ran to where my dad was. And when I looked, he was just holding her. Once we got to UMC, they were already waiting for her, so immediately everyone just started working on her and checking her to see how she was.
When Camilla came into the hospital, we were told that she had been run over by a trailer and that she had a pretty severe head injury. So the fragments of her skull were pressed inward on her brain. So right then and there we knew that it was going to be a severe situation and she would need brain surgery.
So the family, when I first met them, was incredibly distraught, as you might expect. Any type of surgery for any child is always serious and not taken lightly. For her, given that it was nearing the middle of the night, it was emergent brain surgery, and the condition that her skull and brain were in, this was definitely of the emergent and life-threatening nature.
The only thing we tried to do during like the most intense moments was not cry around her. We tried to keep as calm as we could.
And particularly given how badly she was hurt when she came in, her recovery is even more astonishing.
I think more, if than anything, she was just ambitious to wanting to not be in bed. When she finally started walking, we stayed up till 1 in the morning walking with her. She did not want to stop, even if we were to go and wanted to sit down. I mean, it's so late at night, and she was like, no, I want to keep going, and she will pull our arm, and she wanted to walk around the house again, like to every single room.
The fact that she could grow and overcome the injury she sustained that day is amazing.
When we have patients like Camilla who go from critically injured with life-threatening type injuries to now walking, talking, and doing some of the normal things that toddlers and preschool children do, and that's what keeps us coming back to work every day.
And she's always been happy. She has stayed a happy baby ever since. I believe she makes you appreciate life more than anything. Because you see her and you're just like, she can do it, she's gone through all this, I can get through stuff too.
Coming up next on UMC Digest, dogs are more than just cute companions, how these furry friends are helping our patients to heal, on the other side of this break.
Mom! It happens. And when it does, there's UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest, expanding access to Nevada's highest level of care. UMC has a new quick care and primary care location in the rapidly growing community of North Las Vegas. With the cut of a ribbon and a burst of applause, UMC opened its newest quick care and primary care in Aliante. This state-of-the-art clinic is bringing vital healthcare services to a growing neighborhood. Clark County Commissioner William McCurdy says investments like these are important to building a healthier Southern Nevada.
So when we think about the bigger picture, in a few years from now, this is going to be the center of the valley because of how much growth is going on to the north of here. So we're glad about the opportunity to bring healthcare and high quality healthcare access into the neighborhood.
UMC CEO Mason Van Helling says this clinic offers urgent care and preventative care services.
Obviously, care close to home is very important, and with UMC's primary care and quick care brands and our services allows patients to be able to access that care very close to home with the strength of UMC behind it. And for us, offering our access to care, the most sophisticated healthcare system in the state of Nevada, is very important for us, and the community reached out and really wanted us to come to the neighborhood, so we're glad that we've been welcomed in and look forward to serving this community for many years to come.
UMC has 9 primary care locations in the Valley and 11 quick care locations. UMC's Aliante location is located on Losee Road. For more information on that location or all of our quick and primary care locations, log on to umcsn.com. Classic cars, lawn games, root beer floats, and valuable healthcare resources combine at UMC's Spring Family Wellness Event and Car Show. It's a good time for a great cause, supporting patients at UMC's Children's Hospital. Hot rods and health resources for the whole family. It's a double feature of fun as UMC combines 2 of its most popular community events, the Healthy Living Institute's Spring Family Wellness Event and the UMC Foundation's Those Happy Days Car Show.
We decided this year to make it bigger and better, so we also are partnering with our hospital's car show.
It's just a good time for all families.
Amy Runge is the clinical manager of the Healthy Living Institute at UMC. She says events like these are so important for the hospital because of our role in our community, which goes far beyond treating Nevada's most critically ill and injured.
We're partnering with some of the best partners that focus on injury prevention, keeping our community safe and healthy, and they're all here today to provide valuable, life-saving, and fun information for the families.
This initiative is to promote safe sleep.
Sochi Kambak is a nurse educator with the Healthy Living Institute at UMC. She says this wellness fair is a great place to bring awareness to parents about this important issue, with thousands of infant deaths each year due to unsafe sleep practices.
And we know that putting them to sleep on their back is safest, especially when in that first year of life. Those babies are still developing and we want to prevent those deaths.
Parents received free onesies labeled "This Side Up" to remind them to keep babies on their backs during sleep. The wellness fair also offered free booster seats to eligible families, car seat safety education, blood pressure checks, HIV and STI testing, a farmer's market with complimentary fresh produce, and other valuable injury prevention and wellness resources.
So there is something for everyone here today.
So every year it just gets a little bit bigger, the community gets a little more excited.
The UMC Foundation's Those Happy Days Car Show also drawing a crowd. UMC brand manager and car enthusiast Danny Romero helped start this popular event almost a decade ago and says the amazing cause keeps people coming back each year.
So all the proceeds go to benefit the Children's Hospital and UMC. Unique for us at this specific car show is that all the trophies are hand-painted by patients at the Children's Hospital.
It's kind of a trophy that goes in front of all the other trophies that, even though it may be a 5-foot-tall trophy, it's still going to sit in front of that trophy.
Bill Lohman is president of the Mustang Classic Ford Club. He and his friends have participated in the UMC Foundation's car show for years, and they're proud to see a record number of cars enter.
It's good to see the community involvement. It's really a good and happy thing.
More than 170 cars participated, raising vital funds for patient-focused programs at UMC's Children's Hospital, including canine therapy, child life programs, and more.
So we're hoping to see a bigger event next year.
Man's best friend or man's best healer. Dogs can be more than just cute companions. That's the idea behind UMC's Canine Comfort Program, the only program of its kind in Southern Nevada, bringing the healing power of specially trained therapups right to the bedside of our patients.
It's just like she, in a way, she helps absorb or channel some of the pain away. It just feels like she just helps it wash away.
David Knack, a loving husband and father from Northern Nevada, knows pain.
The burns are unbelievable. everyone I'm sure has been burnt before, but to have any percentage of your body burnt, not being able to walk, it's unbelievable.
David faced an unbelievable choice when his dog Sasha ran into a hot spring, the nearly boiling water paralyzing her as he watched in agony.
I just thought there's no way her last memory is going to be of me standing on the shore of this while she's being burnt to death.
David jumped into the hot spring and pulled Sasha out, severely burning his legs to try to save her. His friends rushed him to the hospital, while his wife Mary Lou rushed Sasha to the vet, where she received devastating news.
That was his dream dog. And I had to tell this vet to put her down.
David was transferred to Nevada's only verified burn center here at UMC, where he would begin his long journey to healing.
I've never seen anything like the people in this burn unit. It's really heartwarming. Hi, Harper. Hi, sweetheart.
A journey made better with the help of another four-legged friend.
I noticed just from my first day with her, when I went back to my room, that just a feeling of so much stress and just relief just lifted off me. I actually noticed that I needed less pain medication.
Harper is a founding member of UMC's Canine Comfort Program, bringing highly trained therapy dogs to patients at Nevada's most sophisticated hospital.
You look in their eyes, you can kind of tell this is what they're made for.
Her dad and UMC brand manager Danny Romero started the program in 2018. Therapy dogs have been shown to reduce stress and recovery time for patients facing many different illnesses and injuries.
Oh, good girl. Thank you so much.
For David, Harper not only helped his physical pain, but started him on a path to healing from his tragic loss. He says he feels like Sasha sent Harper to him.
They're both just innocent, pure souls. Wouldn't want to see harm come to anyone.
UMC's Canine Comfort Program started with just 2 dogs, and now we have 10 dogs and counting. It's one of the most popular integrative therapy programs we offer to patients at UMC. And if you're interested in volunteering with the program, you can email canine.comfort@umcsn.com. From the hospital bed to the hockey rink, some of UMC's pediatric patients got the chance of a lifetime to be a Vegas Golden Knight for a day.
So Legacy, we're excited to have you as our #1 pick for the Vegas Golden Knights, and we couldn't be more thrilled to have you out today signing your first professional contract. Your parents must be so proud.
The championship-winning Vegas Golden Knights have signed on a special roster of new players. From the signing ceremony to interviews with the media and a practice with real coaches on the ice, former UMC pediatric patients and their families have a day they will not forget.
I was excited because I've been looking forward to this day, because I was excited because not many people get to come here and skate here with all these people.
Aston Levy, the team's new captain, says she was counting down the days until this event. It was something exciting to look forward to after a difficult year.
She was involved in a barbecue accident. It was an explosion, and my husband was blown back 40 feet and she got trapped by a pillar.
Aston's mom, Brittany Levy, says Aston had burns covering nearly 50% of her body, but she made a full recovery thanks to the experts at UMC's Lions Burn Care Center. And events like these help pediatric patients continue their healing journeys even after they leave UMC.
All of these children have been through so much, and to have an event that they get to be a part of, going into the locker rooms and seeing how they had it set up for the children, brought tears to my eyes. It was absolutely amazing.
UMC is proud to be the exclusive hospital for the Vegas Golden Knights. That does it for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on UMC, please go to our website at umcsn.com. You can also find us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We hope to see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, Commissioner April Becker celebrated new park improvements in Indian Springs. Another Shoes That Fit event provided free sneakers to hundreds of grateful students. And a new bridge helps traffic flow smoother in the rapidly expanding Southwest Valley. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. On this episode, we'll take a journey around Clark County. We'll go from Desert Breeze to Indian Springs to Blue Diamond Road. But first, we'll start at the Las Vegas Convention Center.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Thousands of eager job seekers met with hundreds of hiring employers at Clark County's 8th annual Spring Job Fair at the Las Vegas Convention Center. At precisely 10 o'clock, thousands of eager job seekers began trekking through the doors, hoping to jumpstart their careers or to seek out additional employment at the largest job fair in Nevada.
This is the first time I've ever been to one, so it's a little intimidating, right, coming into it, right? You see so many people fighting for similar jobs, but at the same time, you see all the resources here. And all the people have been so friendly and welcoming, and it's honestly been a great experience.
Just like the past 7 years, hundreds of employers set up shop at the original Spring Job Fair, representing nearly every sector of business, from hospitality to public service to construction and information technology. These companies welcomed the chance to add enthusiastic team members to their payrolls, with jobs available ranging from the entry level to the executive suite.
People can come here and visit with 130 or so employers that have jobs and need employees. There's a need, or they would not be spending the time and the money to be here. They don't pay to come here, but they pay their people to come and represent them.
Clark County's unemployment rate is hovering a tick over 5%, and Commission Chair Sagerblum says these mass hiring events have proven to be a boon in assisting qualified applicants find forever occupations.
The job is the most important thing in people's lives, and people just, it's so desperate to have it all here where you don't have to walk around and try to job hunt and everything else. It's really phenomenal. In that other room over there, there are like 50 people just printing up their resumes.
Elizabeth is semi-retired, looking for part-time employment, and hopes she is a good fit for Clark County.
Just looking around, seeing what's available as far as jobs. I do have a lot of clerical experience, so I actually was working with the Clark County, so I'm kind of focusing on them, but just taking advantage of the opportunity.
Clark County is always on the lookout for talented individuals. If you're interested in becoming part of the largest local government in the Silver State, visit ClarkCountyNV.gov and navigate to the Human Resources page. There you'll find a full list of current job openings, complete with job descriptions, benefits, and salary details. While there, you can sign up for a job interest card, and our HR professionals will notify you whenever a matching position becomes available. Join our team and make a difference in Clark County.
Residents in Indian Springs are seeing some major renovations here at their local park. Soon, this entire area will be covered with shade to offer protection from the heat.
Having the shaded area is going to be really, really nice, so she'll be able to come and play all year round.
Casey Thompson, along with many excited neighbors, is thrilled to see long-awaited upgrades happening at their local park.
Very exciting. We love our little town.
Yes.
It's not too far from Vegas, but it's our little piece of quiet. But we do need the additional amenities that Vegas provides that we don't have. So it's going to be something that's going to be for everybody. Anybody and everybody, old and young.
The upgrades include shade structures over the current play area and a brand new nature-themed playground with accessible features like saucer swings. A shaded picnic area will also be added, along with a half-mile walking trail, complete with lighting for early morning or evening strolls.
And my daughter loves to come and play at the park when we're at the library, so just having this extra little bit to it, the walking trails and everything, will make things so much easier for our family to just come. She can go and play in the park while we walk with her little sister.
Local leaders join the community to break ground, celebrating a project that's not just about new park features, but about showing support for the people who call Indian Springs home.
I am so excited to be able to be a part of this. This community is wonderful. It's been so welcoming, and I'm just so happy that this is happening on my watch, on my time, and they deserve this.
I come from a small town, and so sometimes you just feel neglected with the bigger towns around you. So coming out here, loving the small town feel, but still getting all of that support from our big town neighbor is amazing.
With a capacity of 12,000, the 7-acre Desert Breeze Event Center becomes the largest grass venue in all of Clark County. This place will become a top destination for concerts, festivals, and other large-scale events.
3, 2, 1.
District F Commissioner Justin Jones joined his predecessor Susan Brager and a host of Parks and Rec fans, snipping the ribbon and swinging open the doors on the long-awaited Desert Breeze Event Center in District F. This place becomes the newest outdoor entertainment in the Valley. Designed with artists and event-goers in mind, the center will feature top-tier performers at affordable prices.
How many of you guys like to pay like $30 to Ticketmaster when you buy a ticket on the Strip? No, none of us do. And part of the reason why we wanted to build this facility was so that we could host tremendous community events at a low price so that the community here in Southern Nevada can participate.
The 2025 Tacos and Tamales Festival was the first public gathering at the Desert Breeze Events Center. The annual celebration was some of the finest Mexican food vendors slinging delicious food and entertainment. The facility is 7 acres in size, fully fenced, and capable of hosting 12,000 guests, and is available to the public. Celebrating its first anniversary, the Silverado Ranch Community Center is a one-of-a-kind culinary and recreation destination in District A. Hundreds of Silverado Ranch fans danced and enjoyed the activities during the first anniversary party at this popular Southside Community Center. Tens of thousands of people visit the facility each month and break a sweat in the gymnasium and workout room. The center offers dozens of programs and classes in the many social rooms for dance, health and fitness, arts and crafts, and many more special interest workshops and lectures.
Anniversary of Silverado Ranch, and what a year it has been. If you haven't taken advantage, which I think a lot of you have, there is truly something for everybody in this building.
Commissioner Michael Naft was on hand to greet constituents and help celebrate the birthday of this beloved new community center. Free party food was provided with plenty of popcorn, grilled hot dogs, and sweet cold treats outside, while chefs inside whipped up tasty treats for their guests. This community center is Clark County's first with a viewing test kitchen amenity. The test kitchen offers classes, cooking demonstrations, and other culinary events. Another unique feature at the center is the indoor walking track. The second-level walking track allows runners and strollers to take laps around the entire facility while enjoying panoramic views and air-conditioned comfort. Community centers like this one are directly beneficial to nearby residents, but the love of Silverado Ranch extends far beyond that. The Silverado Ranch Community Center is Clark County's first new community center built in nearly a decade. The 37,000 square foot community center and expansive outdoor park are located at 9855 Gillespie Street. For information on this place and every Clark County Parks and Rec facility, visit the Parks and Rec page at ClarkCountyNV.gov. Drowning is a leading cause of unintentional death for children aged 1 through 4 in southern Nevada. To make this pool season safer, follow the 3 Ps: protect, prepare, and patrol.
I want to thank the Southern Nevada chapter of International Code Council because they are contributing $2,500 to us today.
Commission Chair Tick Sagerbloom praised the Southern Nevada chapter of the International Code Council for their generous donation. The money will be used for free swimming lessons for children 4 years old and younger at select Clark County pools.
Every year, almost 500 children under the age of 4, school-aged kids and their families benefit from our Toddler Swim Grant program. And our chapter would like to commend the Clark County Parks and Rec Department for the dedication and efforts to prevent pool drowning, providing pool safety for our community.
May is Water Safety Month, and the Clark County Fire Department typically sees an increase in calls during the warmer spring and summer months. Accidental drowning remains the leading cause of unintentional death for children aged 1 to 4. It's important to remember that all bodies of water, beyond swimming pools, can pose serious risks. Clark County is home to more than 110,000 swimming pools, and Fire Chief Billy Samuels urges all water enthusiasts to prioritize safety and be prepared as pool season begins.
Drownings can occur in a matter of seconds. They're quick and silent, especially when it's involving children. Always maintain visual contact when your child is in a pool or any child is in the pool, spas, or even a bathtub.
Drowning prevention awareness is paramount. First responders urge parents and guardians of swimming children to follow the 3 Ps. Patrol. Designate an adult water watcher to actively supervise children in the pool. Protect. Install barriers between your home and pool, including fences, locks, and pool covers. Prepare. Have a water safety plan in place for your family. Equip your pool area with life jackets, flotation devices, and rescue tools. And enroll your kids in swimming classes. The outdoor swim season and online registration starts Thursday, May 29th. Parks and Recreation are always hiring responsible people as lifeguards and cashiers. For more information on aquatics and job opportunities, visit the pool page on the Parks and Rec website at clarkcountynv.gov/parks.
The Clark County Coroner's Office was recently honored at a special event for helping families find closure and for being a true community hero.
So today we are honoring our community heroes, and we do have many, and we're so grateful to the Clark County Coroner's Office. They held an event this year, an inaugural event called Missing in Nevada. And it was most powerful because there are missing and unidentified people whose families are still searching for them, whose families don't have answers.
And so we wanted to give an opportunity in a non-confrontational setting, in a setting where they felt welcomed and encouraged to come forward and report their missing person.
First, I want to thank you for being a hero and a voice for everyone. So give them a big round of applause for that.
It feels wonderful, and it's wonderful for my doctoral student who is here, Liam, because he really did put forward a whole lot of effort and information for this, and our partnerships with UNLV and the Nevada Child Seekers, the way it all comes together is just phenomenal.
You know, people really care, and that's one thing that has been a pleasant surprise is people are willing to show up, put in time and effort, and that really brings us hope.
And we're grateful for the Clark County Coroner's Office for being that voice for our missing and unidentified. We're grateful to law enforcement, to the whole state of Nevada and all the agencies that advocate for our missing. But again, not one agency can do it all, and so we need our community heroes every single day, and this is our way of thanking them.
A new Clark County Public Works improvement project will benefit businesses and residents in this fast-growing part of the Southwest Valley.
And it's just a wonderful project for making sure that we connect people to get to their homes, to their schools, and to their jobs. And so we want to give a tremendous shout out to all of the partners.
Commissioner Justin Jones praised the entire construction team and then joined them at the ceremonial red ribbon to mark the completion of their rapid and cost-effective achievement of erecting the South Jones Blue Diamond Bridge in this booming southwest sector. The $50 million project was a joint effort between the Nevada Department of Transportation and Clark County Public Works, a necessary element for motorists to travel over the railroad tracks below.
We really appreciate all the partners that have made this possible. This is a project that got done under budget and 3 months early.
This new span will be a boon for businesses in the area and will improve connectivity for tens of thousands of residents in Mountain's Edge and Southern Highlands who travel these streets to go to school, commute to work, and support local businesses.
We have businesses here along Jones and along Blue Diamond. This will cut off 5 to 10 minutes of their transportation time, getting to the I-15, getting around town. We're really excited that this will relieve some of the traffic on Rainbow, relieve traffic on Decatur and many of the other roads in this area of town for our people who live out here and who work out here.
Clark County Public Works Department isn't finished yet. This award-winning team delivers quality services, programs, and facilities for a better community. Visit ClarkCountyNV.gov and scroll to the Public Works page. There you'll find a list of current construction projects with details, alternate routes, and much more.
Clark County recently broke ground on a new affordable housing complex being built specifically for seniors.
Community members and local leaders gathered to celebrate the groundbreaking of Phase 2 of the Marion Bennett Plaza, a project aimed at addressing the need for affordable senior housing.
This 59-unit complex is going to serve seniors, the visually impaired, folks who are, in need of affordable housing. Is just really a demonstration of Clark County's commitment towards providing attainable, affordable housing to residents all across Clark County.
The second phase of the Marion Bennett Plaza, which is dedicated entirely to seniors in need of affordable and accessible housing, is named after the Reverend Marion D. Bennett Sr., a former Nevada Assembly member and a defender of civil rights.
He was definitely a committed community servant. I thank you all for honoring him with his name on such a beautiful complex here in the community that he loved so much.
Located in the historic West Side near Lake Mead and Martin Luther King Boulevard, the project is part of Clark County's ongoing investment in tackling housing needs across southern Nevada.
It's really exciting. We're seeing a lot of the projects we invested in starting to break ground and even having grand openings. So today is another really exciting example of the county's investment in supporting our community and providing housing, especially for seniors.
Clark County has allocated $3.1 million from the Welcome Home Community Housing Fund to help bring this vision to life.
This was the vision almost 7 years ago, and it's all culminating for some reason in this year. We're seeing a lot of groundbreakings, and we're making a difference. And that's really what this is about. We serve the community, and it's about making a difference, and it's about putting public dollars to work.
Phase 2 of the Marion D. Bennett Senior Plaza is expected to be completed next summer.
A super smart 4th grade student from Wynn Elementary School is this year's winner of the 25th annual Mojave Max Emergence Contest. Real Mojave Max and his namesake mascot were on hand to greet the winner of this year's Mojave Max Emergence Contest. Joanna is a student at Wynn Elementary, and her winning guess was just 9 minutes away from when Mojave Max emerged from his winter slumber, just after 2 p.m. on May 8th. The shy 4th grader accepted a large trophy and hearty congratulations from her classmates and the entire Mojave Max Tort Support Squad. What did you know about Mojave Max? What made you make the guess that you did?
What made me guess was just think about what day and what time. Like, was it going to be in the middle of the night or in the middle of the day?
As part of the 25th Annual Desert Conservation Program's Mojave Max Emergence Contest, Joanna, her gold medal awarded friends, and students from across Clark County studied Mojave Desert weather, temperatures, and conditions to specifically estimate when they believed the hard-shelled harbinger of spring would wake up from his burrow at the Springs Preserve.
We're very excited to be able to share this with our community. 25 years of anything is something special in Las Vegas, but this is especially great because we have touched multiple generations at this point. We have parents who are having students participate in the program, and they're being reminded when they did it when they were in elementary school as well.
The desert tortoise is classified as a threatened species in the Southwest, and the Desert Conservation Program stages dozens of events at schools, spreading the message to respect, protect, and enjoy the great outdoors. For more information on our hard-shelled harbinger of spring, visit MojaveMax.com.
Hundreds of elementary school students are walking around with confidence, comfort, and a brand new pair of shoes, thanks to Clark County and the local nonprofit Shoes That Fit.
See a lot of these kids, they never had brand new pair of shoes before, so they're very excited.
So today started with me coming into work. I came to Lynch to help with the Shoes That Fit event with Tick Sager Bloom. The school's been very welcoming. What we did here today is we gave all of the kids at the school free shoes, which is pretty awesome.
So these kids really can benefit by these shoes and a little love that we show them. So, and you look around, you see, oh my God, the cutest kids in the world.
I'm seeing a lot of spirits brighten up. I had one girl who, came in with some shoes that had some holes in them, got her a brand new pair of shoes, pink and black and gold, and her whole face just lit up and she was super excited, started talking to me, so that was pretty cool. I like to build that bridge between the community and our department and explaining, hey, we're here to help you and we got your back.
And a lot of these families are one-income households with the moms and dads trying to take care of the kids at home. They're trying to do their best that they can, so programs like this really help these families and give back to them so that we're ensuring that our kids have what they need to be successful in school.
Thank you for the shoes!
Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at ClarkCountyNV.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on Clark County Chronicle.
Before the masks, before the distancing, before the world changed, UMC was ready. Our response to COVID-19 began before the crisis did, with our own team of infectious disease experts who've spent their careers planning for this moment. With a pandemic response plan, we'd practiced again and again, and by blazing new trails in large-scale testing, including every patient we admit. Always ready. UMC.
Summer weather in Clark County can be wonderful, but not for a child or pet stuck in a vehicle. On a 100-degree day, the temperatures inside a car can reach 120 degrees in less than 10 minutes.
And trapped in those hot temperatures, your children and pets can sustain brain damage, heat stroke, or even die. Don't leave the ones you love in a hot vehicle. It may only take a few minutes to run to the store, but don't take that chance.
Visit ClarkCountyNV.gov for information on what to do if you see a child or pet in a hot car. Look before you lock, and if you love them, don't leave them.
My biggest thing is fire prevention for everyone, and that can look like a multitude of things.
We're gathered here today in Mount Charleston. We did a 2-hour training all about managing vegetation and also looking at the structure itself and seeing ways to make homes more ignition resistant so that when fires happen, they're less likely to ignite in the first place.
More than 100 fires broke out.
Another fire at a wetlands park.
They saw an increase in 4th of July fire-related incidents this year.
Clark County fire officials confirmed both incidents were human-caused.
As we think of our wildland areas, specifically here in Mount Charleston, as well as we have the wetlands and areas around the valley, is that those fuels are now primed for extreme fire behavior.
Yeah, the defensible space training was very useful because there's a lot of things we learned about little changes we can do to our space to mitigate as much as possible our houses to wildfires.
And this is a house that's somewhat abandoned up here, but the assessment is to see what would it take to make this house fire safe.
We want to educate them about fire itself so they understand when they're designing their landscapes or remodeling their homes, they're thinking about fire and ways to make their homes more resilient.
So we are coming into our wildfire season, which is typically May till October. As a resident of Clark County, is making sure that if it's fireworks season, we're not doing fireworks that are illegal or that are going to go out and ignite grasses and things that are dry and typically aren't dry in the winter. Last thing we want to see up here as a fire department is anybody's house burned down due to a wildfire.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Welcome to Flight Path, your inside look at the Clark County Department of Aviation. I'm Melissa Nunnery. On today's show, we'll see all the latest at Harry Reid Airport, including an exciting marketing campaign and new places to shop and relax. We'll also meet some entrepreneurs with a refreshing new vending machine concept at LAS. And don't forget to stick around for a segment on Nevada's second busiest airport. All this and more is coming up. After serving a record-breaking 58.4 million passengers in 2024, Harry Reid Airport has soared into 2025 with a new branding initiative titled Your Gateway to Everything. This campaign highlights the airport's role as a vital transit hub and its close connection to the array of exciting adventures Southern Nevada has to offer.
2, 1.
The campaign was unveiled during a lively event featuring showgirls and a complete takeover of digital billboards and baggage claim.
We all know Harry Reid International Airport is the 5th busiest airport in the world when it comes to the number of aircraft movements. We're the 8th busiest airport in North America when it comes to the number of passenger traffic that we see each year. But those numbers mean so much more. 58.4 million passengers are 58.4 million unique stories. Whether you're traveling here for business, for leisure, or just heading back home, we get to be an integral part of your journey.
Travelers can see the campaign messages represented on signs throughout the airport, on billboards on the roadways, and on the Harry Reid Airport website and social media channels. While the Gateway campaign is new, the inspiration behind the messaging is not. Anyone who has traveled to Southern Nevada by air has been left with a lasting impression of this iconic airport.
We are the very first look, the front door, if you will, to the destination. We want the airport to be a fun experience, everything that they're looking forward to. So when you get off just about any of our gates in that jet bridge, you're going to hear slot machines or see slot machines or have to walk around slot machines because that's such a staple of Las Vegas. You're going to hear the Las Vegas-based and themed themed music.
As visitors continue to flock to Las Vegas, the airport will focus on making travel through LAS an engaging experience.
So the airport always has to keep up with what the community has evolved to. There's been a lot of growth, there's been a lot of expansion. This evolution to professional sports has been different and much more reliant on the airport system than any other growth period that Southern Nevada has ever had. We welcome visitors through the airport, and I'm very proud of the team here within the entire airport system.
With a host of new shops and restaurants, passengers at Harry Reid International have even more options when they take off. Among them are 2 new bars in the D concourse. Kona Big Wave near Gate D31 offers a taste of the islands with refreshing beers and signature cocktails like the Raspberry Palmer. Over at Gate D18, Modelo Cantina features a selection of Modelo beers and original drinks like the sparkling Guava Martini. Beer Union in the B Gates brings together the best of local brews and chef-inspired menus of bites, burgers, and pizza, all featuring local ingredients, while Crafted Bar in Terminal 3 serves a variety of handmade cocktails and beer alongside freshly made salads from Farmer's Fridge. Crafted Bar is the only pre-security bar in T3. LAS is also excited to offer currency exchange in both terminals, an incredible convenience for travelers. Find them in Terminal 1 baggage claim and in 2 locations in Terminal 3, on 0 level just outside of Customs and on Level 2 near international airline ticket counters. Another highlight is Shinesty, a vibrant shop in Terminal 1 pre-security shopping area, selling loungewear, apparel, and unique gifts. Also pre-security in Terminal 1 is a brand new Just Fun Socks, selling, you guessed it, socks for any occasion. And in Terminal 1 and Terminal 3 baggage claim, travelers will find the new Till Death Do Us party vending machines. These I'm a Party machines offer everything you need for a Vegas celebration, from bachelorette essentials to party supplies and hangover recovery items. The ultimate way to kickstart the fun. The party machines are the product of a local woman and minority-owned business enterprise. Keep watching the show to learn about another set of female entrepreneurs who are making a difference for our travelers. With these new additions, Harry Reid International Airport promises to make your journey even more enjoyable. So whether you're arriving or departing, you won't want to miss out on what these new venues have to offer.
Nevada's second busiest airport soared to new heights in 2024. North Las Vegas Airport, one of 5 airports owned and operated by the Clark County Department of Aviation, recorded 228,424 operations last year. The number was an 18.5% increase over the previous year. The last time the airport exceeded 200,000 operations was in 2007. The 2024 total can likely be attributed to takeoffs and landings conducted by 8 flight schools based at the airport, as well as an increase in general aviation traffic in Southern Nevada due to high-profile special events in the region. Clark County purchased North Las Vegas Airport in 1987.
Our primary mission as a general aviation airport is to support the flying community, business aviation jets and flight training and other aviation activities, and draw these types of activities away from Harry Reid International.
It also supports public services like air ambulance flights and Metro Search and Rescue. LAS celebrated the Year of the Snake with a traditional lion dance, courtesy of airport partner Hospitality Culinaire, owner of 3 Airport Jamba Juice locations.
Think you know about your airport? Keep watching for 5 things you may not have known about LAS. Before it was Harry Reid and before it was McCarran, Las Vegas's airport had another name, Alamo Airport. The small airfield was developed by George Crockett, a descendant of Davy Crockett, who named it after the mission in Texas to honor his ancestor. LAS is home to more than 15,000 public parking spaces spread across its sprawling 2,800-acre campus. The bulk of the spaces are housed within the parking garages at each terminal, with the economy and remote lots making up the rest. Call us superstitious, but there are no gates at Harry Reid International Airport numbered 13. However, we consider it lucky to have Clark County Fire Station 13, the airport's very own fire department. The FAA requires fire suppression equipment to be within 3 minutes reach of any location on the airfield, which is why Station 13 sits right in the middle of the action. Speaking of the airfield, more than 13 miles of fencing and razor wire keep the perimeter secure, and it's inspected daily. The cables at the bottom are designed to stop vehicles from getting onto the airfield should a vehicle crash into the fence. Little travelers can stretch their legs and their imagination in our kids' play area. It's located on the lower level of the D-Concourse and features aviation-themed equipment as well as a desert wildlife sculpture. Keep watching Flight Path and check us out on social media at LAS Airport for more fun facts about LAS.
Harry Reid International is one of the busiest airports in the world. For many of our destination's millions of visitors, the airport marks the start of a memorable Las Vegas experience. Jennifer Wright, lead dispatcher in the airport's control center, serves a critical role in ensuring the safety of incoming and outgoing passengers.
We had 58.4 million passengers last year. We just want to provide the level of service that makes them want to continuously return here.
Jennifer manages high-pressure situations with confidence and precision, even in the most demanding conditions. Her position requires seamless collaboration across departments, working closely with airport operations, security, and Metro Airport Police.
Customer service is really important to me. It's vital to make sure that passengers have a sense of comfort, especially during stressful situations when traveling.
Recently, Jennifer's expertise was put to the test when a severe car accident near the airport disrupted traffic. Her quick thinking and efficient communication with airlines ensured staff were prepared to assist passengers arriving late for their flights. Beyond her responsibilities, Jennifer fosters a cooperative, supportive work environment for both new and seasoned team members.
You know, we work as a collective. We all have a role to play, and we're here to help as many people as we can.
The LVCVA congratulates Jennifer on being named a hospitality hero.
At an airport known for innovation, a new addition has just landed, and it's sure to delight even the most discerning travelers. BRB Boba, a local women and minority-owned venture, installed 2 boba tea vending machines at Harry Reid Airport, one in Terminal 1B gates and a second in Terminal 3 across from Gate E2. These machines combine convenience with a popular beverage, offering travelers a quick and delicious way to satisfy their cravings.
So Brew Tea Bar is a local boba tea brand here in Las Vegas, so we wanted to be able to showcase their products here to travelers and even people that live here that can come and pick up a boba tea anytime they want, 24/7.
The vending machines feature a variety of boba tea flavors provided by Brew Tea Bar, one of Las Vegas's most beloved milk tea brands. Each drink is freshly prepared using high-quality ingredients, providing a taste of the popular drink right in the heart of the airport. The entrepreneurs behind this venture are thrilled to contribute to the airport's dynamic food and beverage scene.
Well, the airport is a huge and busy hub. There are millions of people coming in and out every year. And we thought this would be a great location to be able to showcase our vending machine along with our partner's brand, Brew Tea Bar.
Uplifting small local businesses is at the heart of the concessions program at LAS. Staff offer workshops for aspiring airport business owners, and they network in the community to help entrepreneurs understand what it takes to work in an airport environment.
We support the program primarily by making sure with our outreach initiatives that the airport's presence is in and around the community. We have a staff of dedicated team members who go out to participate with other government agencies and other private organizations to spread the word.
Nicole and her business partner, Brianna Lee, now have firsthand experience working in the airport, and they shared this bit of advice for others like them who are interested in doing business at LAS.
We just make sure that each step is very clear. So being able to connect with the business office and the badging office and really understanding the full process from start to finish to make sure that the onboarding is successful.
Next time you're traveling through, be sure to grab one of these refreshing beverages for yourself. In keeping with the mission to provide a world-class travel experience, LAS has prioritized upgrades and improvements that ensure a seamless journey for travelers. Modernization of baggage handling systems in Terminal 1 is ongoing, with 2 carousels finished and an additional 2 near completion. Work on the remaining 12 carousels will be completed in phases to minimize disruption in operations. This project provides more efficient movement of checked bags and a clean, modern aesthetic. Other key projects include the installation of escalators to streamline passenger movement at Terminal 1. 2 new escalators will be installed in baggage claim, going up to Level 2 and leading to the parking garage pedestrian bridge. 2 additional escalators will be constructed from Level 2, going down to the passenger pickup area and the parking garage. Installation is slated to begin in May, with anticipated completion in early 2027. A new gaming and smoking lounge will be constructed in the D gates on Level 2 near Gate D50, offering travelers convenience and a true Vegas experience. Construction on the 890 square foot space began this month and is slated for completion by the end of the year. All of these improvements enhance convenience while elevating the overall airport experience by providing modern amenities and greater accessibility for all travelers. Thanks for joining us. Now you're ready to pack your bags and take off. Remember to follow us on social media for travel tips and information, and use all the resources of our website, harryreidairport.com. And we'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Nestled in the hub of downtown Las Vegas, the desert-inspired Clark County Government Center is one of Southern Nevada's most striking buildings. Standing 6 stories tall and spanning 385,000 square feet, the Government Center is home base for county operations. Originally, the site was part of the former Union Pacific Railroad train yard. Before the County Government Center opened in 1995, county departments were all over the Vegas Valley.
I'm looking at the budgets and I'm seeing, man, we're just paying rent all over this valley. And we've got departments out by the airport. We've got departments south of town. We're just spread out all over.
In addition, the population in Nevada's largest county was growing exponentially, from less than 500,000 in 1980 to more than 2 million today.
No one knew how this place was going to grow. We thought we knew, and we knew we saw that train heading at us, that growth train, and we wanted to be ready to deal with it. So the idea of having everything centralized and making it more convenient for all of the services started to bear fruit.
A 1990 comprehensive study looked at the county's short and long-term facility needs. At that time, the Bridger Building downtown was the seat of county government. The county commission was located there, along with a handful of departments.
The old building at the time served its purpose, but every time you wanted to talk to a department head or whatever, you had to wait a day or so until they could come down to talk to you. You just couldn't go down to their office, or they couldn't come up to yours.
One key decision was where the new building would be located.
So we were looking at how accessible would a rural, a more suburban type place be. But really we knew that it would be best to stay downtown. You know, the courts were downtown. People were used to coming to various parts of our government in the downtown area. So we started talking with the city early on about coming to this site. This was nothing but vacant land. Eventually we worked out that deal with the city to build down here. Jan Jones was the mayor and made it clear that she and the city council would like for us to stay and be their government partners downtown.
In 1991, the city transferred land for the Government Center project over to the county. A ceremony marking the occasion generated some good-natured laughs.
So I went out about 5 o'clock that morning. I had an old leather bag. I buried $10 worth of quarters in the ground. As we dug it up, I said, hundreds of years ago, county residents here knew they were going to have this building, and they buried some money here. And I dug that bag up. I took the $10 out and presented it to the mayor and said, here's our money. We're paid in full. That afternoon, when I was cleaning my car out, I found that the wrapping that the $10 were in, there were still 50 cents in there. And so I had to call the mayor and say, I cheated you out of 50 cents.
Still, a large hurdle remained: the $68 million price tag for the building itself.
So we started looking at it, and a lot of the commissioners didn't want to take it. They said, everybody's going to accuse you of building a Taj Mahal. I said, I'll take the heat on it. It's the best financial, it's going to be a long-term thing, but financially it'll be the best thing for us in the long term. And I was the chairman of the board at the time, made a recommendation to us what we should do, and they really, once they got into it, they started looking at it and thinking, this is a wonderful idea. And in the long, it's going to cost us a little money up front, but in the long term, it's going to save millions and millions of dollars.
The next step was to design the project. The County Commission hosted a competition for architects throughout the United States to submit ideas. A committee was formed to evaluate the proposals and make a recommendation to county commissioners.
We formed a citizens committee. A couple of commissioners were on it, some local engineers, as I recall, planner types, local architects, and one very special member that influenced the thinking of the committee, Elaine Wynn. She was a tremendous member of the committee. She made it clear that from her point of view as a businesswoman and a leading citizen of the community, she wanted a building that really reflected our heritage, would be welcoming to the public, and would have a great design that people could enjoy.
An architect named Curtis Fentress was listening.
I overheard somebody say, we really wish that we could have a government center that we could take our friends to and our relatives and show them that everybody in Las Vegas is not a gambler. And so we'd like to have something that I can show off to my friends from other places.
In July 1992, the County Commission designated C.W. Fentress, J.H. Bradburn, and Associates as the winner of the design competition. The firm wowed the community with a design inspired by Southern Nevada's unique landscape and cultural heritage.
We tried to incorporate all of this kind of knowledge about the natural environment of Clark County into the design of the building.
From the building's sandstone exterior to images of petroglyphs embedded inside and out, inspiration for the government center came from Red Rock, the Valley of Fire, our plants, animals, and ancient people.
And when we hiked out into the Red Rocks, we saw the drawings on the sides of the rocks out in the canyons. And so we worked with some Native Americans to do these very large, supersized images that you see when you walk along that long wall.
No other design submission out of more than 50 came close.
I'll never forget when they walked into the meeting with the model that looked exactly like what we see today, the model did. We all just took a deep breath and said, this is it. This is amazing.
Construction on the Government Center started in August 1993. Perini Building Company was the builder. When the building opened on June 3, 1995, it became an instant landmark in the Las Vegas Valley and a source of civic pride.
The architecture, is so beautiful. Every design details is amazing me.
One of the architect's favorite parts was always the outdoor amphitheater.
So that idea was to create this community space that you could have concerts in the evening, put down blankets and take picnic dinners and do something that's more what happens in a lot of parks and recreation areas in a lot of cities across the United States.
From Easter egg hunts to jazz festivals to walking tours, the amphitheater became popular with the public from the start. How many of you have actually interacted with the shows down here? Good, okay.
Well, my daughter had her senior prom pictures taken out here.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice. Hopes were high during the design phase to create a sense of place in the amphitheater for the community.
And we never envisioned that 2 times a sitting president,
the President of the United States,
would come and speak in this amphitheater.
You are part of our America. We're going to build a bridge together.
He chose coming here to speak after he saw the design of the building and what it represented.
The tree-lined walkway leading into the building, referred to as the pedestrian spine, represents the path to Mouse's Tank at Valley of Fire. Inside, visitors see the county room at the center of the building, where art exhibits and public events are hosted. The round kiva-shaped room also was inspired by Mouse's Tank.
And I love the piece that we did at the top of the county room, which filters the light in through these big fins that are shafts that simulate the kind of filtered light that's in Mouse's Tank. We used blue Bahia granite in the floor, which is symbolic of water, which collected in Mouse's tank. And then there was, of course, vegetation. And that's why the balconies are green as you go up through. They're symbolizing that vegetation.
One of the things, of course, that defines the building is our pyramid. Inside, it's the Government Center's 400-seat cafeteria. Outside, it may look reminiscent of the pyramids of Egypt or Central America, but its shape really is a tribute to Lone Mountain in the northwest part of the valley and other natural formations.
We saw a wind erosion had created pyramids out in the desert.
A native cactus also has a place in the design.
So if you wondered what those odd skylights are on the chambers, they were inspired by the prickly pear cactus.
The layout of the commission chambers is unique for another reason, too.
The county commission seat is recessed, and the audience have a chance to be up higher, and that within itself sets the tone.
The design came about when plans for the building were still on the drawing board.
Most city governments that you see, the elected officials always sit higher and look down upon the audience and stuff. And when we were debating this, I said I'd like to reverse that. I'd like to put the citizens of Clark County above the elected officials, and that's why you see the slope of the ground here with the commissioners and the elected officials down below. And it just represents something to me that put the citizens in charge. It's their county.
The Government Center was designed to house 1,300 employees. Meeting rooms are named after local landmarks. The complex was built to be both beautiful and functional.
When you do a building like this that has this kind of unique look, there's a kind of sleight of hand that goes on in terms of the architecture. But if you look at it in plan, it's really rectangular and orthogonal except for that one curved edge. So it's a very functional building.
Office sizes can expand or contract based on staffing needs. Counter spaces were built low so citizens could sit comfortably when doing county business.
I'm really proud of that because I think it makes the open and accessible government idea something that is a reality, and it's more friendly, it's easier for the public.
The use of natural light in the building makes it energy efficient and stylish.
When we designed this building, we were very cognizant of light, and the light of this area is a unique quality. And when we were out in Red Rocks, walking and camping, and one of the things we noticed was how light rakes across the surfaces of the materials here. And so this ashlar finish that we use for the exterior of the building, it catches the light and it really looks incredibly beautiful.
Another artistic element sits atop, stretching toward the horizon.
We're often asked about the piece that comes off of the rotunda area as to what that's symbolic of, and it's something that we placed in the early design aesthetically that made the composition work. So it's one of those artistic touches by the architect.
Even as new buildings have been added downtown, the Government Center continues to stand out.
The county's taken great care of this building. I predict that this building will last another 30, 40 years, maybe 50 years, even with these other themes and other interesting designs around it. So it's still a very strong design, and I think if the county continues to build the buildings with the ashlar color and finish that make them recognizable as county buildings on the spine, that this entire 80-acre complex will hold its own for a long, long time.
It's an investment in the community that continues to pay off.
Been proud from even the very beginning when it was just a savings of money, which I was trying to do as a conservative, county commission member, trying to save money all the time to keep taxes down. And then when we got into it, I could see the real future, and I'm very proud of what it's been for 20 years and how great it's been for the citizens of Clark County.
The Clark County Government Center serves as both a center for public service in southern Nevada and a monument to the citizens of Clark County.
Now we sit in this fantastic place that welcomes the public. You can utilize it for entertainment, for displays, for meetings, and for doing business, and it's all right here in one place that people can be proud of. So the building was a success in every way, saving money, providing better service, and being a beautiful place that reflected the tradition and the heritage of this community. I still think we hit a home run.
Hi, my name is Jim Achazo. I'm a special agent with Clark County Business License.
We're going to a restaurant to conduct a pre-opening inspection. One of the duties that I have in licensing is to meet with the owners and operators of applicants of a privilege license or liquor license, inspect the building, make sure they qualify for the type of license that they applied for.
Which is a supper club with a service bar. Okay, and then we'll go over some of the definitions of what that means and what are the requirements that you need to maintain while you operate the business so you can stay eligible to have the liquor license, okay?
I first became an investigator 25 years ago back in Hawaii. What I like about my job is every day the tasks are the same, but I'm going to different businesses and helping different businesses in whatever way I can as far as getting them started, getting them operating correctly within the rules and the regulations.
It has to be consumed on site. It can't be to go or anything like that, okay?
In business licensing in Las Vegas, there are owners and operators of all kinds of different businesses that come from all different types of backgrounds, ethnicities, cultures. I think it's important to have a diverse workforce group to try to connect with those diverse owners and operators of these businesses. In a licensing capacity or even in a compliance or enforcement capacity, my role is to help them to run a legal, successful business. So the types of duties that I have, I think, help them to do that.
Popular app-based ride-hailing services Lyft and Uber make it easy for passengers to arrange for a ride to their home, hotel, or other destination using a mobile device. Simply pull up the app and request a ride when you're ready to walk outside.
The pickup areas for these services are located in the parking garages of both Terminal 1 and Terminal 3.
To meet your driver in Terminal 1, exit baggage claim and follow the signs for Lyft and Uber. Take the elevator or escalator up to Level 2. Cross the pedestrian bridge on Level 2 to the parking garage, then turn right into the area to wait for your ride. Travelers arriving in Terminal 3 will find the Lyft and Uber pickup area on the valet level of the parking garage. From baggage claim, take the elevator up to Level 1. Cross the pedestrian bridge on Level 1 into the parking garage. Then, take the elevator down to valet level. Now you'll know before you go how to find Lyft and Uber pickup areas. If you still need a little assistance in the terminal, ask a friendly team member.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Coming up next on Where Fun Happens, the old wedding chapel at the Clark County Museum is getting a historical renovation. Terra aerobics enthusiasts gain strength and friendships at Desert Breeze. And the Winchester Dondero Center has plenty of springtime programming for everyone. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
This is Mike from the Clark County Shooting Complex, and there's a couple of things I'd like to tell you. Number one being our summer hours. Wednesday and Thursdays will be open from 5 to 10 p.m. and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 7 to 2 p.m. The other thing is our summer passes for the rifle pistol range. It's $110. It's good all summer from 1 June to 30 September, and it's good on all the weekdays, so Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays.
Hi everyone, I'm Martin Olson with the Nevada Department of Wildlife here at the Clark County Shooting Complex, giving you an update on some of the classes that we run out here. Our big game draw is now complete, but there will be a second draw if there's any leftover tags. So it's important that if you don't have your hunter education yet, you can get your hunter education right here at the shooting complex. You'll need to complete a workbook or an online completion certificate before you sign up for one of those classes. So don't delay on that, because there will be a second draw if there's any of those leftover tags, and that will open on June 9th. So don't delay on that. Now, if there's any tags left over after that and there's no alternate that selected those units, then those tags go into our first come, first serve. So you want to be ready to jump right on those tags whenever they're available. We also are offering some shooting sports classes out here. Sporting clays, trap, skeet, rifle, muzzleloader, and even some Dutch oven cooking classes. So you can look at all these classes on our website, register-ed.com. For hunter education, go in that hunter education field. For all the other classes, go into the advanced hunter education and sign up for some of those. Come on out to the shooting complex and enjoy some shooting, some cooking, and get your hunter education certificate. Hope to see you out here. Have a great day.
Hello, welcome to the Clark County Museum. My name is Amber Colbert and I'm the Clark County Museum Administrator. Today we're standing right here on Heritage Street at the Clark County Museum, and our mission is to preserve and protect the history and natural history of Clark County and then display that in exhibits and programs. And most people see the exhibits and programs, but they don't really see the preservation projects that are happening here at Clark County Museum. So today we're going to look at one of the largest items we are preserving. Come take a look with me. So you may or may not recognize this building, but it's known as the Candlelight Wedding Chapel. Although that was not its original name, it is the name we've given it here because it was the Candlelight Chapel the longest. This building was originally built in 1966 in the parking lot of the Algiers Hotel, right across the street from what we know now as Circus Circus, and it made history. Las Vegas is the wedding capital of the world, and this building played a very important role in it. It was the first wedding chapel to have a 1-800 number. It was also the first wedding chapel that paid taxi drivers and limo drivers to bring clients to them. And in the 1990s, it served about 12,000 to 15,000 couples. That's a huge number. Just gives you a little glimpse into the wedding industry of Las Vegas. Now, this building wasn't always here. As I said, it was on Las Vegas Boulevard, and it ran until 2004 when it closed. And in 2007, Gordon Gus, who had operated it from 1977 on to 2004, donated the building to Clark County. We moved it to this location and opened it as part of Clark County's centennial celebration in 2009. And it's become one of the most visited collection items we have here at Clark County. Now, that brings us to today. In 2023, we started to notice that this structure was having some issues. It was originally constructed with plywood siding. Now, if you know anything about the Mojave Desert, we're arid and we're hot. This means plywood doesn't fare so well. And so the plywood, even though we were doing a lot of maintenance and painting, started to separate. We started to get water coming into the building. We were in need of a restoration project. So we started to plan. Now, one of the first things we had to do was get Nevada State Historic Preservation Office on board. They had originally funded some of the original restoration, and when we got that funding, we agreed that we would get not only our permission, but their permission to change any visual or structural parts of this building. Of course, this meant we needed a specialist. So we went out and we found a consultant historical preservation architect. They did research into what the building looked like at different times and what it was made of. And then they also did research on rehabilitation standards. They found that we could actually replace the material that this building was made out of, still make it look historically accurate, but make it a little bit durable. So we did find a new material, this material. It's called hardy board, and instead of a wood material, this is actually a cement fiber material, which makes it a lot more durable. In fact, it gives it about a 30-year lifespan, which is amazing. It's going to give this building so much longer time period before we have to make modifications again. So let's go look at some of the changes we made as well, because we're able to restore it. We're able to do anything that we did wrong right the second time. Let's go look at some of those things. So as you can see, we're on the side of the building, and some of the things we're doing are not changing. The light fixtures are staying the same, some of the trim is staying the same. We still have the neon cross on top. But looking at the historical photos of this building, we got a couple things wrong on the original restoration. These small pieces of wood that are right here on the side of the building are called battens. And if you look at historical pictures of the chapel, all the battens were vertical, going up and down, with the exception of the line right at the roof edge. And when we redid the building to cover up seams with that plywood, they actually did a whole bunch more of those vertical battens, which was not historically accurate. This new material, because it comes in large sheets, we were actually able to bring back just the vertical battens. Another issue that we were constantly contending was that the flashing on the bottom of the building, which helps protect the bottom of the building, wasn't done completely right either. So water was actually coming in anytime we had large rainstorms. We don't have a lot, but when it rains, it pours here, and the water would come in the bottom. So they've actually had the opportunity to redo all that flashing. Part of it you won't see is that underneath this hardy board, there's also a wrap, a hardy wrap, which also keeps that building weather tight. Now, when they took the siding off and they did the wrap, we did have a pouring rainstorm and no water got into the chapel, which shows all this work is helping and preserve it for the future. Now, this building will be painted white like it was in the 1990s, although research shows that the building was brown and the building was yellow, but it ended white, and that's what time period we represent. So the chapel is just one of our many preservation projects, by far one of our largest and probably one of our most visited projects. If you'd like to see it, you can come 7 days a week to the Clark County Museum. And some really big news we have to further serve our community. We recently, starting on May 1st, 2025, no longer charge admission. The museum is free to all. Now, this sign hasn't quite had its renovation yet. Stay tuned, next time you come, you won't see this sign out front anymore.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello, my name is Irma Varela. I'm the Cultural Program Supervisor at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center, and I'm here to tell you for the activities we have prepared for you from May 15 until June 15. We are really busy right now preparing for the summer, trying to bring you new and attractive performances. We have had a very good year so far, and so right now we will be presenting some jazz, some barbershop, and some children activities coming up. And also we continue to work on our senior program. Our senior program is always looking for new participants. We do field trips, we do the Wednesdays, we get together to play cards. We have the Wii bowling. We can also do other things. If you want to come and join us here at Winchester, we're always welcoming suggestions to do different activities for you to enjoy as a senior. And also we have the things coming up for this summer is the Leaders of the Future, and we're gonna tell you more about it with Julie, our coworker here. And I hope you come and take part of one of the many activities that we offer at Winchester. And come and visit our galleries. We have the Winchester Gallery and the Wall Gallery that has different rotating exhibits throughout the year. We hope to see you at Winchester.
Hello, my name is Julie Navis and I am a cultural specialist here at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. I'm here to talk to you about a couple performances we have coming up in May. First up, on Thursday, May 22nd at 4 p.m., we have a free hula performance performed by Napu Keiki. And this is free and open to anyone who would like to come. Next up, on Saturday, May 31st at 2 p.m., we have the Silver Statesmen Chorus and Quartets presenting Dastardly Deeds in the Desert. Tickets are $20. They can be purchased online or in person here at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. We hope to see you there.
Hi, my name is Ixela Gutierrez and I'm the director of Mexico Viva Dance Company. We have been in this theater, the Winchester Dondero Theater, for 30 years, and we're celebrating, again, Francisco Gabilondo Soler, composer, the famous composer that has all these songs, more than 200 songs for children. We're going to bring a lot of the most famous songs here to the Winchester Theater. A lot of people from Mexico and Latin America grew up with his songs. He was a radio character, and it was amazing because he was the best option for us to learn to dream, to create a lot of things with imagination, and it's just wonderful. You're welcome to come, Cri Cri. It will be on Saturday, June 14 at 6 p.m. Just one performance, and the price will be $15. Everyone is welcome.
Hi, my name is Russ Thompson, spokesperson for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different health and fitness programs for adults and seniors, and today we're here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, which is located in the southwest part of the valley, focusing on chair aerobics classes. Now you may be thinking to yourself, you're wondering, oh, it's chair aerobics classes, back in the 80s and 90s where you would watch infomercials sitting on a chair and just lifting weights. Well, actually, chair aerobics has evolved quite a bit since that point, as we've established a program here at Desert Breeze Community Center, as well as many of our other Clark County Parks and Recreation facilities, where we do both standing and seated exercises. It can come down to anything from besides free weights. We also focus on stretching, whether that be with a resistance band or general calisthenics within yoga. Also, plenty of different cardiovascular activities, whether it's like jogging, walking. Okay, high knees. All sorts of different strength training and stretching exercises to help keep you healthy and in a fun atmosphere as well. And that's what it's all about. Half the battle is just showing up and, yes, trying your best to participate and partake in as many exercises and activities as you can, but there's also the mental aspect as well, by being around people, meeting new people, because that will help you with your mental aspect and make you feel better to want to accomplish even bigger and better things. And you can't beat that. We always recommend, before you take on any type of health and fitness program, to always consult with a physician or any type of medical professional before you start anything, depending on where you may be. And in this particular class here, Desert Breeze, it doesn't matter if you've been working out for several years, or maybe you haven't worked out since you graduated high school. There's always something for everybody to learn and how to adapt and grow into becoming the best you could possibly be. Here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, typically during the fall, winter, and spring hours, our time frame is on every Tuesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And the best part is it's free to enroll. However, during the summer months, not only here, but also throughout the valley for similar situations, we have our summer schedules may be slightly different than I just mentioned earlier. So if you have any questions on how our scheduling is coming through, please feel free to come on into our center for a tour. You can also look us up at our socials at Desert Breeze CC, or please give us a call at 702-455-8334 for more information. Desert Breeze Community Center and Aquatics Facility is located at 8275 West Spring Mountain Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117. And also you can check us out at our website to find the center nearest you at ClarkCountyNV.gov/parks. You can also call our main hotline number at 702-455-8200. Now, the Desert Breeze Community Center and many of our other parks and recreation facilities also do offer fitness rooms. So with our fitness rooms here, we have state-of-the-art equipment. So whether you want to get more into heavy weightlifting, hard or cardio, whether that be with utilizing a treadmill or other pieces of equipment, and so much more. Like I said, you name what piece of equipment we have, chances are we got it. We are open. The Desert Breeze Community Center Fitness Room is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. and on Saturdays from 8 a.m. to noon. So something else for you to check into, and pricing for that, as far as seniors go, it's $1 a day, $5 a month, or $35 a year. You can't beat those prices. So anyway, for more information, feel free to reach us out, and we hope to see you at one of our many Parks and Recreation facilities real soon.
Welcome. I am Miss AV. I'm your Clark County Poet Laureate, and this is the Poets Corner, and we're here to bring you all the poetry in Clark County. And today is extra special for your viewing pleasure. We are going to be talking all about poetry, professional poetry even, all with the amazing Tina Sanchez, the secret poet. So we're very excited to have her here. Hello, Tina.
Hello.
Thank you for being here.
I'm excited to be here. Thank you for asking me.
Absolutely. So first and foremost, we got to know the secret poet. How did that come about? And obviously you're a professional literary artist. So what kind of explain to us a little bit this name, the secret poet?
Well, it's a long history going into it. I am a secret keeper, and I always have been. I'm the youngest of 7 kids, and I was always the secret keeper for everyone. However, I found I even kept secrets from myself. How did I do that? Well, I wrote a lot, but I never would have called myself a writer, much less a poet, until a few years ago. So then I never throw my books away. Inside those books, I would find things written on napkins, on envelopes, and even like, you know, from school, like it's like, oh, this is a biology notebook. In my head, journaling was always like today's date, dear diary, and you list everything from the day. But he said I journal in code because clearly I want to keep the secrets, and I was always had fear of someone finding my journal or something, and he said my code is poetry. He told me I was a poet.
That.
I was like, oh, I'm not a poet. I just write stuff.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So that is so important, that I am statement, and how that really unlocked so much for you as you continue on this incredible journey as a literary artist. Congratulations for your journey.
Thank
and
you.
So much more amazing stuff to come in this new year. I'm sure 2025 is going to be absolutely incredible for you, and I am so excited to see all that you have to come. Now, I do know that you might have a little bit of a treat for us and might share some poetry with us.
I do, in fact.
Oh, beautiful. Awesome. So what a treat for us. So I would love to hear some poetry with you and the audience as well. So whenever you're ready, we'd love to hear your poetry.
Well, I will open this, and I would love to share this holiday piece I have for you. It's
beautiful.
As I started with my poet journey, then I started writing on purpose, not just happenstance, and then it becomes this beautiful thing. So this is a holiday piece that I wrote. I hope you enjoy. Greetings. Wait, was that okay? Is there a secret word I should use? What's that in your cup? Can I buy you a drink? Let me just start out by saying, baby, it's cold outside. Winter is here. Some may even say it's the most wonderful time of the year. Let's recap that for a moment and see where all that came from, because I, for one, I don't like to be cold. So when they say, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow, I don't know. I guess it can be kind of, cool for a minute. It is fun to play in, like, do you want to build a snowman? Until it's so frosty that you can visibly see your breath, and as you inhale and all the nose hairs turn to icicles, then it's time to come in and warm your toes by the fire and have a cup of hot chocolate or warm apple cider. How do you fill your cup? I like to put little marshmallows on top, and as we warm our hands with these cozy drinks. We warm our hearts with the company we keep. Really, it's just another reason for us to be together in this wintry sweater weather, which they're intentionally ugly sometimes. That's a thing. So cheers, season's greetings, happy holidays, in whichever way you choose to celebrate. Let me ask you, how do you fill your cup? Sometimes my little marshmallows are more like little nuggets of love, from family and friends gathering together with purpose or in faith. Do you have special recipes of foods that you make? Are there cookies and candies? Do you make paper snowflakes? How do you decorate? Are there special dances you do and songs that you sing? Are there certain books that you read or gifts that you bring? Never show up empty-handed, as my mama used to say. All the glorious lights and the twinkling colors, they're mesmerizing, shining so brightly on these cold winter nights. We all come from different backgrounds and places, but sometimes we find familiar eyes in the faces of strangers. I believe in people, and I believe in love. And it may seem too simple to ask to unite with a greeting, but what I'm asking is to allow our greetings to bring in a new season, a season where we find more reasons to love than we do reasons to judge. Can we fill our cups with unity, bring together our various and diverse communities where no matter the culture or religion, we're able to share and take part in all kinds of beautiful traditions? And know that when someone gives you a greeting that is heartfelt from something they believe, the intent is to spread love, light, and prosperity. And to that I say yes, I receive, I celebrate that with you, though it may sound different than what I'm used to. Sometimes the marshmallows that fill our cups are from potato pancakes and dreidels for a happy Hanukkah, or wishing you wisdom and joy for a blessed Kwanzaa. It could be a procession led with music that ends with piñatas, Feliz Posada, a festival of lights for a happy Diwali, warm wishes for winter solstice. Bring the Yuletide. We wish you a Merry Christmas. Join us for a happy Festivus, or just because it's Tuesday. With all the greetings of the season, I'm sure there are a few that I missed. But however you choose to believe and celebrate these nostalgic festivities, please let it be a season to light up your life and use this snow-dusted landscape as a gift. I hope you feel the magic in the air like you did when you were a kid. May the warmth fall in flurries and melt open your hearts. May your cup overfloweth with love, and little marshmallows too. Greetings. Raise your glass with me, your cup of cheer, to have a most joyous and meaningful Happy New Year. And bring us some figgy pudding.
Yes. Okay, I hope everyone at home is snapping their poetry fingers as well. That was incredible. Tina, the secret poet, giving us such an amazing way to start this new year. Thank you for sharing that piece. And it was also very cool to just see how animated you were. You know, we have these ideas, I think, of poetry that is just like we're reading out of a book and that's it. But you really showed how we are telling that story. We are coming together, and it can also be quite funny. So I appreciate you just being yourself and being here. That was amazing. Thank you so much. And again, I'm so excited for what 2025 brings to you and your journey. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And if you would like to find out more about all of the poetry right here in Clark County, make sure you check out our Clark County government website, www.ClarkCountyNV.gov, for more information on myself as well, again, as the poetry happening right right here in Southern Nevada. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time. And remember, it's always a good time for poetry.
On the heels of one of the driest years in recorded history and a shortage declaration on the Colorado River, Southern Nevada is taking more drastic measures to conserve water. A new law will require the removal of useless grass by the end of 2026. Useless grass is non-functional and serves no recreational value. It's found in roadways, roundabouts, sidewalks, business complexes, and homeowner association entryways.
We've been incentivizing the community to take out this type of non-functional turf for the last 20 years. But with the shortage declaration, with the hydrology we're seeing as a result of climate change in the Rocky Mountains, it was time to take that next step and say we're simply not going to allow this type of non-functional turf to exist in our community after the next 5 years passes.
This non-functional grass covers about 4,000 acres and uses roughly 10% of our Colorado River water allotment. Replacing grass that no one uses with water-smart landscaping could save the Las Vegas Valley around 10 billion gallons of water a year.
The Southern Nevada Water Authority formed a committee of representatives from the community to make recommendations on how to implement this new law. Now, the deadline to remove purely decorative grass, like you see here, is December 2026. Giving property managers time to convert grass to water-smart landscaping.
If you're a commercial property manager or HOA manager, you can remove non-functional grass now and get a cash incentive from the SNWA. Your property could receive $3 for every square foot of grass replaced with water-smart landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet, and $1.50 for every square foot over that. As a resident, you also can influence businesses you frequent and your HOA board members to do the right thing and remove grass that's purely decorative. Supporting water conservation efforts benefits all of us who live and work in Southern Nevada, and we can't let our foot off the gas now.
We've been doing great on conservation for the last 20 years, but as we keep telling people, conservation is a journey. It's not a destination, so we're going to keep on that journey for the next several years and see where the community gets to.
I had to pack up all my things. I had to leave my home. And I never knew where I was going next. It felt like I never even had a say. But then you came along.
Change a child's story. There's a child in foster care waiting for a volunteer like you.
Please volunteer 2 hours a week as a court-appointed special advocate.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District A issues with your elected official, Commissioner Michael Naft. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Randy. Good to be back on with you.
Excellent. We're here at the Silverado Ranch Community Center in the heart of District A. District A is enormous, stretching from Spring Valley to Searchlight and beyond. Portions of Las Vegas Boulevard, the city of Henderson, and the rural Clark County communities of Jean, Prim, Kalnavari are in the Southwest Commission District, which concludes at the Colorado River town of Laughlin. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District A. District A is one of the largest in Clark County, and this diverse district features some of the most recognizable world-class resorts, sporting and concert venues, cities and rural towns. Much of the south part of Las Vegas Boulevard is in District A, including the Strip's Welcome to Fabulous Las Vegas sign, a Betty Willis-designed creation that has served as a popular place for visitors to take photos and selfies, and as a community meeting spot to pay tribute to noteworthy people, events, and causes. Just down the street is the home of the Las Vegas Raiders football team, Allegiant Stadium. Since opening in 2020, this striking silver and black dome has already welcomed an A-list of concert headliners and hosted hundreds of other special events and sporting contests. Some of the Valley's fastest growing commercial and residential activities are taking place in corridors along the Beltway and in neighborhoods such as Silverado Ranch and newly developed areas in Henderson. Of course, District A also boasts Silver State rugged rural areas all the way to the borders of Arizona and California, including Searchlight, Jean, and Cal Navari. The town of Laughlin, Nevada sits at the southernmost point of Clark County and is home to several thousand residents and a couple million annual tourists who come to this expanding Colorado Riverside destination for food, fun, and adventure. From the bright neon lights to the desert beauty to some of the Valley's best neighborhoods, there's something for everyone all around District A. Commissioner, we're here at the Silverado Ranch Community Center nearing the first-year anniversary, and this is actually the 4th time we've done it in your neighborhood here, which is a record. And I know your expectations for this place were lofty, but have they been exceeded by what has happened in the first 12 months?
You know, what has been exceeded is just my appreciation for how the community has completely embraced this building. And what it has shown to me, and I think my colleagues on the commission, is just how critically important, how vital these centers are to making community, to building neighborhoods, to bringing people together. And the fact that you can, that we can build something like this that is, frankly, you know, it was a shame that Enterprise, the entire township, didn't have a community center until this one was built. But now that we do, we have, I think, an extraordinary model for something that I'd like to recreate in other parts of my district as soon as funding allows for it, because I have seen what it's done to property value, to personality, to people who live in this area. It's really given them a sense of place. It's given the Silverado Ranch community, people who live here who feel like they haven't quite been able to enjoy the amenities that other parts of the valley have had for many years now. They've given that to them, and I just think that's an extraordinary thing. And what I'm really proud of is that the vision for this building was that it would be something for everybody. That's hard to do. Sometimes when you try to appeal to too many people, make too many people happy, you're making nobody happy. But the team here at the Silverado Ranch Community Center, I think, has done an extraordinary job offering programming to everybody who wants to participate. And that's demonstrated. We're here in the demonstration kitchen. My mom takes cooking classes in this room, and my daughter takes ballet classes in the room next door. That's the whole spectrum of our community, and I just think that's a wonderful thing.
It was a year ago when you had a major celebration. There were hundreds of people here to come and take this new place, and it still has a new community center smell to it. And I know you're excited about the first anniversary. Tell me about that.
Yeah, well, we, you know, you commented that this is the 4th time we've been on site here. The first time was when this was just sort of a dream, a vision. We came back when there was actually shovels in the ground, when the building was coming out from the ground. We came back once more before the building had opened to the public and started to offer the programming that it does today. And we're here 1 year later to mark the first anniversary of this community center. And what I want to do is actually what we've done in the past is to showcase and highlight what happens in this space every single day. Because for whether or not you come here like so many people do every single day to walk the track, or whether you come here, you know, one Thursday a night for a particular program, or if you've never been to a community center in Clark County, this showcase is an opportunity to really demonstrate everything that happens here, the extraordinary work that our Parks and Recreation team and those who we work with provide, and the services they provide, and really, you know, it's an opportunity. So often what the county does and what government does is help people when they're at their worst. This is an opportunity to be proactive in our community, to do good for whether it's kids coming here to summer camp or seniors doing knitting next door. It's an opportunity to be proactive and really demonstrate some of the positive aspects that Clark County and that government can do to serve the whole broader community.
A number of our community centers have kitchen facilities. They're more commissary style to serve meals and things like that. But this is one of one. I mean, this is a test kitchen. Just looking through the booklet, there's workshops for Mexican food, sushi food, Vietnamese, bread basics, and you know, $15 you come in here. I'm sure you get fed, you learn something, and with the cameras and everything like that, it's like being on a Cooking Network show here.
Exactly. It's really fun, and it's something that you know, know, there were several things that we wanted to do with this site that hadn't been done before. One was the demonstration kitchen and to program it, which you, as you just indicated, we are effectively. We've also, because of the style of this room, we can expand out, as you mentioned, to accommodate many more people than can sit at the bar here. Some of the other things that we wanted to do through the construction of this building was to provide an indoor space for people to walk around. I've talked to you about it many times. That came out of a conversation that we had with some seniors who walk the park that this community center sits on every single morning, but we're saying, boy, wouldn't it be nice when the weather's not right to have an indoor place. So this is the county's first indoor walking track. I would absolutely put that again in another facility that the county builds. I think that has been a really important tool to bring people into the building. For no cost, they have a cool indoor space to walk, to get some exercise, and to build some camaraderie. Those two things and several others that just hadn't been done before that I think are really important parts of what makes this place so special.
And as you said, someone just saw the shell of this building. Why the heck couldn't we put a walking track up there? I mean, it literally was that organic how that walking track began, right?
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of reasons why not to do something. One was, well, if you put an elevated walking track, it's going to then be a two-story building. We're going to be required to have a elevator, meet ADA requirements. We've accomplished the walking track without taking up any real estate, but also by utilizing a ramp system, we're able to get people up there without having to go through what would have been cost prohibitive to put in the elevator and the infrastructure around a second-story building.
I know they do some different programs here. They have like a 100-mile club, so it really gets some buy-in from the community. Someone comes here and they log their miles and they get a t-shirt. It's a nice achievement for them to come out here and get some exercise every day.
One of the things that I think has just perhaps surprised me in some ways is just how important in 1 year's time this community center has become to people who live in the area, whether it's to meet those goals and fitness benchmarks, or whether it's just to get out of the house and meet people who might be in their community who they've never known before. I've had everyone from the children of elderly come and tell me that they believe that their mom or their dad is still alive because they have this place to recreate and to walk, and it gives them purpose and something to do. We've done programming for teenage boys well into the evening, 11 o'clock at night here in this in the basketball facilities that has given them purpose and a place to be when otherwise they might not. I just can't overemphasize the power of a Parks and Recreation facility and community and bringing people together in ways that even for me, somebody who has worked with Parks and Recreation for many years, someone who, you know, I went to a Clark County summer camp at a community center. And even for me, until I've gotten to hear the personal stories from people who've benefited from this community center and other parks facilities, I didn't fully appreciate it.
Talking with Michelle here, she says they get about 5,000 people a month. And what surprised me is that you think of walking, people come in the morning. She says people are coming here all day long to use the walk track. And I know you're doing something here soon, Walk with Your Commissioner. I know you're very famous for chats with the commissioner, and you hold more structured forums where you're listening to your constituents, but you're going to be up there and walk with these folks.
That's right. I'm often here and am walking around anyways, and I thought, hey, why not put out the word that we're going to be here if people have something that's on their mind and want to join me for a stroll around the community center and have a good conversation about Clark County and our departments and services. We can double up and do it at the same time.
Tell me a little bit about how this is a true multi-generational community center.
Yeah, well, it's really with the programming. I wanted to make sure that every square foot of space in this building was well utilized, was functional. That's why nearly everything is both purposeful but also multi-purpose. And so, you know, that studio next door that I mentioned where my daughter takes ballet class, they also do in that same space chair aerobics. And so really, you know, another example, chair volleyball in the same space where the 3-year-olds learn how to play softball. Everything is multi-purpose here and for everybody.
And something else that is perhaps a future plan is they would like to build a community garden here where you could actually grow some vegetables, some fruits, some herbs and things like that, and have a true farm to kitchen situation meal.
Yep, and that would really be fulfilling what the hope and the vision was for this space, for the kitchen, was that you could have a class on gardening and growing your herbs and your vegetables, and then have a follow-up class on what to do with the things you grow in your garden.
Okay. Commissioner, I know another park that you're very proud of is the Echo Trail Park. You recently had your 3rd anniversary there. A different park, a different community in a different part of District A, but no less important to those constituents.
And that is an area where Silverado Ranch has been growing for some time now and is more established. The southwest area is growing so fast that oftentimes these communities have been left without much open space and park space. Echo Trail Park is a master plan 30-acre park. We've developed 5 so far, and I see it every day, but when we do that annual event there, the Family Fun Day that we do at Echo Trail, and get hundreds of people to come out and they each tell me how often and how important that park space is to them. It's just one more reminder of why these things matter.
And another park in your district is James Regional Park. I know you're very excited about 8 new softball diamonds that are coming out there, including a showcase one where championship games will be played, and that attracts a different type of crowd. It brings in perhaps out-of-town groups that they can have their whole tournament right there.
James Regional is truly a regional asset for all of Clark County. It's a tournament level facility, and as you said, the economics are significant too. That is really was a driver in the origination of James Regional. It was designed to be a place where tournaments can be played, where people can come from all over the region, not just Southern Nevada, but neighboring states, to play very competitive athletics. People come here, they stay here, they participate in local businesses and patron businesses in the area. And then, of course, there is a lot of time there for league play for locals as well. So right now, that's primarily a soccer complex, but you're exactly right. Through SNPLMA, we're going to be expanding the ball fields. We're also expanding the track space there, so that we've created some tunnels in the area in partnership with RPM and Public Works that'll allow for more connectivity, so that people can actually we can have 5Ks there at James Regional without being interrupted by some of the arterials that go through that park.
All right, we must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with District 8 Commissioner Michael Naft. Stay tuned.
The sizzle of summer can start early in Southern Nevada. Anyone can be impacted by the heat if they're not prepared. Symptoms of heat illness include muscle cramps, heavy sweating, and nausea. To be heat smart, stay cool, stay indoors and in the shade. Never leave kids or pets alone in hot cars. Outdoors, wear a wide-brimmed hat and sunscreen. Stay hydrated, drink plenty of water, avoid caffeine, alcohol, and sugary drinks. And stay informed. Follow the local weather forecast to plan your day. Beat the heat, Southern Nevada.
District A is home to the Silverado Ranch Park and Community Center. This park is a neighborhood gem with miles of walking trails, a dog park, skateboard park, and areas for picnicking and leisure. The Silverado Ranch Community Center is a stunning jewel, boasting some one-of-a-kind features, including an indoor track and test kitchen, in addition to a gymnasium and workout facility. Classes and programs for nearly every type of activity are held in the state-of-the-art community center. The Silverado Ranch Park and Community Center is located at 9855 Gillespie Street, and that's where we are, talking District A and county issues with Commissioner Michael Naft. Commissioner, you and the Board of County Commissioners recently passed some regulations for animal protection. I know there's a few different components. Let's break them down a little bit. Let's talk about pet microchipping. What are the laws? And I know these all take place, will start in August, is that correct?
Right. So, and just to provide some context here, what we did is we opened up Title 10, which is the code in Clark County Code that primarily governs animal welfare issues. That's where most animal welfare issues are codified in Title X. So this was really the first time that we had significant changes to Title X in a couple decades. We worked with all of my colleagues, but of course, when we opened it up, it was a wonderful opportunity for management and leadership in departments like Animal Protective Services and Code Enforcement to bring their ideas to the table. We also did some stakeholder engagement. We worked with a lot of the rescues, the shelters. We worked with people who are actually on the ground every single day responding to what is really a crisis for the animal welfare community, and did that in an effort to really achieve a couple goals. The main being, how do we reduce the number of animals that fall on the doorstep of the shelter? Microchipping, as you mentioned, which is now the law in Clark County, that is a really important part of how we can recover, get the animal recovered to the owner, to their family quickly. And so that is just an important tool that we need to make sure that, yes, people are taking the time to microchip their pet, but also that the veterinarians in our community are advocating for it and supporting it. And so working together to educate the community, I think, is part of it. But yes, it'll be required, as it is in the city, moving forward through the amendments to Title X.
And I know illegal breeding, backyard breeding, puppy mills, horrendous situation, and that is something that obviously contributes to the overpopulation of pets in Clark County.
It does. It's been a couple years since we tackled the humane pet sale ordinance, which was prohibiting the retail sale of puppies in our community. That's something that has been effective in other places. Right now, the legislature is actually considering language, which I think is so important because, yes, Clark County is the largest jurisdiction in southern Nevada. We have more businesses and more people than any other jurisdiction, but this is one of those issues that is really best tackled at either the federal or if not the state level, because you just don't want this problem to go from jurisdiction to jurisdiction and hop around. And so we saw, we followed truly the North Las Vegas lead. Then we came, then Henderson put in, they're doing grandfathering, but there's a prohibition now, a moratorium on further licensing of these puppy stores that the only way they get their animals is from puppy mills. That's just the reality of it. There's no evidence that suggests anything other, and I spent a lot of time looking for it. That's just the fact. And so if you want to reduce the puppy mill pipeline, the best way to do it is to cut off the place where they're sold, and that's pet stores in this community. So we did a lot of work to help them transition out, businesses who wanted to take advantage of transitional services. They're certainly allowed to continue to operate as a business in a number of other ways, like grooming or retail pet product sales, but no longer is it allowed to sell puppies. Through Title X, we also made it a little bit more challenging for people to sell pets on places like sidewalks and streets and in parks and areas that you're just not safely and securely bringing a new animal into your home. There are lots of extraordinary animals at Nevada SPCA, at the Animal Foundation that are ready for both fostering and adopting. And I just strongly believe that when a family is considering expanding to their family, that those are two really important ways to do it. And not only because I believe that that is the humane thing to do, I think that's the best thing for the animal, I think it's the best thing for the family, but it's also financially looking out for taxpayer money. It's the county who's funding who's funding the Animal Foundation in partnership with the city of Las Vegas. It's the county that subsidizes other programs. It's the county that funds animal control officers through Animal Protection Services. And so not only is it just the right thing to do, but it's the fiscally responsible thing to do.
Another component is the boarders and groomers, people that are in the industry. You are actually going to provide, Clark County is going to provide free training just to give those people an assist and keep them in compliance and give them a hand.
Yeah, these individuals are our eyes and ears out there. They're people who interact with animals on a daily basis, and it's really important that they know what the best practices are. And so we're going to internally offer those programs. The first year they'll be available in person and open to everybody who's working in that space, and it's up to the licensee to make sure that their staff goes ahead and takes advantage of that educational opportunity. But that's absolutely an important element of, and one of the more important elements that we amended in Title X.
Many of those folks in boarders or groomers are small business owners, and I know you're excited about taking care of some small business owners and entrepreneurs in Laughlin.
Well, and I was just going to say, and that's why we're offering that free of service. We don't want to negatively impact a business owner who's struggling as is, but we do want to make sure that the people working there have the best opportunity to serve the community.
And I know in Laughlin, you are excited about the small businesses and entrepreneurs down there having a grant program there where up to $25,000 some individual business owners can apply for to help stimulate that economy a little bit there.
That's right. We've taken advantage of some economic development dollars that were allocated several years ago and created a program that will help locally owned independent businesses to make enhancements. And this could be everything from someone who's just trying to start out, but they don't have the capital to put into tenant improvements to bring a space either up to code or up to the standard that they might want it to be. And it may also apply to somebody who is a current operating locally owned independent business who knows that if they only had an improved facade, if they only had better signage, that they could do that much better and they could succeed. So this is a great way to stimulate, as you said, the economies in District A. Businesses in Laughlin, it's being run through the Laughlin Chamber of Commerce, who we've partnered with to allocate these funds. But if you're interested, you can contact them, but it's not exclusive to Laughlin. It's open to any businesses in District A that want to participate can take advantage of this, what I think will be a really helpful grant opportunity to give them a little bit of a leg up, particularly as times can be very difficult for smaller independent businesses.
Let's shift gears a little bit, Commissioner. I know pedestrian and traffic safety have been something that you have been on the forefront ever since you've taken office, and something as simple as that adding crossing guards at middle schools is something that has been going on for the last year or so, something you're very proud of and very tangible, positive results.
Well, sadly, it's rare that in the traffic safety space we get to talk about good news. But this is one of those times where we have some, I think, statistically relevant data that really points to some positive trends that we're seeing when it comes to kid safety in front of, particularly in front of middle schools. As you mentioned, Clark County was the first jurisdiction to expand our crossing guard program. And I want to give credit to a lot of advocates who've frankly been working for a decade's time to see this happen. There's been a tremendous amount of research and data collection done, best practices reviewed, that led us to the point where I was absolutely convinced that the investment in an expanded crossing guard program was well worth the allocation of funds. And so what we did was just that. We expanded our currently existing elementary crossing guard program to include middle schools. So you now have between 2 and 4 crossing guards at every unincorporated Clark County middle school. And really quickly after that, we saw my friends at the City of Henderson follow our lead on it. City of North Las Vegas partook in the program. And the City of Las Vegas I'm working with to demonstrate to them the data and make sure that they understand just how valuable it could be to their jurisdiction as well. And in unincorporated Clark County, at the middle schools in our jurisdiction, we've seen a 63% reduction in kids hit by cars in front of their school. That's huge. To see that kind of change with one policy maneuver, I think is just an extraordinary extraordinary thing and points to the value and the success of the program. We also, some of the concerns around expanding the crossing guard program were labor. Would we be able to recruit crossing guards? You've covered it many times. At the beginning of the year, we're always putting out call because we're always short of crossing guards. That's just the way it is. We've not seen that. We've been able to recruit crossing guards to this program. Some of them even prefer to be at a middle school. It's been, people have really taken up the call to serve their community in that way. And we have absolutely seen just the effectiveness of having extra eyes, ears, hands on our roads to help people, particularly, you think about the transition from elementary school to middle school. That is probably not the best time to go ahead and lose any kind of supervision. It's a time when some parents might take a step back and let the kid go on their own to middle school, where they didn't do that at elementary school. And having those extra supervisors out there to make sure that kids are also, while they're getting to school safely, they're also being educated on the rules of the road. It's been a real success, and I just encourage our fellow jurisdictions to continue to follow suit and to track the data because I want to make sure that this continues to be successful for Clark County.
We just have another minute or so left. What else are you excited about, Commissioner? What's going on all around A that you want your constituents to know about?
There's a lot of really exciting things happening. Something that I've been working awfully hard on is the partnership with Intermountain West and the first standalone pediatric hospital that we stand to gain over at the UNLV Harry Reid Research Park in District A. If we can get that done, and I believe we're pretty close, that will be transformational for this community. Not only will it allow parents who far too often have to head to the airport to get treatment for their seriously ill children, an opportunity to stay here in their community, but it will also create an opportunity for us to recruit physicians, medical professionals, healthcare professionals to come to the Valley. And that's an area that we have struggled with for far too long. So the investment from Intermountain is very real. The site selection is moving along aggressively, and I'm really optimistic that we'll be able to move forward and have that truly life-changing facility open right here in Southern Nevada soon.
All right, well, it's always a pleasure to you, and we're actually fired up because I know you're going to make NAF's famous French toast for us here next, right?
I'm not sure anybody wants that.
All right. Well, thank you very much for being here, Commissioner. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you.
That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to Commissioner Michael Neff for taking time to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District A. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments, call me at 455-6357 or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Summer weather in Clark County can be wonderful, but not for a child or pet stuck in a vehicle. On a 100-degree day, the temperatures inside a car can reach 120 degrees in less than 10 minutes.
And trapped in those hot temperatures, your children and pets can sustain brain damage, heat stroke, or even die.
Don't leave the ones you love in a hot vehicle. It may only take a few minutes to run to the store, but don't take that chance.
Visit ClarkCountyNV.gov for information on what to do if you see a child or pet in a hot car. Look before you lock, and if you love them, don't leave them.
You're watching Clark County Television.
Hello everyone, I'm Sue Levitt. Thank you for joining us for Together for Better, a show where we highlight the collective efforts of Clark County employees working to create a brighter future for everyone who calls Clark County home. At Clark County, we're building that future on a foundation of service, integrity, respect, accountability, leadership, and excellence. On this episode, we take an in-depth look at the remarkable work of the Clark County Social Services team. Every day, they're helping bridge the gap between homelessness and stability for our community's most vulnerable. With compassion, dedication, and patience, the Care Hot team is on the front lines, connecting unhoused individuals with critical resources and offering hope for a brighter future. Each day begins here, loading up essentials, water, snacks, hygiene kits, and information before heading out into the community to bring help directly to those who need it most. These ladies are part of Clark County's Care Hot team, a dedicated group working to connect unhoused individuals with services and eventually a path to stable housing.
Let me text John, see if there's beds, and then I'll text you what time you have to be there.
Care Hot stands for Community Advocacy, Resource and Engagement Homeless Outreach Team, a mission-driven approach to meeting people where they are.
People are surviving, and they are not good advocates for themselves, and they're not positioned to advocate for themselves. So to be present, to do outreach, to make sure that people are safe, that their needs are at least minimally met, and then to, over time, build relationship and hopefully trust. And it can take several encounters for someone to feel comfortable engaging with any of our teams.
The team works alongside Las Vegas Metro Police, focusing on calls better suited for professionals trained in homelessness, substance abuse, and mental health challenges.
Yeah, like in the other side of the fence right here.
The care team is visiting an encampment on the east side of the valley, where people here have made this empty lot next to the flood channel their home.
Morning in the camp, anybody in there?
Law enforcement always approaches first to ensure safety.
Good morning.
Morning.
Followed by a member of the care team offering assistance and resources.
Here's some water. When's the last time you had your ID?
While not everyone accepts help, the team still provides information and supplies in hope that their efforts will motivate future change.
We know like this is not a safe place for them. Like you never know what's gonna happen. We bump into some clients that like have been abused in some kind of way, and we're like, but they don't want resources. And we're like, oh well, like the navigation center's there. We're here. Do you want water? And they're like, no, I want to stay here. I was like, but we could help you. But then you just have to take a step back and just like, okay, this is their choice.
It may seem like an easy decision, choosing a roof, a bed, and a meal over the streets. But for many, this is home. It's where they feel safest despite the hardships.
This is their house, so I don't think they look at it the same way we do.
Despite all of the challenges, the team keeps coming back.
Because one day sometimes they'll say yes.
For those who do say yes, the next stop is the Navigation Center. This former motel, now a shelter, provides temporary housing and services for up to 70 people a night.
I've seen some improvement on some clients that we've gone from the street to the Navigation Center. We see them all cleaned up, they showered, they have some meat on their bones. They're like, oh, you're still here. That's good, you're here for the last 2 weeks. Let's hopefully you make it to the 30 more days and then 90 more days.
On any given night in Clark County, almost 8,000 people are experiencing homelessness. That's 8,000 lives in need of care, compassion, and solutions.
People, I think, approach the folks that we're serving with much more compassion and empathy than I've ever seen in a social service setting.
Because even just one client, just like, oh, he made it to the shelter, or we direct him to the VA. It's like, okay, no, he's out of the street, he's gonna get the benefits he wants. It does bring you like a little like happiness. You're like, oh, at least we did one person.
I like being able to help my community. I like just for that one person to be able to be like, yes, you know, this is a goal, they're in there, you know, change their situation.
Our team of staff here at Clark County Social Service are an incredibly talented and committed group of people. And their heart is in this work. And every day they go out there and they put love and compassion into this world. And they really try to find the most efficient and effective ways possible to relieve suffering.
The Care Hot team is proof that small steps can lead to big changes, and with every person they help, they bring us closer to a community where everyone has a place to call home. For care team members who go out every day bringing hope to those in need, their hard work pays off each time they're able to connect individuals to the services offered at the Navigation Center, which serves as more than just a shelter, but a place to find support, dignity, and the chance to rebuild lives.
All right, so this is our model room.
When clients arrive at the Clark County Navigation Center, they're welcomed with a clean room that offers 2 beds, a bathroom, as well as air conditioning and heat. Clean clothes and meals are also provided.
Hey, DJ. Yes, sir. Are you ready to do a housing assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right. Right through that open door in the modular on the right side. Should only take 10 or 15 minutes.
Clients can stay at the Navigation Center for 30 days, and during this time, Clark County caseworkers aim to connect clients with services to help them get back on their feet.
When the HOT team goes out there and they speak to these individuals and they are interested, when they bring them here, it's the easiest way.
I had it sent here.
Okay, perfect.
So once my birth certificate comes in here, then the case manager said that they'll help me with my ID.
Okay.
Most people need help obtaining identification documentation and health insurance, but many other social services like job assistance, counseling, and help getting into permanent housing are also offered.
So why we call this a ground zero is so that we could identify the individuals who are really working to better themselves, to become independent, and to become employable.
What kind of job are you looking for? Anything specific?
The majority of the people are unhoused. They have nowhere to go. They have no options. We either find them on the streets, in the parks, or other providers refer them over to us because they are in need of housing.
Opening in August of 2023 in a repurposed Motel 6, the Navigation Center has helped thousands turn their lives around. Once clients leave, the goal is to transition into temporary housing and eventually a permanent home.
They enjoy the time that they're here because they do have a place to eat, they have a place to stay, and it's safe. They don't have to worry about anything happening to them during the time that they're here.
The county's long-term plan aims to convert more motels into intake centers, spreading resources for the unhoused population throughout the valley. The goal, to establish multiple navigation centers, making services more accessible and ensuring no one has to travel far to get help. Clark County's innovative housing programs are driven by the hard work, dedication, and compassion of county employees who show up every day to make a difference. The results: lives changed, communities strengthened, and long-lasting impacts that make Clark County a better place to call home. Melanie Felipe is a member of Clark County's Star Rapid Rehousing Team, a team whose work helps house thousands of individuals in our community.
Hey.
How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's good seeing you.
You too.
Today, Melanie is visiting one of her clients for a status check.
Definitely have helped me get my, my medical folder together so that way I have, my mental health stable so I can be the best I can be at work.
With the help of Clark County Star Rapid Rehousing Program, Nick has his own apartment, a good job, and every day focuses on self-improvement to build a positive future for himself.
So we have 4 different recovery clubs, and so I posted right here, and then I have the St. Anne's schedule because sometimes I go to church. And so the STAR program is there for those that think that there's no hope. The STARS program gives them hope. If you come as you are, and you give them the open, honest truth about where you're at, then they can maybe bridge that gap for you to get back going in society.
Clark County's STAR Rapid Rehousing Program is a collaborative supportive housing project between Clark County Social Services and community organizations that address the housing needs of non-chronically homeless Clark County residents. STAR stands for Stability, Tenancy, Access, and Restore. Caseworkers with the STAR team provide housing and wraparound supportive services to help clients achieve stability to thrive.
For me, it's just working with my clients, working with the community, engaging with other resources available to make sure that my client achieves self-sufficiency.
Nick was connected with the STAR program at an all-time low in his life. He was homeless, struggling with addiction, finding shelter in underground flood channels that run beneath our city.
It was cold. It was cold, and it was dark a lot of the times, and I'd get stuck in the dark a lot, you know, and I'd come up every now and then, but I'd find myself going back down there just because I was just so driven by my psychosis, you know, like I just felt like there was something, like a driving force in my inner dialogue in my mind that just didn't want me in society.
Today, Nick stays on track by setting daily goals to stay focused. He has a steady job and is working to gain back his real estate license.
These are all my commercial certificates.
And in his spare time, Nick volunteers regularly at a local recovery center.
Oh, so grateful. I'm so grateful. Like, I just want to just be able to just extend that gratitude through the work in the community. So, because like I know that in order for me to be grateful, I've definitely got to be able to show it in my actions. And so I know that there's a lot of work to be done. And so I'm just going to every day just get up, you know, when I need to get up and just go out there and try to carry that message to somebody else and give them the hope the way that they've given me the hope.
On my end, it was like, okay, how can I support your plan? What do you need from me? Let's help you get to where you want to be. And here he is.
Oh, Melanie has been fantastic. She's been amazing. She has been a big support. Me and my family are forever grateful for you guys, and I hope that I can show that in my actions and in my faith. And from this day forward, they've changed my whole viewpoint of Las Vegas and the way I see myself. And my mom and dad are grateful for giving me a chance to become a better man.
For Nick and so many others, affordable housing is more than just a roof over their head. It's a fresh start, a second chance, and a foundation for a brighter future. Well, we show you how after years of hard work and dedication, one client has achieved her goal of independence, transitioning out of Clark County support and on her way to a better tomorrow.
Hi, I'm here. Thanks. I appreciate it. Bye. Okay, she's calm.
Amika works with Clark County STAR Permanent Supportive Housing Program, helping people find homes and hope. Amika's been looking forward to today's visit with Maya.
Hey, hey, hey.
This may be one of Amika's final visits with Maya. After 2 years of dedication and hard work, Maya is ready to take the next step toward independent living.
And everything that you've done, like, I'm just so proud of this woman here. Like, you've just done so well. You know, you've seen me come a long way.
A long way from where Maya was 2 years ago, homeless, sleeping in a dark alley, feeling lost and trapped in a destructive lifestyle.
I was so caught up that I had no hope. And you know that I didn't.
But hope arrived when Maya connected with Amika through the STAR Permanent Supportive Housing Program. It became a bridge to a life Maya once thought was impossible.
Yeah, I still have medical insurance. That's what I'm saying. Yes, I'm still sober. Yes, I'm still mentally stable. Yep. Yes, I'm still housed. Yep. Yes, I do pay my rent. Yes, you do. Yes, I do meet my job income and requirements. Yes, you do. Yes, I do.
With Amika's support, Maya has rebuilt her life. She has plans to get married and is considering a career in education.
I'm thinking about considering a career in education. I can talk, Maya. Yeah, I can see that for you.
Not everyone in the program reaches this level of success, but Maya's resolve to change and Amika's dedication made it all possible.
so proud of you.
We did it.
Well, you did it.
I couldn't have done it without you. For me and other people out there who I know who have had this program come into their life, it's a godsend. I would have never been able to have affordable housing or affordable care coming off of the streets.
We do have a lot of success stories, more than sometimes we even recognize. And then when we start meeting with our clients and we're going over things, you're like, okay, yeah, this is working. Like, this person was here and look at where they are now. Like, we are making a difference. And
because if she didn't care about coming to work, about doing her job, like a lot of other people who fall to the wayside, I would have to.
Well, this wraps up this episode of Together for Better. We're glad you could join us, and we now leave you with one last look of our truly inspiring Clark County employees who transform lives and make a difference every day.
We can meet the needs of this community. We can lift people up if we all acknowledge that it's going to take all of us.
But I really feel like, especially in the work that we do Together for Better, it couldn't be better. We work with so many different community partners together so that we can provide better services for our clients, and it really, really speaks to the work that we do. So we're all working together for better, and I absolutely love that slogan. I love it. I do. I really do.
It makes me feel good. You know, my job has value. It's helping my community. I like being able to help my community. I like just for that one person to be able to be like, yes, you know, this is a goal, they're in there, you know, change their situation.
I just like to help people, so anything that I like, that I know I'm gonna make an impact on someone, like, that's what I like to do.
I'm doing it because I want to continue to give back to a community that has given me so much, and big is strong, big is born.
Across the board, you see a lot of heart, and you see a lot of commitment, and you see people just really engaged. And I think living the motto Together for Better every day.
Talk to me about the picture you drew.
At my foster home, I want there to be a perfect and fun and a lot of food.
And describe the home you drew.
I have a queen-size bed in my room. I have a lot of dolls, and I have a Nintendo Switch. I have a lot of Play-Doh, and also I have a pet bunny there. The food that I want there is McDonald's, pancakes, cookies, chips, and donuts. And in the front of my foster dream home is it's a mansion. It is very big.
And do you know when you came here to Child Haven?
No.
When I came into care, it was because she reported me as a runaway. And when the officers ultimately found me at my friend's house, the officer was like, you know, I'm taking you back to your sister. And I said, no, because she's not doing anything for me. And he's like, okay. He said, well, it's either that or Child Haven. And I said, well, what's Child Haven? He said, it's CPS center, pretty much. They'll make sure you go to school. They'll make sure your kid's taken care of. They'll make sure everything's you succeed, pretty much. They'll help you out. And I was like, all right, well, I'll go there. And that's how I came into care. The next place that I remember going to would be the nurse's station. So this is Agassiz Cottage, which is typically the first place for the new intakes. Remember coming in here and just doing all my physical stuff. They all document it on paper now, so they pretty much, so that when you're released, they know what to expect. If there's like a scratch or a scrape, they document it, or they'll even order your prescriptions for you, make sure that you continue that medication. I know we have some kids who are like diabetic and stuff, so everything that they could get from wherever they were removed from is like the most important thing. I do remember sitting there actually and getting my blood pressure taken and my heart rate and all that. So people show up here, and though it is a job, and you sign up for a job and you sign up to do this, they don't have to put the effort and the care into it. And a lot of people aren't here for the paycheck. A lot of people are here because they see the kids. That's all that these kids need, is somebody to listen.
The story on how I got to Child Haven is because me and my mom and my sister were staying in a motel as part of a housing program. We got kicked out on the 9th of February. We started staying at a shelter called the Courtyard. We stayed there for about a week before we spent a few nights at a family friend's house. After a few days of staying at that friend's house, my mom came back and said she had signed us up for this sober living program called Sober Homies. And we had paid $700 to stay there for a month, but on the first night there, we had gone to get our things from the Courtyard because they were going to throw it all away. We got our things, and when we got back to the Sober Living Program's house, they accused my mom of being high, and in result called the cops and CPS, which brought me and my sister to Child Haven. It makes me feel bad that my mom got accused of something that she didn't do, and in result got me and my sister taken away. It's been hard to adjust, but overall I think I've gotten more comfortable with the girls in my cottage and the staff.
Okay, so the nursing part only took about 15 minutes, but before we used to have to stay 24 hours in the Agassiz cottage, and then you were moved over to the cottage that you were supposed to be in, like depending on your age group and stuff like that. So for me, I ended up in Beezer, which is this way. One of my biggest mentors was Miss Naomi and Miss Renetta. They were always there, kind of guide me through things, really call me out on my nonsense. Miss Larissa was the one that didn't let me stay home from school. She would always make me stay outside, and then that kind of really pushed me to get it together. And Miss Diamond was the compassionate one, the caring one, the one that showed me like what it was to love myself above anything. Placement did a really good job at finding foster homes for me. One of them was in Laughlin. That one just wasn't a good fit. Another one was by Sunrise High School. Again, not a good fit. It was good to always know that there was always a place to go. So like you never had to worry about where you're gonna get a meal from, where you're gonna take a shower at, where you're gonna have a house, especially when it's cold or when it's hot. A lot of my foster sisters were actually sex trafficked. For them, that was big on knowing that they were safe and knowing that no one can hurt them. Things happen in life that you can't control, and it was never my fault that I was here. But the way that I help these kids is really what helps me cope a lot too. My name is Karen Perez. I was a kid here from 2014 to 2017. I now work here at Child Haven, and I help kids manage their behaviors, and I teach them coping mechanisms that I was once taught. Being that I was once in their shoes really helps them interact with me, and it gives them that comfort of knowing that it's not always going to be dark.
Summer is officially here, and hot vehicles can be a dangerous place for unattended children. Hi, I'm Erlance Magira, Clark County firefighter. On a 90-degree day, it takes just 10 minutes for the inside of a car to get 109 degrees. A child's body's temperature rises 3 to 5 times faster than an adult's. When a child is left in a vehicle, the situation can quickly become dangerous. Never leave a child alone in a car, even for a minute. Rolling windows down or parking in the shade is not enough to change the interior temperature of the vehicle. Look before you lock. Make it a habit to check your entire vehicle, especially the back seat, before locking the doors and walking away. If you see a child alone in a locked car, call 911 and act immediately if necessary. Together, we can prevent a tragedy. Help us keep our children safe.
Whether you're here to celebrate, raise a family, study, or build your career, we all want the community of Clark County to be one thing: sustainable. That's clean air and water, but it's also affordable housing, reliable energy, diverse jobs, and a livable climate. But the changing climate is already a harsh reality for Southern Nevada. This takes a toll on every one of us, our health, economy, and quality of life. The choices we make in our daily lives contribute to the greenhouse gas emissions fueling these impacts. Each one of us can make a difference, and we already have the tools and the solutions we need. It's time to go all in. All in Clark County is a smart, bold, and inclusive roadmap to a more sustainable future for everyone. The All-In Plan was created by and for you. In developing the plan, we grew climate literacy, focus on equity, and build capacity for individuals, organizations, businesses, and local governments to take action. The All-In Plan touches nearly every facet of our lives and is focused on 6 key areas. Scaling up renewable energy is Clark County's greatest opportunity to reduce emissions while also creating jobs. The actions in All-In aim to make clean, reliable energy, like solar, more accessible and reliable. More vehicles on the road mean more pollution, congestion, health impacts, and harmful emissions. All-In is helping Southern Nevada transition to zero-emission vehicles and providing accessible, diverse, clean transportation options. Single-use products and overconsumption have created a waste problem that recycling alone cannot solve, and it creates greenhouse gas emissions. All-In embraces a circular approach that reimagines waste and resource use. Climate-driven emergencies like extreme heat, drought, and flooding put our families and infrastructure at risk. All-In recognizes our vulnerabilities and identifies ways we can be healthier, better connected, and more prepared. The energy we use to power, cool, and heat our homes and buildings account for nearly half of our emissions. All-In is raising the bar on electrification and energy efficiency to bring that number down. Our growing region depends on a sufficient water supply, but that's at risk from drought, pollution, and overuse. All-In identifies a path to improve the quantity and quality of our region's water supply. Will solar work for your home or office roof or in your neighborhood? What are your plans for your next car? What innovative and green businesses would you like to see in Clark County? Is your business, office, or home prepared for extreme weather events? Could your home or office be more energy efficient? Have you considered drought-resilient landscaping or identified water leaks in your home or office? When the stakes are this high, Clark County and partners are going all in. A resilient, sustainable, thriving future is in our hands, your hands. Visit allinclarkcounty.com to take action.
Come on.
No. No.
They might call it puppy love, but it's not always so cute. Did you know that an unspayed dog, her mate, and all their puppies' can produce 67,000 dogs in 6 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
Clark County, Nevada, a dynamic and vibrant community where we live, work, and play. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Welcome to the Flood Channel. Today, you'll get a look at a new detention basin under construction, learn how to track storms that affect your neighborhood, and witness the launch of a National Weather Service weather balloon. All that and more on the Flood Channel. Construction on one of our newest flood control facilities is underway right now in the eastern Las Vegas Valley. It's the Jim McGoy Detention Basin, designed to handle high-velocity floodwater and channel it away from the residential properties in the surrounding neighborhoods.
Construction is underway on a new massive detention basin that's going to help significantly with flooding here on the east side of the valley. Crews are hard at work moving dirt and laying the foundation for a new detention basin near Owens Avenue and Los Feliz Boulevard. When completed, the basin will serve as a critical barrier against floodwaters rushing down from Frenchman Mountain, protecting nearby homes and businesses.
The streets will have less flows going in, impacting the homes. There will be less flooding locally and going into ditches, and then so that will protect the houses and the homes with the construction of this facility.
Detention basins operate much like bathtubs. Stormwater collects in the basin where it's held and then released gradually. This process protects homes, schools, and businesses downstream from flooding.
Detention basin and channels or storm drains play a big role in protecting the people of Las Vegas, both the citizens and the visitors alike, from impacts of flooding.
These facilities help move stormwater and urban water runoff safely through our communities.
We work closely with Flood. It's a great relationship with them. We're community members together and making sure these projects are completed. And then, we're really the highlight for the nation as far as flood control systems, how they're not only funded but constructed and then planned.
This basin is named after Jim McGoy, a former Nevada State Assemblyman. Following several flood-related deaths in the 1980s, McGoy sponsored legislation that laid the foundation for the Regional Flood Control District.
Flood control facilities are the silent protectors. You don't see them because they're underground. You don't see them above the hills, but they are there.
Come on.
No. No.
What if we could accurately predict a monsoonal storm, or a tornado, or a flood right in your neighborhood? At the National Weather Service station in Clark County, forecasters use a mix of traditional tools and modern computer science to do exactly that.
Certainly we're the most busy flood-wise during the summer monsoon, which usually kicks in, July and then goes through about September.
The National Weather Service Las Vegas office actually covers one of the largest forecast areas in the United States.
We serve a good chunk of southeastern California, including Inyo County and most of San Bernardino County. We do a bunch of southern Nevada, including Las Vegas Valley, of course, and northwest Arizona, which is most of Mojave County in northwest Arizona.
A key indicator of a monsoonal storm threat is humidity.
We're usually watching the forecast, watching the trends, watching any moisture surges through the summer that would ultimately lead to our thunderstorm outbreaks that give us those flash flood episodes that we see.
The Regional Flood Control District's network of rain gauges throughout Clark County is vitally important for identifying flooding threats. Weather Service forecasters rely on collected weather data and computer models to get ahead of monsoonal storms.
Oftentimes in the summer when we have our really intense heat waves, oftentimes those are followed by weather patterns that bring some moisture into the area. One of the first things we're watching ahead of a weather event would be we're watching our computer models.
They're looking for signals that indicate rapidly increasing moisture in the air over southern Nevada.
And we'll rely heavily on our forecast model data, which comes from our computer models, as well as our upper air data, which we sample through the weather balloon, which help us predict the coverage and intensity of those storms that form.
A balloon might seem almost outdated in modern times.
The weather balloon is really critical because it actually takes a full vertical sample of the atmosphere above us and gives us a lot of key information, like the amount of moisture that's in the atmosphere, the type of wind shear that's present, and all of that data ultimately gets ingested into our computer models.
Because balloons are launched very near the flight pattern at Harry Reid International Airport, forecasters check in with the control tower before launch to get clearance.
This is a large latex balloon, and it's filled with helium. And actually, it goes up about 10 miles or so up into the atmosphere. Eventually, it explodes kind of up high in the atmosphere, and it's all biodegradable, so the latex pretty much just disintegrates aloft. And then there's actually a parachute, the orange parachute there, takes the remaining radio sonde, as we call it, this piece of equipment that transmits the weather data back to us, and it floats safely back to Earth.
It's possible to find weather balloon instruments after they land in the desert throughout Clark County.
Yeah, we get them at random places sometimes, and they can actually sometimes be recalibrated and we can use them again.
Data gathered from the balloons helps forecasters analyze moisture, temperature, wind speed, and direction.
It can really help us be more effective at anticipating flash flood threats.
Incoming weather data can be tracked live inside the weather station.
It's already at an altitude high enough that it's minus 13 C, so it's pretty chilly where it's at. 58% relative humidity, its current wind speed, it's sampling that. Wind direction, so it's sampling kind of a northwesterly wind, north-northwesterly wind, and then its current altitude. So
the balloon rises through a 10-mile high column of air to make its measurements. After about 90 minutes, its work is done.
From us being basically the center point, it kind of went a little to the west, then kind of curved back around, and now it's getting those northwesterly winds.
When a potential flood threat is identified, a forecaster issues a public warning.
Say I'm concerned about this particular shower for flooding. So I would draw a polygon and then say this is the area that I'm especially concerned about for flash flooding. And ultimately it'll kind of outline that area, and I'll say I want to issue a flash flood warning. And it gives me all of these opportunities for what I want that warning to say.
Once a warning is issued, the Weather Service office is immediately in contact with the Regional Flood Control District staff.
The rain gauges are mostly Clark County Flood Control District. We have some of our own. We have some FAA equipment that we utilize heavily. There's also some Forest Service related observations, but most of the Clark County gauges within Las Vegas Valley are owned by Clark County Flood Control District.
This is when Clark County residents need to consider taking precautions.
If you encounter one of those alerts, during the summertime, our big risk areas are going to be those areas that are near washes, near some drainage areas. If you're out, camping or hiking, maybe at Red Rock Canyon, any of that low water crossings, any of those washes and drainages in those areas, those are the areas you really want to escape from and seek higher ground from as fast as you can. If you're in the middle of town in an area that doesn't regularly flood, you're probably fine. But if you do know anybody, certainly reach out to them and let them know, hey, seek higher ground. A lot of the times we have kids playing in some of these parks and stuff, such like that, and those are really vulnerable areas. So anytime that you get that alert, be aware of your surroundings and be prepared to seek higher ground if that's a flood zone.
New technology, including advanced satellites and services like Starlink, are helping to improve weather forecasting.
There's been astronomical change in terms of the data that we have and some of the tools that we have at our disposal to forecast the weather. It's really come a long way.
Artificial intelligence will soon change the business of forecasting weather.
I'm looking forward to the day when we can, with high confidence, say there's going to be a tornado that's going to form at this particular location at a particular time, and it being accurate within a mile or two. And I think that type of technology is coming in the decades ahead.
Now it's time for Street Talk, where I quiz unsuspecting Clark County pedestrians on flood control trivia for their chance to win a prize. Let's go. Approximately how many total miles of storm drains and channels currently exist throughout Clark County? Is it A, 304, B, 17, or C, 684?
C.
He said C, 684. That is correct. You win a world famous lip balm from the Regional Flood Control District. There you go. Thank you. Anyone else would you like your shot? Oh, can we get that testimony? You said you can't believe what?
I can't believe I got one of these, guys. This is amazing. Look.
Congratulations. Very few people in the world have one of those. Now you're one of them.
Thank you.
On average, how many inches of rain does Clark County receive each year? A, 2.81, B, 4.19, or C, 5.42?
B.
You said B, 4.19? Yeah. That is correct. You just won yourself your own world famous lip balm from the Regional Flood Control District. There you go. That's yours. Congratulations. When rain falls in Clark County, where does it eventually flow to? A, Lake Mead, B, the Great Salt Lake, or C, the Muddy River?
Lake Mead.
You said Lake Mead. That is correct. Yeah! You just won a world famous lip balm from the Regional Flood Control District. Thanks for playing. All right, here's your question, multiple choice. What fictitious villain lives in the Clark County storm drains and advocates for unsafe behavior around floodwater? Is it A, Stormwater Sal, B, Dranger Danger, or C, Floodmeister Frank?
B.
You said B, Dranger Danger. That is correct. You just won your own world famous lip balm from the Regional Flood Control District. There you go. Congratulations. Thanks for playing. Our senior hydrologist, Craig McDougall, leads a team who maintain a county-wide network of rain gauges and weather stations. The information they gather is translated onto the district's flood threat recognition system. And today he'll show us how you can track imminent storms that may affect you and your property.
For folks who are interested in monitoring our rainfall and water level data, all they have to do is go to our website, regionalflood.org, and the gauge map is where you can visually see our rain gauges as they are collecting data during a storm event or even on a nice day like this. You can look at our weather station data. Let's use Duck Creek at Broadbent. So you can view a photo of the gauge, what it looks like, and that's our gauge over here on the left. And you can also left click again to view data. And it defaults to roughly the latest couple of dozen reports. This is our primary tool to monitor heavy rainfall that's occurring during a storm. And there's also a table on the left that will show you the rainfall rates in the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, et cetera, going up to 6 hours. And as the rainfall gets heavier and heavier, the numbers will change from basic white to yellow when you start approaching a 5-year return interval event, and red will indicate a 10-year return interval event or higher.
When dangerous storms occur, data makes it easier for authorities and the public to make informed decisions.
We will receive alarms 24/7 on our smartphones. Wonderful technology. We can do many things with the smartphone nowadays.
Even historical storms and floods can be reviewed on the system. For example, a remarkable event in Kyle Canyon.
We tied in old radar data to our gauge map, and we can view past storm events. After the Carpenter 1 fire, which really devastated a large segment of the Spring Mountains and the Kyle Canyon area especially, what did that do? Well, there was no vegetation to speak of, aside from maybe some giant standing trees, but all the low growth, the cover that's normally on the ground was just gone. So a few weeks after the fire, after it was extinguished, a large storm formed in the Spring Mountains. And when the storm opened up, it was raining hard. And you can see the storm as it developed just west of the Centennial Hills area, southwest, and then moved towards the northeast. The storm was over the peaks southwest of Centennial Hills initially. And I'm on the water level gauge map. You can see at Kyle Canyon Detention Basin, the water depths are increasing. So I have 4.5 feet impounded at that time. A couple of other overlays that are useful. We have access to the fast cameras. So if we know there's a lot of rainfall occurring, we can pull up the camera that are in the area to see what impacts there are. See if there's any flooding going on at intersections. We take the information provided by the Weather Service and let our first response teams know what's going on. And then if they have feedback based on eyes on the ground, we can relay that back to the Weather Service. So that two-way communication just ultimately results in a better product and with the goal of improving public safety.
Soon, our rainfall and weather map webpage will have a brand new look, thanks to a project in the works right now.
Hi, my name is Justin. I'm a programmer at the Regional Flood Control District. So I have the beta version of our new gauge map application right here. So right here we have the rainfall data, and if you click on it, you can see all the summarization of all the data. But if you want to go into more detail, there's actually a button here that you can visit, and it also has the same information that the older gauge map also has. It also has the interval data for the rainfall. Right now it's not raining, it's dry, so there's no data. This is all public information, and I wanted to make it very accessible and very clean and nice looking so the public can discern the information a lot faster.
You can track the weather and rain information near your home or business or anywhere in Clark County by following the Regional Flood Control District's rainfall and weather map at regionalflood.org. Central to all of the research and design production work we do are the software systems and hardware that support it all. Lily Collins is a member of our information technology team who keeps our system operating and up to date.
Well, when I try to explain it to middle schoolers, fifth graders, elementary school, I kind of tell them I try to solve like a 1,000-piece puzzle. So it's a really large puzzle. There's a lot of moving pieces, and I kind of have to figure out how the puzzle pieces fit together.
Lily works in code. Whether it's C#, JavaScript, or SQL, she deals with languages that create applications, websites, and maps. In the field of technology, things are always changing.
I think the biggest is how much more we're reliant on technology, and that's just because we do a lot more, we don't do as much paper movement.
Lily has helped her coworkers become more efficient.
And now we have a virtual document library, and so we kind of have an automated process where now anybody can submit documents to us online, and then we can also automatically push those up into our file server.
Lily received her first computer at a young age. It gave her direction for the rest of her life.
I got my first computer, I was 14, and so that kind of catalyzed the rest of my life because I got that computer, it broke, and then I had to fix it, and so I was just like, this is kind of cool. Like, I was able to fix it, and I really enjoyed it. Like, it gave me, a sense of like, I think this is my purpose.
And now she solves problems to help others.
I have a form, and I have 10 or 12 fields on this form, and there's just this one field that isn't right. And so now it's like, okay, I got to go through each field and figure out why isn't the data reading the way it's supposed to.
In her 10 years with the district, Lily has seen a lot of change. And now, artificial intelligence is emerging.
I use it almost every other day, and that's just because sometimes there's just so much coding and languages that I have to try to figure out, and so it's easy for me to use our artificial intelligence tools here and just be like, how do I do this? And then it like spits out the code, and I'm just like, okay, this is great. I think AI will help us to hopefully be efficient in how we maintain and move forward, and continue to try to just make things easier.
In addition to her busy life in technology, Lily is also a mother to an active teenage son.
So I have one son, his name's Jaden, he's 14, he's currently a 9th grader, he just started high school, so it's really exciting, and I'm learning a lot. He's looking to be a teacher like my brother, mostly PE because he loves athletics and sports, so but he likes kids. So I'm super proud and super excited for what he's gonna do, and he's already talking about college. He wants to play football in college, so that's his main goal right now.
How does Lily feel about her job?
I love it. Obviously, I'm a diehard. I will probably do IT for the next 30 years, forever, if I could. I come to work every day, and it's just, wow, like I get to do this for work, you know?
And her best advice for others is to find a profession that you love.
I think that's always what my mom told me. If you find your passion in your work, then you'll never work.
Our Chief Engineer and General Manager, Steve Parrish, has been part of the Clark County Regional Flood Control District for 25 years. During that time, he's helped design, construct, and, as General Manager, guide the continuing development of our Flood Control Master Plan. His comments today highlight a point in history as he has announced his retirement. Together, we honor his long career of professionalism in engineering and public service and wish him well. From all of us at the Regional Flood Control District, thank you, Steve.
Hello, thank you for watching this episode of the Flood Channel. I'm Stephen Parrish. I'm the General Manager and Chief Engineer of the Clark County Regional Flood Control District. I wanted to let you know that this is actually my last Flood Channel show. I'm actually, after a 33-year career, planning on retiring. And so I'll be moving on to retired life, but I'll be replaced by our Assistant General Manager, Andrew Trelease, who's been accepted by our board and promoted to the General Manager position. So I'm sure he'll do a great job in the years to come. I wanted to just talk a little bit about my time here at the Flood Control District. I've been working here since 2000, so 25 years I've been working for the Flood Control District. I started as a senior civil engineer, and I worked my way up all the way through engineering director, assistant general manager, and then for about the last 10 years I've been general manager of the Flood Control District. It's been a great career here at the Flood Control District. When I got out of college, I wanted to do something in the public sector and try to help people. And this is a great job when it comes to that. Every project that we do here at the Flood Control District, from the smallest storm drain to the biggest detention basin, is just providing some sort of benefit to someone in our community. You know, whether it's driving to work or if it's protecting a home or a business, every project is important and provides some sort of benefit. And so it's been a good ride. It's been interesting. And I've really enjoyed working with all the public works agencies and the public and the boards. I want to thank our previous board of directors and the current board of directors, our chairman, Commissioner Jones, previous chair people like Mayor March and Commissioner Brown, all I've worked with over the last years to provide us good direction and make sure that we're doing what we need to be doing for the good of the community. We recognize that we're using your tax dollars to pay for these flood control facilities, and it's important for us to be good stewards of those tax dollars and make sure that we're spending that money wisely and that we're providing good, efficient structures to make Clark County more resilient to the dangers of flooding. I feel like we're achieving that mission. We've completed 713 miles of channels and storm drains throughout Clark County, as well as 110 detention basins, with more work to do. And so we've come a long way. I think a lot of problems that people have seen over the years are no longer as big of a problem when it comes to flooding because of the work that we've done. A few projects I wanted to touch on that I'm kind of proud of. I'm proud of all of our projects, really, so it's hard to pick just one or two, but a few that I think over the years has been reflective of what we've done include like the Charleston Underpass improvements. You know, Charleston Underpass had always been a problem where Charleston goes under the Union Pacific Railroad. It flooded almost every time that it rained on the west side of Las Vegas. That water would run down and fill that underpass up, and the people that have lived here for a while probably remember that. And we did a lot of work to build the facility all the way up from Las Vegas Wash and then build it along I-15 to collect all that water coming down before it got to the railroad and drained into the underpass. And so that problem, you know, that project fixed a lot of problems, but the most prominent was that Charleston Underpass issue that got resolved with that work. Another big project that we did was the Club at Sunrise, which is a golf course down by Desert Inn and Nellis. That golf course had a history of flooding, not just the golf course, but all the areas around it. There were a lot of homes that run alongside of the golf course that always were getting flooded. And so we were able to go in and actually remove that golf course and lower the elevation there and then put that golf course back, providing a lot more capacity for all of that water to drain through. And those people that live out there now don't have to live in fear of water coming into their homes during storm events. You might remember in 1999 we had a 100-year flood here in Las Vegas. Mostly that was in the south part of the Las Vegas Valley. The Flamingo Wash, the Tropicana Wash, the Duck Creek Washes all experienced a lot of runoff from that flood. We've done a lot of work over the years since 1999 to make that better. The Flamingo Wash in particular has a number of facilities that have been constructed. You might remember the mobile home park by Boulder Highway, the Miracle Mile mobile home park, that the trailers got undermined and some of them washed into the channel during the storm event. All that's been fixed now, again, providing a peace of mind for the people that live in that area. We also completed a Corps project, a $330 million Corps project where we partnered up with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to do a number of detention basins and several miles of primary channel, 28 miles of primary channel, to collect water all in the southwest part of the Las Vegas Valley and safely convey it down through the valley, eventually making it on to Las Vegas Wash and out to Lake Mead. So there's been a number of projects over the years. I could go on all day long talking about all these projects, but again, when we're dealing with flood control, the smallest storm drain up to the biggest detention basin provides some benefit to someone, and it's just been a pleasure working with all the engineers in Clark County and at the public works agencies. Everyone's very committed to getting the job done. I really want to thank our staff. We have a very small staff, about 28 people working at the Flood Control District, but we're very focused on our mission of trying to make Clark County more resilient to flooding. And I look forward to watching what happens in the future as I sit in my living room and relax after retirement. So I just want to thank everyone once again. I've really enjoyed my time here at the Flood Control District, and I look forward to seeing what happens in the future.
Thank you for joining us for this episode of the Flood Channel. If you would like more information on the Clark County Regional Flood Control District, you can always visit our website at regionalflood.org. And you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. We'll see you next time.
On the southeast side of Las Vegas lies a hidden gem in our desert community, a 2,900-acre park full of unique wildlife and natural wonders, the Clark County Wetlands Park. To make sure everyone in our community can enjoy the wetlands for years to come, we need your help so we can ensure the diversity of native habitats, so we can help keep the park clean, so we can improve the park's infrastructure and scenic trails, and so we can enhance and grow park programs and services for people of all ages, interests, and ability levels. You can support the future of our Clark County Wetlands Park by donating to Wetlands Park Friends, or join our efforts and become a Wetlands Park Friend today. For more information, visit wetlandsparkfriends.org or follow us on Facebook. Wetlands Park Friends, supporting nature close to home.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
In the middle of extreme drought in the west and historic low water levels at Lake Mead, we still live in one of the most water-secure communities along the Colorado River.
Now, we know that may be hard to believe, but the Southern Nevada Water Authority is constantly working to ensure a sustainable water future for all Southern Nevadans.
A lot of that work is done behind the scenes by hundreds of employees dedicated to providing world-class water service. The following program will take you behind the scenes as we show you SNWA's efforts and yours. We want to thank everyone from schools, businesses, homeowners, HOAs, and even golf courses for staying water smart. Enjoy!
Summer is here and we all lean into more. More time in the pool, more air conditioning, maybe even more ice cream. But when it comes to watering your plants and trees, more isn't always better. We'll explain how your plants and trees can still thrive in the summer heat while saving water and helping you save on your water bill. But there's even more you can do to help your plants and trees get sufficient water, all while conserving. And today we're joined by Savannah from SNWA's conservation team, who's here to give us some more tips on summer watering. Hey Savannah, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So Savannah, besides the recommended watering schedule for drip irrigated plants and trees, what else can the community remember for this summer?
This summer, Danielle, the community needs to remember that watering between the hours of 11 a.m. through 7 p.m. is prohibited. Watering during the high heat of summer can actually cause all that water to evaporate, which means your plants and trees are getting a lot less water than what you are giving them. It is important to remember that watering during these prohibited times or allowing water to spray and flow off of your property could result in a costly water waste fine, and nobody wants that. During summer, you'll also want to slowly ramp up the number of days you water per week and add more days as temperatures rise. And as always, never water on Sundays.
Now, if you still have grass, we recommend running your sprinklers for a maximum of 12 minutes per watering day, set in 3 4-minute cycles spaced 1 hour apart. That's all your grass really needs. So grass can be watered 6 days a week in the summer, but there's an even better way to conserve water.
That's right. Homeowners can remove their grass with our Water Smart Landscapes rebate program and replace it with water-efficient desert landscaping. Desert landscaping, like these cactus, naturally need less water to thrive, saving water and saving you money on your water bill. There are a few qualifications that are needed for our Water Smart Landscapes rebate program, so be sure to check out snwa.com for more information.
That's great information on Water Smart Landscaping, but right now it is sunny, but that's not always the case for the summer. Here in Southern Nevada, summer is also known as monsoon season, which can bring heavy rain, storms, and high winds. So what should the community remember during these summer storms?
It is important to remember to turn off your irrigation clock during these storm events. Your landscape does not need that extra water, and you can actually take advantage of the free water falling from the sky. Overwatering your landscape during these storm events can actually damage your plants and trees, causing you more time and effort to fix.
Those are all great summer watering tips. Where can the community go to get more information for summer watering?
The community can visit snwa.com for more information on summer watering tips. We all have the responsibility to conserve water here in Southern Nevada.
Welcome to summer, everyone. Believe it or not, you can grow a garden in the summer heat. Here are 5 things you can plant on your drip irrigation system, including trees and vegetables. Number 1 is a fig tree. It does amazing in full sun. This one has beautiful fruits on it right now. They're very delicious. They produce around June, so be prepared to eat a lot of them. Number 2 on my list is a peach. This one happens to be a donut peach. Does very well in this Las Vegas heat. It's also drought tolerant once it's established. And this tree will produce fruit around July. And number 3 on our list is lantana. This is very drought tolerant once established. Handles our sun very well. I mean, very well. And relatively cheap to find. Every nursery has this. Number 4 on my list is a Tacoma stance. This one here is a wonderful little flower, blooms all summer long, very heat tolerant, very drought tolerant once it's established. one of the #1 plants, I would say, for a garden because it has these beautiful flowers all the time. And if you want dwarf, that's fine. But if you don't, this is what they can get into. And last on my list, #5, are peppers. I have all different types of peppers here, mild, sweet, to hot. Trust me, when it gets hot out here, these guys get really hot. Delicious. Mwah. And those are 5 things that you can grow in this desert sun on your home's drip irrigation system. And all these should be relatively easy to find at your local nursery. Before you go shopping, you can also use the plant search tool at snwa.com to discover even more you may want to add. Visit us at the Springs Preserve to see these in person. And don't forget, summer watering restrictions are in effect. We recommend plants, trees, and your new garden should be watered up to 4 days a week, before 11 a.m. or after 7 p.m. when temperatures get hot. And never water on Sunday.
What if getting your water wasn't as simple as this? This doesn't seem like something you could pick up at a Home Depot and then do yourself, could you?
No, but it actually is.
You don't want to carry it from Lake Mead, and you certainly don't want to be responsible for treating it. All that water is recycled, by the way. Not everybody does what we're doing.
No, this is actually very unique.
On the shores of Lake Mead is the Alfred Merritt Smith Water Treatment Facility, the biggest in southern Nevada, treating up to 600 million gallons of water each day. And we want to show you this process that you probably don't want to do on your own. Making sure your water is safe to drink is not something you want to worry about every day, or especially plan for the future and make sure that in spite of something that we don't know that could be coming down the line, that your water is safe to drink. And Hannah Ray is here. This is your job, research engineer for the Water District and the Water Authority. Hannah, where are we and what is this room? Why are we here?
Where we are is what we call the pilot plant, but in essence, it's our mini drinking water treatment plant. So every single treatment process that we do at full scale, we have a smaller version here that we're able to test different conditions and look to the future about what changes we might need to make.
And we're going to take you through the process so you learn a little bit more about that, but especially about the research that Hannah and her team does, again, to ensure future safety of drinking water in case there's an event that we didn't plan for that might take place with our water supply. So where's our first stop?
First stop right here is the raw water skid. So each treatment process we call a skid right here. So this is where we have our raw water coming from Lake Mead, just as we do at full scale. We can add chemicals like we do at full scale for something like coaga mussels, or chemicals we'd add before our ozonation.
So what are some of the typical chemicals that you would add to start the process?
You would add ammonia as well as bleach. And so that would be something that you would help with our ozone process, but also it helps remove the coaga mussels at the intake so that it doesn't clog up the intake.
Okay, so people hear ammonia and bleach and naturally freak out, but right, these are small levels and it's all under federal safe drinking water standards. Okay, so after the raw water, what's the next step?
The next step is going to be ozonation. So this is really our first treatment process at full scale. So what we're doing here, as you can see, we're bubbling in gaseous ozone. And as it bubbles, the bubbles pop, the ozone dissolves in solution, and then we have our water and our ozone in contact. And it serpentines through these contactors. And as ozone is in contact with our water, it kills bacteria, it breaks down compounds, and it's very quick to dissipate. So by the end of the treatment process, the ozone is gone. And if not, we do add a chemical to remove it, because we want all of the ozone treatment to happen just during our treatment process.
Ozonation kills the bacteria. Now we're on to flocculation, which it sounds like a swear word to me, but what is flocculation?
So this treatment process is called coagulation flocculation, and what we do here is we need to remove particles. So if we have any dirt or things that are floating in our water that we want to remove, we use a coagulant. So that's really just a sticky compound. You just put it in the water, it causes all the other dirt and stuff to stick to it, and you create these really big particles called flocks, which are much easier to remove in the next treatment process.
So we're killing the bacteria first, then we're getting the larger particles together, and then the next process, we get rid of it.
Exactly.
Hannah, correct me if I'm wrong. This doesn't seem like something you could pick up at a Home Depot and then do yourself, could you?
No, but it actually is a pretty easy process for us because of the fact that the water coming in from Lake Mead is very low particles. So we don't have to add a lot of coagulant. We don't have to remove a lot of particles because they're not there. So our water is already pretty clean as is, but any residual particles we want to get out, we can.
So low particles, but mineral rich, and that's what contributes to our taste. But what if, here's the teaser, what if there might be a storm event that blows a lot of debris into Lake Mead, or the Lake Mead water levels go down to the point where the water isn't as cool or as clean, where we can take it right now from deeper depths because the lake levels are a little bit higher. So we're going to talk about that, yes?
We are, because yeah, that is something you have to plan for.
So the last step in the treatment process in our mini plant and our big plants is filtration. Again, small scale here, we do it on a much bigger scale here at AMS, but what are we looking at?
So this is our filters here, and this is where we're going to remove all those particles, those big fat particles we created, the flocks in coagulation flocculation. So you pass the water through, those flocks get stuck in the media, and then coming out is your particle-free clean water. And so actually the filter media that we have here is the exact same filter media that we use at full scale. It's going to be anthracite for the majority, which is just a carbon-based compound. And then we have sand at the bottom. And this depth is actually the exact same depth that we use at full scale because we want to be as exact as possible when simulating full-scale scenarios.
Hannah, it looks like a big Brita filter. Is that what this is?
Essentially, it is very comparable to a Brita filter.
Okay, well, I want to talk to the folks at home for a minute. This is going to be a special moment for you all if you use filtration devices or anything like a Brita pitcher. Hannah, we clean our filters. Some of the people at home, it might be years since they've cleaned their filters, yes?
Yes, and then you can get a biofilm, and that makes your water taste bad. But our filters here, we have to clean every couple days where we do something called a backwash, where we have too many particles in here, so then we have to push water backwards to dislodge all of the particles we've removed. That dirty water then gets sent to the front of the plant, where we'll then treat it again. So then these can be put back in line as clean filters.
Okay, so we're showing you the backwash right now. It looks pretty disgusting. Yeah. Is this potentially what people have in their home filters and they have no idea?
To an extent, yeah. This is what, as long as you have particles coming in and you have a filter there, you're going to be removing them, and they're going to just compile, and you're going to have more and more particles. So unless you're cleaning it out or changing out your filter, it's not going to do much at some point.
So you all got smarter today by learning more about our treatment process, but Hannah, now let's talk about really the utility for this room, which is planning for future events, making sure our treatment process is state-of-the-art and that we're ready if something unexpected comes. And these are things like major storm events that bring a lot of particles into our raw water at Lake Mead, algae blooms, which have occurred in the past, and also climate change, the temperature at Lake Mead rising. That means we've got to change our process, yes?
It does, yeah. So an increase in the temperature as the lake levels drop is expected, and that will affect all of the treatment processes, but really one in particular is ozonation. So ozonation is very sensitive to an increase in temperature. So we need to test, what do we need to do? What do we need to alter at our full-scale treatment plant if we do see a rise in temperature? And so we're able to do that with our pilot. So we actually have here, these are heaters. So we're able to heat up the water that's coming into our ozone pilot, and we're able to look at different temperature points. And then we're able to look at what we need to do to change so we meet our treatment goals. So whether that's add more ozone at a higher concentration, maybe it's increase the contact time for how long the ozone is in contact with the water. But we're able to figure out what we need to do at full scale so that we're always meeting our treatment goals.
I'm putting you on the spot here. Not everybody does what we're doing.
No, this is actually very unique. Most water treatment plants don't even have a research and development team, let alone have something like this where they have a full treatment process that they can test and change conditions for to help prepare for the future. It's very unique.
Yeah, I really hope that you're understanding how Las Vegas and Southern Nevada really does set the standard for conservation and research and development. We do it here, and that's why you have one of the safest water supplies, not only in the country, but in the world. Storm events are pretty common out here, right? We get high winds, we get monsoons, but we're talking about like major, if there is a major storm event that affects our water supply, we've got to be ready for that?
Yes, so we could call it a particle event, where we see a large storm that pulls in a lot of particles, a lot of sediment in from the Colorado River, from Lake Mead, and then we start to see an influx of particles coming into the treatment plant. So as of right now, we don't have a lot of particles. It's very easy to remove what is in our water right now. But if we have a lot more coming in a high influx, that's going to change what we have to do in terms of how much coagulant, that sticky chemical.
Wait, hold on. Our flocculators need to flocculate better.
Yes, they do. We're going to need to produce even more flocks because we're going to have to remove so many more particles. So we might need to change the dose of that. So how much more chemical? Is there another chemical we could add that could even optimize the process even better? So those are the things that we can do, and we've actually done that. We've gone and collected sediment from Lake Mead. We've dosed in high amounts of sediment to see what we need to do to change for our full scale if we have an event like this.
We test your drinking water over 300,000 times annually, looking for all sorts of contaminants. And one of those contaminants that we're prepared to deal with, if it does happen, is algae. We had an event over 2 decades ago, but unlikely to happen, right? But we have to be prepared for it, yes?